I call this meeting of the Conroe Independent School Board, excuse me, let me try that again. I call this meeting of the Conroe Independent School District Board of Trustees to order. Let the record show that a quorum of members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and the notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meeting Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. The time is 6:01. Will you please join us in our invocation, hosted by Board Member Misty Olenweller, and our Pledge of Allegiance by Board Member Stacy Chase.
So this morning, this was my prayer, so I felt I would share it today. Please pray with me. Dear Heavenly Father, tonight I pray that you will be present in the boardroom, control emotions, and allow differing opinions to be heard respectfully. I pray for all in this room and across this district for healing, wisdom, boldness, patience, and kindness. I pray that while they are different viewpoints and outcomes desired, that a breakthrough in the mighty name of Jesus will come. I pray for fear and misunderstandings to flee and truth and light to come in the name of Jesus. I call on the King of Kings to be in control of all words and actions, and that the protection and innocence of our children be on all our minds. Let us stand at the end of the night, and may we praise your name and say, "Look what you have done, Lord," and hallelujah. You are in control, and we give all will to you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And the Texas flag?
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. You may be seated. All right, moving on to item 2, Special District Recognition, School Board Recognition Month. Turn this over to Dr. Knoll.
Well, it is truly our honor tonight to celebrate you all as our Board of Trustees, as schools across the state will be recognizing School Board Appreciation Month, and you can see from the many tokens of gratitude from our campuses that we all recognize the work and the tireless effort that you put in for no pay. It should be reminded to everyone. This is, sorry, Mr. Williams, still no pay. This is a great volunteer effort. I think, as I've said many times, I think it's the greatest community service that there is to be done. So we certainly appreciate you, and here to speak tonight on behalf of all of our staff is Dr. Mark Merle, Principal of College Park High School.
President Hewitt, members of the Board of Trustees, and Dr. Knoll, it is my honor to stand in front of you as a spokesperson for all of Conroe ISD educators, staff members, and students to personally thank each and every one of you for all that you do for Conroe Independent School District. Daily, you demonstrate strength and dedication as you focus on excellence for CISD communities, teachers, staff members, but most importantly, our students. You unselfishly contribute your time and talents towards the advancement of our schools and the students we serve. You are extraordinary individuals who have voluntarily tackled the enormous job of governing our school district. Your actions and decisions affect the present and future lives of our children. Though we are making a special effort this evening to show our support, please know that we are thankful for all you do 365 days a year. Our students have demonstrated their appreciation by providing the cards, posters, banners, small gifts, drawings, and candy that you see here tonight. Please accept these tokens as our appreciation of thanks for your leadership, support, and for the numerous hours that you give to make our district the outstanding place that it truly is to live, to work, and to go to school. In many ways, you're helping to ensure that our students graduate with confidence and competence. In doing so, you're also helping build strong families and a caring and active community. In all attendance tonight, please join me in a round of applause to honor and thank the CISD Board of Trustees for their hard work, dedication, and commitment to creating a bright future for all of our students. Thank you.
Anybody have any words, or anybody like to say anything? Or I do?
Well, if I may, I would just like to say our staff, our administrators make our jobs very easy. And so without you and your leadership and everything that you present to us on a weekly, monthly, and daily basis, everything that you do for our students each and every day, again, makes our job easy. So I thank each and every one of you.
Absolutely. Just to echo that, I can tell you that nobody else on the board signed up so they could have this day. It's never really about us. It's about you guys. This is a wonderful district. It's a great honor to serve in this capacity and to work with such wonderful leadership who have our youth's heart in their heart always. It seems like every time decisions are being made, at the end of the day, it's about what's right for the students and how can they feel not just accepted but successful in whatever success means to them, whether it means going off to college or starting a career or whatever it is that they're going to do. You guys are in it every single day, and to have you guys turn to us and say thank you is very humbling. So thank you very much for your support. It's very kind of you. Thank you very much. Okay, back to the meeting. We've got a meeting to conduct. Item 3, citizen participation. Has anybody signed up, Ms. Godfrey?
Yes.
We do?
have 46 people. signed up.
46. All right, very good. Actually, this is very exciting. It is, as Dr. Merrill was touched on, an active community means we have active citizen participation, which is welcome and grateful. During this portion of the meeting, patrons who have signed up in advance may address the board in accordance with the Texas Open Meeting Act, Texas Government Code Chapter 551, and Board Policy BED. For comments regarding an issue on tonight's posted agenda, the board will defer its discussion of this issue until the item is reached on the agenda. For comments related to the issue that is not on the board's posted agenda, the board cannot deliberate or make a decision related to that issue. We ask the speakers address the comments to the board and not to the audience. If any speaker's comments are regarding a complaint, the board directs you to its policies regarding complaints, which can be found on the district's website. Please be aware that if your purpose in addressing the board is to speak of a remedy of your complaint, the board cannot discuss or respond to your concerns until they have met the requirements of the district's policy. Because we have 47 people, we typically have 3 minutes, but unfortunately we've had to cut that down to 2 today. So the speakers will be given 2 minutes to present their comments to the board. Screens around the room will display the speaker's time. When the countdown timer reaches 0, the next speaker will be called. And I received, as all of us, received many emails over the last couple of days, but one that I got personally was for people who are listening online. They're having trouble listening, so we ask if you will just speak directly into the mic. We can obviously hear you, but we're trying to make it to where everybody online can hear as well. All right? So with that, Ms. Godfrey, will you please call our first person?
Felicia Light, representing the Girl Scouts.
Hello, Conroe ISD Board. My name is Lexi Singleton, and I am a junior Girl Scout with Troop 106209 from Kaufman Elementary. Being a Girl Scout is one of the things I am most proud of, and it has allowed me to make so many cool new experiences, help my community, and make some awesome friends along the way. My favorite memories include meeting friends like Sophia, Haley, and Bryn, Christmas caroling in a retirement community, and selling Girl Scout cookies. On behalf of all the Girl Scouts in Conroe ISD, I would like to thank you for making Conroe ISD a place where girls can challenge themselves, be confident in who they are, and make our community and the world a better place through Girl Scouts. We brought you each some Girl Scout cookies as a sweet little token of our appreciation for all your support of Girl Scout cookies. Thank you.
Great
Thank
job.
you.
That's terrific.
Kristen Garisco.
Good luck to everybody else in the room tonight.
Right, yes.
A bard.
When you come bearing cookies. Yeah.
Kristen Garisco.
I'm going to try to make this quick. Good evening, and thank you, members of the board and Dr. Knoll. My name is Kristen Garisco, and I have 2 children in elementary school here at Conroe ISD. One of my children is dyslexic. According to the Texas Dyslexia Handbook, early identification of students with dyslexia is critical. If intervention is not provided before the age of 8, the probability of reading difficulties continuing into high school is 75%. When my daughter was in 1st grade, we received a lot of pushback when we requested a full individual evaluation in writing. We were told by my daughter's AP that our daughter did not need to be tested, and they decided that. We were told that they don't normally test kids until 3rd or 4th grade for dyslexia, and we were told that she would be better suited for RTI. We personally received this misinformation over 3 years ago. I now help run the Conroe ISD Parent Dyslexia Group on Facebook. The reason I'm here today is because the same misinformation is still being told to parents. This is against federal law according to IDEA, Section 303.421. This law states that parents must receive prior written notice when refusing to evaluate our children. We are still hearing that APs and DIAGs in our district are verbally denying written FIE requests and failing to provide prior written notice. According to our PEMS data here for our district is only reporting that 3.5% of our children are dyslexic. We know that this number should be closer to 20%. Statistics prove this. However, this number jumps to 9.5% once they're in intermediate school. This data proves that our district is failing to provide critical early identification and remediation. We need more, I'm going to cut this quick, but we need more dyslexia interventionists. We need to hire more CALTs. According to our SPED director, we are short diagnosticians. If we're only servicing 3.5%, that proves that we are also we don't have enough dyslexia interventionists. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Susan Moore.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the school board. My name is Susan Moore, and for 24 years, I've been the music teacher at Giesinger Elementary. And every year since our school has been open, for the 32 years, we have performed the Nutcracker. This year, I had to replace some of the props. I replaced the bamboo umbrellas. I found these beautiful, bright, bold Chinese flags. The flowing fabric behind it reminded me of the Chinese dragon, and the bright colors reminded me of the bright colors from the Chinese culture. December 15th, our students performed this at Conroe High School. It was a beautiful performance, and our kids did awesome. I got praise, 100% praise that evening from parents. Not once did I receive a complaint. Not from a parent, an email, a phone call, parent conference, carrier pigeon, nothing. Didn't get it from anybody. But I did later find out that there was a complaint. Someone came to you and complained that they thought that the fans, the Chinese fans, represented gay pride flags. They told you things that weren't true. They tried to indoctrinate their political views into our performance. They never asked me or my principal why we changed them. Becky Page was my past principal, and she taught me that if you doubt it, if you think twice about it, you shouldn't do it. But that's the thing. I never did. Politics don't belong coming into the school building. I work in an elementary school. Rainbows and rainbow colors are everywhere. I ask you, when you get complaints from people, which I'm sure you do all the time, please ask them, Did you talk to the staff? Did you talk to the principal? Did you talk to the person? Because no one came to me. Thank you so much.
Thank
you.
Terry Bonin.
Hi.
There you go.
My name is Terry Bonin. I have 11 children, and I've lived in Conroe for 10 years. First, I want to thank you for your service to our community. I know that you get various opinions hurled at you constantly, and I know it's got to be hard. But I'm here to remind us that only one opinion ultimately matters, and that's the opinion of the one that we will all answer to individually one day. I'm concerned about some of the literature that's being found on the shelves in Conroe. In one of the books, All Boys Are Not Blue, there are detailed instructions on performing blowjobs and sodomy. It's also explicit in presenting critical race theory, transgenderism, anti-Americanism, and many things which in no way comply with our community standards. That information not only violates the Texas Education Code in several ways, but also violates Texas law against obscenity, and this material would be a felony to anyone presenting it to a minor outside of school. Section 4321 and 4323. Even the cover contains warnings and also states not for minors. I bring that book up specifically only as an example of the kind of material that has gotten into our kids' hands. This information should not be in our libraries. There should be no mystery as to how these books are getting in our shelves. The perpetrator must be identified. The board was elected by the people and mandated under state law to protect our children. The responsibility regarding these moral and legal issues is squarely laid on the shoulders of the board. And you have the power to vote these books off the shelf at any of these meetings. At a minimum, the board has a responsibility to monitor and maintain that this district is in compliance with Texas state law. But most importantly, the board can collectively choose to protect our children from the immoral wickedness that is beyond their scope of understanding because it's the right thing to do, much less the legal thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Missy Herndon.
Good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity to come and speak with you today. My name is Missy Herndon, and I have 3 sons here in this district. I'm coming to thank you, especially during this very spectacular month, honoring you all for your volunteerism. I know how important it is. And thank you so much, Dr. Knoll, for your leadership. I have 3 boys that have gone 3 very different paths. I have one who's dyslexic in junior high. I have who we call our academic, which doesn't mean a lot in our house, but our academic, and our who's a true high school senior. And I have a child who will be 20 next month, graduating this year, with a degenerative brain disease, who's been in life skills since 3rd grade. As they both are looking to graduate, I've been very reflective on the incredible experience that we have had. And I know that there's a lot of us out there, I would call us the silent content. And I thought that it was very important to come in and share. Y'all know I can barely introduce myself in 2 minutes, so I'm talking really, really quick. I thought the best way would be to share one of our really amazing experiences. When we moved from the junior high of McCullough into the Woodlands High School, I was quite nervous for Will. And when we got there to go and visit that school, what they chose to do was, of course, do a tour and an introduction. When we walked in, there was about 10 teachers and 10 paras sitting in a circle, and I thought for sure they were having a teacher meeting that we were interrupting. So, of course, I apologized and said we would just do our tour on our own. And they said, no, we're here for Will. We are his team. And we sat there in that circle, and every single one of those teachers and those paraprofessionals introduced themselves not to us as parents, but to Will as a person. And I will tell you, that was one of the most impactful things that ever happened. They went around and not only said their name, but they said a characteristic of them that he would remember, whether it was their dog, or they loved cars, or monster trucks. Our entire experience in our 13 years of Conroe ISD, and you're stuck with us for 5 more, I will share with you, has been that way. And that's just one of many. I apologize I haven't told that story earlier, but I wanted you all to know. Thank you for your service. Thank you.
Holly Moore. Holly Moore.
Thank you to the board, President Hubert, and to Dr. Knoll. I had the pleasure of speaking back in November. My name is Holly Tatrum-Moore. I'm a parent of 2 kiddos here in Conroe ISD, the spouse of a very proud watchdog dad, who also was able to serve on one of the zoning committees for the Grand Oaks feeder. I'm also a former Conroe ISD teacher, and I still come back to substitute because I don't think teachers ever really leave. I had a whole plan of things I wanted to talk about tonight, and I still have a lot of friends in the district, administrators, counselors, paraprofessionals, teachers, and the more I've talked with them over the last month, I felt my time would be better served expressing some of what they are feeling. I will start by saying many are terrified to come behind this podium or speak out on how they feel right now. They are overwhelmed. They are exhausted. I think the last few years have been absolutely brutal. And to make it worse, in recent months, they have to go online and hear about how they're indoctrinating children, how they're doing things that are inappropriate when they show up every day to take care of our kids. That's their job. They do it because they love it, and they deserve better.
Yes.
And I don't think that it is fair, and I love the last story, and I wish I could share, had time to share one about my son as well, but I think there are so many good things happening in the district, and I hope that you all know that these people are showing up every day, that they care about our kids, that they go home and they think about our kids before they go to bed. They wonder, what could I have done differently? How could I have done this? They're not out there to hurt anybody. They're not out there to indoctrinate or whatever other nonsense is being shared and brainwashing. They're there to educate our kids. They love our kids. My son went from being a kindergartner, a twice exceptional learner who didn't know if he liked school, to a 4th grader who is now terrified at the thought of having to leave his elementary school at the end of this year. And it's because of his teachers. So please, I implore you to consider all the things that they are doing right in these discussions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Nicole May. Nicole May.
Good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. I'm here tonight to discuss struggling readers in our district. I would like to ask the board to consider engaging in a deeper discussion about our district's literacy scores, literacy curriculum, and a few district special education policies. My hope is that a deeper discussion and board engagement will help improve our literacy scores long-term, which will help so many struggling readers in our district long-term as well. Section 11.515 in the Texas Education Code states the Board of Trustees of an independent school district shall provide oversight regarding student academic achievement and strategic leadership for maximizing school performance. As a stakeholder and constituent, I am asking for the board to take a deeper look into our current situation for struggling readers. Our reading scores on the academic accountability report spanning a 4 to 5 year trend suggest we are leaving behind an average of 15% of our students annually. An even bigger concern is the percentage of the economically disadvantaged readers we are leaving behind each year in each grade level. I would like to know how our district is aligning the science of reading our employees are receiving through the countless hours they are enduring in the reading academies with a curriculum that supports the science of reading. This discussion alone deserves a good amount of time and depth and information. Lastly, I would like to discuss a deeper level our district policies regarding independent evaluations for special education families. The current district policies for this vital IDEA right is oppressive to special education families, and 100% can be changed with the board involvement. I truly believe a deeper discussion about literacy outcomes and special education policies will reap long-term rewards for so many of our struggling readers. In just 10 seconds, I would like to talk about golden and copper pennies. I agreed with you on that. I think we need to have a deeper discussion. I think that the voters should talk about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Haley King. Haley King.
President Hubert, members of the board, I stand before you as a proud Oak Ridge High School student and a Conroe ISD graduate in exactly 124 days.
All right.
And instead, I'm standing here before you today to ask you to leave this banning book issue up to the relationship we can all agree on that is incredibly valuable, the relationship between parents, kids, and teachers. Advocating for an all-out book ban would disenfranchise the triad that so many are talking about and advocate on behalf. Banning a book outright is the imposition of someone else's morals and ideals upon an idea that is sacred between that triad. It flies in the face of supposed parental rights and instead violates others' right to expose children to a variety of perspectives of the world. The same voices standing for this idea of parental rights are not allowing those other voices of parents to be heard. If you choose to vote with them and remove this book tonight, what will it begin? A book that is not going to allow a child to begin something or to begin to think something. How little do people think of children's minds? Genuinely, the perspective of some supposed indoctrination is not only offensive to people who read, but offensive to children. This kind of narrow prescriptive reading and that prescribes some fact that we're going to read it as some how-to manual is frankly quite ridiculous and offensive. Existing board policy solves for much of the issue we're dealing with tonight. Library restrictions can be placed upon a child's account if parents don't want their child to read a book. The argument about supposed parental rights is defeated once again when a book is pulled and it begins to favor one idea over another. If parents want involvement, they should have a dialogue with their child and their child's teacher. They should not impose their ideas upon someone else's children. Parents ultimately have the right to decide what's the right for their family, no one else's. Ultimately, after all, if your worldview is so easily shaped and undone by one book, let me submit that it's not the book that's the problem. Thank you.
Rachel Walker. Rachel Walker.
Is she coming?
She's coming.
Oh, she's coming.
Sorry, I was too busy fangirling over Haley. Good evening, board. My name is Rachel Walker, and I am a parent of 4 children in CISD. I am here tonight because there is a book being challenged for removal, and I'm not sure that those who seek to have it removed have even read it in its entirety. I have. You see, when my book-loving 16-year-old daughter adds a book to her wish list, I buy it, and then I read it. I personally choose not to censor what she reads, but instead make myself familiar with the material so we can discuss it should she choose. This, of course, is and should be each parent's individual decision, which is why there is already a process in place in CISD should you deem a book inappropriate for your child. For those who have not read Perks of a Wallflower, or have only read the passages deemed by some as problematic, I thought I would give you a summary of some of the important themes of the book. In my opinion, these themes are age-appropriate and relevant to teenage readers in CISD. These themes include navigating difficult adolescent relationships, mental health, underage alcohol use, sexual violence, masculinity and violence, bullying, and self-esteem. These are all situations our teens are faced with on a daily basis, like it or not. To think that our children don't routinely deal with situations such as these is to bury your head in the sand for the sake of your own comfort. This coming-of-age novel is a safe place for teens to explore these themes. The purpose of assigned readings like this is to make a connection with the characters and learn empathy for real-life situations. There's no safer way to experience these situations than through the pages of a book. The point of these kind of stories, often seen as problematic, is to teach a lesson. You know what other book uses problematic characters and not so ideal situations to teach a lesson? This one does. If we start pulling every book with any content someone somewhere has deemed problematic, where does it stop? What will be left on our shelves? Sometimes the school library is the only access to book a child has. I trust our CISD librarians and our CISD teachers.
Teresa Neiman.
I wish I was coming to address y'all tonight about a book. Dear Dr. Knoll and members of the board, Thank you for allowing me to address you tonight. I'm Teresa Neiman, a 20-year employee of CISD, a parent of 3 CISD graduates, and hopefully 1 more. No promises. A property owner in the district and an active member of our community. I'm addressing you tonight as a community member, representing Scout Troop 589. We would like to extend our gratitude for your CISD crisis team. I come to you with a heavy heart. On January 2nd, we were notified we lost a Scout to suicide. You'll recall this event at Grand Oaks. As a teacher, we train for this tragedy. As a Scout leader, we do not. As soon as we notified the families, I called our Mamie Prejean. I knew she would answer, and she's a member of your crisis team. Another family, a Scout family, called SHAC, Sam Houston Area Council. Mrs. Prejean was immediately set to work. By 8 a.m. on Wednesday morning, they knew where every single one of our Scouts was and which school. They called me personally to check on all the boys and the families. They provided resources over the weekend and sent a counselor to our first meeting back without injury. SHAC did nothing. I came to thank you for having a crisis team that's there for your community. We were all members of CISD, but we were not members of one school. And CISD crisis team took care of us. So I'd personally like to thank Mamie Prejean and Janice Lovelace. But thank you so much.
Alexander Harris. Alexander Harris.
Dr. Harris.
Dear board and trustees, and leadership, you're doing great things here, no question about it. Let me say that up front. But there are a few things that I think we need to tweak. One of the things is the CISD intake process, detecting obscene and harmful books. Yes, that process needs to be re-engineered. And I encourage you and I plead with you to vote yes, that a trustee be approved to be a standing member on all reconsideration committees. Regarding perks of a wallflower, it is very inappropriate to be on the curriculum. And I know I heard the other testify, it has uninhibited sex, rape, abortion, drunkenness, which is very inappropriate for minors. And what the parent went through, that trauma is unacceptable to say, hey, your child has to choose this book or one of these books. We need to stop the following from affecting, which is seeping into CISD. Comprehensive sexual education, social emotional learning, and critical race theory. Now, one of the things is we need to first learn how to detect it and how to deal with it. One of the things is understand what national sex education standards are. A lot of the curriculum is being coerced on us based on NSES. And I shared it with you all, and I want you to understand what it is. That by the age of by the time they reach 5th grade, they need to understand what puberty blockers are. That's unacceptable. Then on the social emotional learning, we need to understand what monism is, because it's based on monism. And finally, of course, CRT. Hey, we need to teach people. The world was agnostic to skin color. And all the roots go right back to the caste system. And I've been striving with SBOE and everyone else. So let's work together to achieve that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Tricia Matthews.
Get my glasses. Hello, good evening. My name is Tricia Matthews, and I'm a third-generation CISD teacher in my family. I've been teaching for over 30 years, and I support CISD, Dr. Knoll, the school board, and I thank you for continuing to make this district outstanding. I'm here tonight to support Susan Moore, music teacher at Giesinger Elementary, it was apparently brought to the school board that there was a complaint that she had rainbow props in her musical, The Nutcracker. After hearing this, many teachers were dumbfounded at the accusation and had much distress over it, especially Ms. Moore. A former board member posted on social media her music program was targeted and designed to indoctrinate children, and that this was sexual grooming of children, all because a section of the program she had fans that had rainbow colors on them. This couldn't be farther from the truth. If this former board member would have contacted Ms. Moore, he would have learned that every year she buys new things to try to replace and make it better. She did not once receive any complaints from anyone after that performance. I messaged the former school board member to tell him just because we have colors of the rainbow doesn't automatically make someone associated with gay pride. We have no agenda, and he replied, "I am sorry, the gay pride people have ruined the rainbow." This is not true. This concerns me because I have colors in my classroom all over, and color is part of my TEKS. I have spent so much time trying to make my classroom fun and inviting, and the children love to be there. There are many wonderful teachers that have colors in the rainbow in their elementary classroom. It is accusations like this that make these exceptional teachers want to leave the profession. So please, in the future, please go to the source. Keep misinformation out and political agendas out of the classroom. Thank you.
Tina Orbaugh.
Hi. First of all, I want to thank each of you for stepping up and being on this board. Thank you very much. Today's about a reading. The complex process of reading actually changes the brain. Reading forges connections among neurons, inspires feelings and emotions so powerful the experience may never be forgotten. This is true whether the experience is positive or negative. As an educator, I want to think of teachers as promoting positive experiences for their students when reading, and I do believe most teachers do that. Unfortunately, some of the books that we have in our libraries are not entirely positive experiences. The connections made by some books with topics of rape, incest, and pedophilia can create traumatic experiences. These traumatic experiences can have everlasting effects. Our children's brains are more malleable. These everlasting effects of traumatic experiences can change who they were meant to be. Schools are in the business of building brains so that we can build great people today at school, to age children and can do experiences, all types of things outside of school. Our children deserve to be in a safe environment, free from negative experiences so they can learn. Somehow these questionable books got into our libraries and we must get rid of them. When considering the removal of certain books, of course, there are legal ramifications you will be held accountable for as you use the power given to each of you to fix this problem. However, the future of our children may also be a bit more stable as well. Give our children a chance to safety, develop into the people they are meant to be without introducing traumatic experiences to consider from CISD libraries. Thank you. And I do want to say that I hope each and every one of you look into yourselves and do the right thing. Not what money can do, but do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina.
Bayron Fahimi.
I don't know. I'm still waiting on mine. I'm sorry, I didn't catch the name.
You say my name?
Bayron Fahimi.
Correct.
Bayron Bahimi?
Hello. I'm a father. Father of a daughter. Very beautiful daughter. I sent him to school to learn something that I cannot teach her because I'm busy. I think that she is good in many things,
other than sexual contents in this age, 12 years. I do not like when she have availability of books and contents in the school for something that is not really meant to hear. I don't like it because in next quarter century we're facing many new technologies. And I believe these kids, they're gonna help us to live. If we don't help them, we cannot survive. We can't teach them things that they don't need it now in this age. They really don't need it. They need to be a thinker. No philosophy, no logics, and everything, more than everything that we think that is necessary now. I demand to delete these things from their education. That's all. No sexual content.
April Kersey.
Yeah. Yeah, was that part of playing them out when the lights go out? 2 minutes? I'm sorry. I'm just kidding.
Good evening. My name is April Kersey. In honor of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., I'd like to share one of his quotes. "A man dies when he refuses to stand up for that which is right." CISD has wonderful teachers and does a lot of things really well, and we very much enjoyed our time here. But when it comes to book reconsideration process, the district has really fallen down and has let down parents, our community, and ultimately our children. This process needs additional transparency and visibility. Therefore, as a CISD parent and member, SHAC, I strongly support having a standing board member on all book reconsideration committees. Based on our library materials policy, board members meet the criteria and are not precluded from participating in book review committees. This topic seems very straightforward and is certainly within bounds. Yet there seems to be resistance. So this begs the question, why? Why would the district resist? Why would the board resist? Why is there resistance to having a board member on one of our committees? What is there to hide? Why the secrecy? This type of behavior does nothing to grow parent and community engagement and only breeds mistrust. According to our process, each book reconsideration committee provides a written report of its findings to CISD leadership. In the spirit of transparency, I asked the district to post the report for each book that is reconsidered, including the names of the committee members. This level of visibility is necessary for parents to understand why books are being reviewed, who has access, and why they were kept or removed. So in light of the quote from Martin Luther King Jr., I'd like the board to do what is right when it comes to adding a standing board member on the book committee, and I ask the district to do what is right when it comes to posting the report for each book considered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jennifer Thomas. Jennifer Thomas. Sierra Gordon.
Good evening, everyone. Hopefully I can lighten up the mood a little bit. But my name is Sierra Gordon, and I'm a proud alumni of Conroe ISD. I attended Giesinger, Cryer, Pete, and I graduated from Conroe High. I had excellent teachers and principals who prepared me for life. Since graduating from Conroe High in 2017, I've had the privilege to substitute with some of those same exact teachers and administrators. I just graduated from nursing school and passed my certification exam on the first try. So I've come to say thank you, CISD. Thank you, Dr. Knoll, for being the compassionate leader that has integrity in class. The schools that I have substituted at, as well as the leadership of the administration and the teachers, have that same leadership characteristics. I am grateful to my school district for preparing me to be the citizen that I am today. Thank you for giving me the foundation I needed to be successful. Thank you for always ensuring that all means all. As I start my new career, I'm confident in my ability to change the world because I come from a good stock. I am CISD proud, and once again, I just wanted to come and say thank you all.
Tina Arahu, sorry.
I think Dr. Smith will probably accept that over there. Is that right?
Hello, good evening. I'm Tina Arajo, and first I want to offer my condolences to the family who lost their son. I don't know where she is. Thank you so much. Again, good evening. My name is Tina Arajo. I've been a taxpayer in this district for 25 years. My kiddos both graduated from Willits High School. I just want to clarify, I don't think y'all are volunteers. I think y'all are elected officials that are accountable to the electorate, I think, last I checked. So here we go. After briefly reviewing sections of the district policies covering several areas, the following are specific sections that I would like to discuss in more detail in subsequent communications with the superintendent and applicable staff. So certainly not going to unpack all these here today. My expectation is to address each separately. So here they go. Number one are the employee standards of conduct regarding harassment and abuse, relationships with students, and dress and grooming. Number two, miscellaneous instructional policies, teaching about controversial issues. This particular one was issued in 2002, 20 years ago. Employee rights and privileges regarding controversial topics, instructional resources regarding instructional materials, instructional resources regarding library materials, and classroom and office decor standards, which I couldn't find any regarding that, so I might have missed it though. What is clear in reading these sections is that their overly broad language is used in describing the elements of these policies. In many school districts in Texas and in the nation, boards and administrators are taking license, if you will, with these because of their broad nature. So I would like to discuss those differently and separately, right? And I'll begin with phone calls tomorrow to Mr. Knoll. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Bonnie Bogert.
Hi, good evening. I am the parent of two students currently enrolled in CISD schools, and I have two items of concern. My first is regarding the request of a trustee wanting to serve as a standing member on the book review committees. This is a clear conflict of interest and a potential abuse of power, because any review that gets to the school board level means that a trustee could potentially have two votes on material up for review, once at the committee level and then once at the school board level. Even if the trustee were to be a non-voting member, the presence on the committee could also unfairly influence the opinions of other committee members, given their position on the school board. I respectfully ask the board to vote no on this measure. And then my second concern is about overcrowding on the school buses. I have a 7th grader who rides the bus daily. His route includes pickup and drop-off for two schools, Bosman Intermediate and Stockton Junior High, and he often doesn't arrive home until after an hour or more of being crammed onto a seat with two other students. It is not safe to expect preteen and teen students to sit 3 to a bus seat for an extended period of time. I respectfully request that the board look into providing some additional bus routes for Stockton and Bosman so that students may be transported to and from school safely. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Emily Hopple.
Good evening. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I did bring a guest with me who noticed that one of the books that's been challenged is Diary of a Wimpy Kid, and he was definitely not really excited about that. Our district has real challenges to solve, and we've heard about some of them up here from your constituents this evening. and books are not one of them. Our teachers and staff are already overloaded with continued unfunded mandates coming from the Texas State Legislature, and we're losing staff because of these kinds of attacks that are coming from all over the community and now sometimes even from our own school board. There is no pornography in CISD libraries, and there are no books that violate the penal code. The district already has sufficient procedures in place to allow any parent who does not want their child to check a text out from the library to put a control in place. And we have a well-documented and robust process for challenge books to be reviewed by a diverse cross-section of stakeholders. Should anyone challenge the outcome of that process, every person on this board will get a vote, and I agree with the person who said it's a major conflict of interest and completely unfair to have anybody get to have 2 votes. Although I digress that I did think maybe there would be a perk of if the board member was on those committees, they might actually read the books they so oppose. Nonetheless, I feel the current procedure should not change, as it presents a breakdown in the design, checks, and balances. Regarding perks of being a wallflower, I urge you not to remove this piece of literature from our libraries. The book contains themes that help teens to begin to understand the world around them and how they fit in it. The characters are imperfect, as is the world. If we eliminate every book where a character does something we do not like, how many books will be left? Will anyone want to read them? Thank you.
Amy Butler.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. Null. My name is Amy Butler, and I'm a parent of 2 students here in Conroe ISD, and I would like to address 2 issues on the agenda. First, I strongly oppose the request of the trustee to be a standing member of the book reconsideration committees. A board member does not get to have 2 votes, one during the committee, and then again on any appeals to the board on the outcome of a book challenge. And committee members that are giving their time to read the books and offer critical feedback do not deserve to be intimidated or coerced by a trustee. Please vote against allowing this trustee to be a member of the book reconsideration committees, as it is a definite conflict of interest. Secondly, regarding the perks of being a wallflower, I feel strongly this should remain in school libraries, and I oppose book censorship. This book speaks to the highs and lows of being young, to all those kids out there that feel like they are outcasts. It speaks to the sense of alienation that many teens experience. While it may deal with difficult topics, isn't that why we read books? To become critical thinkers and encourage our children to become critical thinkers? Books often offer opportunities to start discussions with our teens regarding these difficult topics. The U.S. Supreme Court determined that content-based removal of certain books from school library is a violation of a student's First Amendment rights. Public servants like yourselves are elected to serve all of the students and staff in Conroe ISD, including the students, librarians, teachers, and parents who see value in material that some may find objectionable. Our students need you to uphold their First Amendment rights that are enshrined in the Constitution. Please keep the perks of being a wallflower on the shelves of our school libraries. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Preston Sykes. Preston Sykes.
President Hubert, members of the board, Dr. Knoll, I'm honored to speak to you all today. My name is Preston Sykes. I've been going to Conroe High School for the last 4 years and am set to graduate in just a few months.
All right.
And actually, in only 11 short years, after 6 in the military, in the Army, and in 5 at Sam Houston University, I hope to return to that school right across the street as a world history teacher.
All right.
Recorded.
I want to do that because education is something that I value more than anything else in the world. It is precisely my value in education that I fear banning books across the district. History has shown for thousands of years that some restriction will always lead to more restriction. If you are to ban one book, we will inevitably ban more. In fact, we will be mandated, if we become a banned book district, to adopt the banned book list from the state of Texas. 2 books of which will include Uncle Tom's Cabin and To Kill a Mockingbird, books that deal with oppression and how to come over it. Now we discuss whether or not to ban The Perks of Being a Wallflower, a book which deals with themes of healthy versus unhealthy grief and loss, as well as coming to adulthood in the modern world and how to deal with traumatic events and overcome them in a healthy way. These themes are impossible to miss throughout the book if you actually read it. It is my belief, and I am confident in this, that anyone who seeks to ban this book from our children, from my peers, and from the generations to come, have not actually read it. Limiting the youth's access to education will harm not only their education, but also their future, and the future of the generations beyond my own. For the sake of both our students and educators, I plead y'all not to go down that road and begin removing books from our schools and our children.
Thank you.
Deborah Lieber.
Good evening. Thank you for serving as board members for Conroe ISD. I truly appreciate your time, effort, and dedication for the advancement of public education. I'm very concerned about the recent movement to ban books in Conroe ISD schools. All 3 of my children attended CISD schools, and my grandchildren will attend in the near future. I know that parents have a right to personally request that their student not read a particular book. However, I believe that parents must respect that their rights relate to their own children and that they do not have a right to impose their personal parenting decisions on all students. It is important for the board to support CISD policies. CISD has established a book review committee structure that does not include board members. Please respect this policy. Allowing a trustee to be a member of a book committee will result in undue influence, since they would be able to have 2 votes, at the committee level and again at the board level in the event of an appeal. It can also intimidate district employees who serve on the committee. These employees may be reluctant to speak their minds in contradiction of the trustee who is their employer and be worried about retaliation if they do not agree with the trustee. The presence of the trustee hinders a full and free discussion of a book on its merits. I also ask that you respect the Book Reconsideration Committee's decision to keep Perks of a Wallflower on the shelf. Having lawyers argue merits of books is a waste of taxpayer time and money. As noted, any parent concerned about this or any other book has the right to prohibit their child from reading it. Thank you.
Paul Lazowski.
Yeah, it was not built for you.
Just take the mic.
Just take it off.
Good evening. Thank you for your service and your time. My name is Paul Laskoski. You're close. I'm a father of 4 CISD students, and I direct the bulk of my comments to 3 board members this evening. You told the Courier on November 18th that your crusade to remove allegedly inappropriate materials and curriculum was a, quote, minor piece of things that we have coming ahead, unquote, and that you'll be focusing on the, quote, things that matter right now, unquote. But based on your public statements in the last year, I have minimal confidence in your ability to focus on the things that matter right now. To borrow from Matthew 10:34, you have not come to bring peace, but a sword, which you made clear on October 18th at this podium by condemning the board for having too many unanimous votes. You complained about CISD's lack of transparency during your appearance at this podium on May 17th regarding teachers withholding information from parents, yet you seek to withhold information from students. And despite your suggestion on Cindy Cochran's show, September 21st, that you will rebuild the bonds between parents, teachers, and students, you are working to dismantle them. Your crusade continues not as a minor piece, but as a centerpiece, expressed clearly in your campaign and your desire to sit on the Book Reconsideration Committee, all under the pretense of getting back to basics, knowing that behind this self-righteous facade is a Christian nationalist ideology that undermines public education. Public school is critical to a child's development beyond their parents and pastors. School is the place for new ideas, new opportunities, new relationships. You just heard some of that from students, where children must balance angst of adolescence with the burden of responsibility. The invaluable role of educators is beautifully captured, I think, in the following quote from a high school teacher to his student. He tells the troubled young man, "I just want you to know that you're very special. And the only reason I'm telling you is I don't know if anyone else ever has." And that comes from Perks to the Wallflower. All our children don't need you to shield them from the world. They need you to lift them up for a better view. Thank you.
Paul Croson. Paul Croson or Crowson. Elizabeth Morrison.
Hello, I will be quick and I will save the eloquence for others. Books are good. Reading is good. Let's leave the books in the libraries with the highly qualified, highly educated librarians. Thank you very much.
Sarah White. Sarah White. Gabriel Clark. Gabriel Clark. Steve Foley.
Hello, my name is Steve Foley. I've lived in the CISD district for over 17 years now and have 2 children in intermediate and elementary school here. I've worked for a major energy company for many years and grew up with a public school education, including going to a state university here in Texas. As I've sat and listened to several of these meetings now, I can't help but think we are missing an opportunity here. We should be focusing on investing and strengthening our public schools by providing much needed funding for our campuses, showing support for our teachers and faculty, and providing all the tools necessary for students to succeed with a well-rounded education. Instead of doing all that, these meetings have regressed into a systematic attack on our valued librarians and teachers over the books that our schools possess. There has been a call to ban books with subject matter particularly pertaining to marginalized groups. A public school education gives students a great opportunity and platform to learn not only through a curriculum, but through the diversity of the student body. This includes all religions, races, ethnicities, sexual orientations, and identities. I believe that our librarians are well trained and qualified to make the decisions regarding what books are on the shelves without the continuous harassment from individuals seeking an agenda. Books should not be removed for partisan or political reasons, and this has been stated by the Supreme Court. In addition, the district already has a policy in place on the CISD's website for parents objecting to certain books. If parents have concerns of what their children are reading, they are able to limit what their specific child reads. Why ban books for everyone? It also would be very helpful for the district to have a dashboard similar to like what they did with COVID that would shows what books are being challenged, what the status is of those, and what books are being removed. It's noted that Fahrenheit 451 is still showing on the list back from like 2006. At the end of the day, one of the best advantages of having a public school education is diversity. Everyone should be afforded the opportunity to have a learning environment inclusive to all. We need to follow CISD's motto of all means all.
Ms. Godfrey, if we could go back, it was Gabrielle Clark that we called, so she did not answer, so if we could go back one.
I apologize. Gabrielle Clark.
Yeah, we'll help you.
Hello, my name is Gabrielle Clark, and I filed the first federal lawsuit against woke indoctrination in America. And I speak to the parents here all the time. They're very concerned about their children. I also pulled my daughter out of a cult because she was indoctrinated at school. Now, I don't know what it is about this situation that's hard. Kids should go to school to learn how to better themselves. They can learn morals and values from their parents. And you're talking to a bisexual atheist, okay? I care nothing about religion or any of that other stuff. I want my kids to go to school to learn reading, writing, math, how to succeed in life. All of that other stuff should be up to them and their inside, not something given to them or exposed to them at their schools. Nobody should be learning about how to express themselves sexually at school. My kids watch The Nutty Professor because I love Eddie Murphy. But under no circumstances would I ever let them watch Raw. Because you can have books about sex in a way that is age appropriate. But you don't have to do that at school. It's school. Let the people have their way. Because this is your community. You have to live with these people. If somebody wants their kid to learn more, you got a public library, you got Amazon, you got Books A Million, you got all Barnes & Noble, all that other stuff. Let them have their way.
Thank you.
Get those books out of these schools. Thank you.
Jordan Lawrence.
Okay.
Dr. Povich, would you please? It's okay. We want to make sure people online can hear as well, so this is fine.
Hello, board members and all. My name is Jordan. I'm a 10th grader who attends Grand Oaks High School. Thank you for our choices at Grand Oaks Library. My classmates and I are grateful for them. Specifically, thank you for keeping the perks of being a wallflower on the shelf. This story has many topics regarding about high schoolers, like anxiety, suicidal ideations, but also like joys of friendship and crushes. In fact, please keep all books on the shelf. We need all kinds of books to reflect us, challenge us, upset us, and ultimately teach us. And I'm looking ahead to college and my future career that I don't even know what I want right now. I know that having access to all sorts of books will help me be aware and mindful for all sorts of situations and of people that I will encounter. I'm the current president of our Queer Straight Alliance QSA Club at Grand Oaks High School. My classmates and I also need to have books that reflect us as a member of QSA. We are trying to build a more inclusive community for us and our younger classmates so that everyone knows Conroe ISD is a good place to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Teresa Kenny.
Hello, my name is Teresa Kenny. I own Village Books in the Woodlands. Thank you for providing this opportunity for citizens to voice their concerns about book censorship. The topics and themes that many of the individuals are wanting to ban from books are not new to this world. I graduated high school more than 40 years ago. I come from a large Catholic family and was raised in a community with conservative values in the suburbs of Indianapolis. I had friends who were in the LGBTQ community, friends of different cultural identities, friends of different religious faiths. I also knew of classmates who struggled with substance abuse, who faced mental health crises, who experienced abuse at home. I can't imagine walking up to any of those classmates and telling them, I'm sorry, but you don't get to have a voice because what you're experiencing does not affect me. Young people deserve to see themselves reflected in the books they read. Moreover, reading books that feature people or situations that young people have little direct experience with in their own lives can help foster empathy, tolerance, and connection, which will in turn make them better community members, better leaders, better elected officials. Research has shown that when schools offer an inclusive curriculum, including relevant reading materials, historically marginalized students feel safer and encounter less bullying. They also report better mental health and academic outcomes. Shouldn't that be our goal as a society? I believe parents have the right to guide their children's reading material, but parents should not be making decisions for other parents' children. There are already processes in place that allow parents to choose what their child can and cannot check out of the school library. I am grateful that my parents gifted me with the love of reading and never tried to censor my thinking. They provided me with the foundation to discuss different ideas, to problem solve, and to walk in someone else's shoes. I can't imagine a more important lesson. Thank you.
Susan Scruggs.
Good evening. My name is Susan Scruggs. I want to address the incumbent school board members and Dr. Null tonight. The new school board members have not been on board long enough to make any changes so far. But I want to talk about pornography. It's a $13 billion business each year. There's more revenues that come in from pornography than both Coca-Cola and McDonnell Douglas combined. Those who have been addicted, there was a survey that they say on the average, the first pornographic experience they had was at 11 years old. USA Today defines pornography to be adult nudity, sexual acts and videos, photos viewed on websites, social media, books, and magazines. And pornography often features explicit pictures of body parts, including genitals and sexual acts. According to Psychology Today, between the ages of 12 and 20, the human brain undergoes a period of growing and creating many new synaptic connections. Children's brains can easily be controlled and influenced at this time. Children develop their social and moral character during this time. When children see pornographic material, it steals their innocence and causes much trauma, and especially if they've had any sexual trauma in their past. I have a medical background. I was in the pharmaceutical industry for many years. I did primarily in neurology. I did a lot of training in this area. Just to give you a little background on myself. Incumbent trustees and school board, incumbent trustees on the school board and Dr. Null, you are responsible for what's happening in our libraries and what the books that are being found in our libraries. And I'm holding you responsible for any children that are becoming addicted to any of these books. It destroys their life.
Thank you.
And for those who out here
Thank you.
love pornography,
We're done.
I'm just asking you, what would you do?
Go ahead.
Duncan McGinnis. Duncan McGinnis. Becky Steffen.
Dr. Null, members of the board, thank you for allowing me, the mother of CISD students, the opportunity to speak to you tonight. We love our schools. CISD's excellent reputation is one of the reasons so many families choose to move to our rapidly growing area. However, there are two issues regarding the library book review process that are of concern to me and my students. children. First, it is my understanding that one of the school board members is requesting to be a member of the book review committee. This would allow one person to have 2 votes, which would be both highly unusual and clearly unfair. Second, as a parent, I am concerned about the removal of books from our library shelves, as well as the waste of time, money, and resources that are being spent on these book banning campaigns. The district has policies and procedures already in place to review books. Also, CISD employs school librarians, professionals, who carefully curate what books are developmentally appropriate for each grade level. Children, as well as adults, I may add, learn more about themselves and the world beyond their own experiences through books. Reading builds skills like critical thinking, intellectual curiosity, and empathy. Parents who do not want their children to read certain books may dictate those guidelines for their own children, but they should not be allowed to deny access to books to all CISD students. We cannot allow a few loud voices to steer these decisions for all students, for all families. For many students, the school library is their door to learning, exploring, and growing as a whole human being and an educated citizen in our democracy. Please allow Conroe ISD to maintain its reputation of educational excellence and continue to give all students access to the wonderful, perhaps life-changing resources a school library has to offer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amber Fuska.
Wish there was this many people in attendance every month. As promised, I'm back. Over the weekend, my husband and I met with yet another family having issues getting Conroe ISD to recognize and provide services for their autistic child. I honestly could make a full-time career out of this, guys. I cringe every time I go to your website to sign up to speak, because I see your all means all motto, knowing it really means unless you have dyslexia, autism, or any other special need, then it almost becomes a lottery. Are you the lucky parent whose kid gets services, or are you the parent that has to fight an absolutely absurd battle? And even then, that side gets narrowed further to the parents that have the time and resources to even begin to fight that battle. I am imploring, beseeching, begging, whatever word I must use to have you open your eyes to this issue. You have a systemic issue. It's not going to fix itself, and it is to the detriment of the children it is affecting. Early intervention is key to both dyslexia and autism. The longer you wait, the harder it is for the child. And even if your interest solely lies in the financial aspects, intervention becomes more costly the longer you wait. You are currently setting these kids up for failure, unnecessary hardship, and possibly life-altering consequences. You have the power to investigate the grievances brought before you. You have the power to change your special education programs. And as always, you have the power to do better, Conroe ISD.
Thank you.
Mark Fuska.
Hello, Dr. Knoll. Thank you for letting me address you. First off, I just wish the same people in Zoom that are this outraged about so-called book banning would show as much passion for how this district treats special needs kids. My son's autistic. Last month I showed you photos of my son's bruises that he got from being illegally restrained by his teachers. I hope you all had a chance to look at those photos. This happened while my son was in your AIM program, now renamed the PASS. This was maybe the third time he was at this school doing a not-so-transitionary plan that the district backed out of. Another lie, we were told, another violation of IDEA. The only reason my son was in this program is that you had previously illegally restrained him, and to placate us, you told us a spot just opened up. Spots in these programs do not magically open. Either the student needs the service or they do not. After this restraint happened, we were told by the special ed teacher in charge of the AIM program that she thought my son was going to elope. Let that sink in. My son was not harming himself, others, or property, the only reasons you can legally restrain a student. She thought my son was going to do something, and in response proceeded to hold him down and restrain him for over 10 minutes, and told him he would not be let go until he calmed down. The SPED teacher should know that an autistic child in a trigger state will not calm down while they're being physically restrained. The way in which this district treats special needs students is your best kept secret, but I promise you, the more and more parents are finding out the truth, and every time you refuse service, you lie to parents, you manipulate evaluation data, and you try to intimidate us, our numbers just get bigger. So I will ask you again, why did you condone, approve, vote, however you want to put it, to spend over $100,000 of taxpayer money to take us to court to deny an autistic student services? Thank you.
Deborah Ferris.
Good evening. This is a rough crowd. Anyway, I heard comments from two people that I really appreciated. The bisexual atheist, I appreciate that you want to get us back to reading, writing, and arithmetic. Let's get the books about sex out of school. This isn't the place to teach that. And you can order any book in the world on Amazon, and you can look at it for free in a dozen other places online. So I think we could have better books in our libraries to help students. And as to the person talking about the dyslexic students, I have 4 great nieces and nephews in Conroe ISD. A 16-year-old great nephew that I have is dyslexic. He's 16 years old. He cannot tell the difference between a G and a 9. And he's waiting to be old enough to drop out of school. So, you know, where was the help for him? What I was really going to talk about was I do support having an elected board member serve on the Book Reconsideration Committee, because I think maybe we do need to reconsider books and see if there's not a better selection that we could get to really educate our children and not entertain them with sexual thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carolyn Nene.
What exactly is a school board trustee? It is an individual who is a citizen from the local community, elected to make decisions about public school system based upon the community's expectation, goals, and needs. Unfortunately, that is what is not occurring here. For the past several months, parents, grandparents, and even teachers have come before this board voicing our objections to these sexually deviant books and demanding that they be removed. We have gone so far as to quote the Texas penal codes in which these books are deemed obscene and should not be sold, distributed, or displayed to a minor, and yet the books remain in our schools. Does this sound like the school board is addressing the expectation, goals, and needs of our community? This woke education in our schools is not setting well with parents across the nation. I believe our November midterms were the perfect example of that. Board trustees were voted out and entire school boards were replaced. There was a recent national assessment of our children regarding math skills. 4th grade students dropped by 4 points. 5th grade students dropped by 8 points. Our children cannot read, they cannot write, they can not even work a math problem. Our schools are more concerned with the teaching children of racism how to change their sex than to teach them math and reading skills. Our education system is completely broken and needs to be replaced. Each month we come before this board and we are ignored. I am praying that in 2024 we will vote out the remaining school board members and replace them with patriots who value our children and their education. You do not deserve our vote when you do nothing to correct the failing school system in Conroe. I understand you have a trustee who is requested to be a standing member on the Reconsideration Committee. I agree with that request, and I feel it is important that trustees take more of an active role in this matter. Proverbs 22:8, those who plant injustice will harvest disaster, and their reign of terror will come to an end. Thank you.
Getting a little out of hand. Let's just hold it down just a little bit.
Selena Bodovich.
Okay. Hi and good evening, board. My name is Selena Bodovich, and I am a proud Oak Ridge High School alumni. I have family that have worked and continue to work in this district, and now I'm a parent of 2 little boys that go to school here in this district. I'm embarrassed to say I only just recently started attending these board meetings, and this is my first time speaking, but I wanted to say a quick thank you to Dr. Knoll for always being as transparent as he is. Working in the communications field, I understand the importance of transparency, and I felt like during the challenging COVID years, he and the board did a really great job of making sure that we all knew what was going on and why decisions were being made. It was a tough year for everyone. A tough 3 years for everyone. But because of the leadership that we have had, we were able to get through it. So thank you. My boys are in 1st and 4th grade and attend Glenlock Elementary. It's a Title I school in the Woodlands. It is a wonderful school. It is such a gem. The teachers, admin, and staff are all so wonderful and have created an environment that my boys are thriving in. Last month before school let out, my boys were so excited to tell me that Dr. Knoll and Reader Man were at their school. Those visits make an impact on the students, teachers, and admin. I think it is great that you are visiting schools, and I encourage you all to continue to visit schools and familiarize yourself with each one in our district and see all the hard work that the teachers and admin are pouring into our children. Again, my boys are only in 1st and 4th grade, so we have many more years ahead of us here in CISD. And to the board, every decision you make should have the interests of the students at heart. Thank you.
Thank you.
Erin Bingham.
Good evening, Dr. Knoll, Mr. Hubert, the board. I very much look forward to the day that I get to be the silent content again, as someone referenced to it earlier. Wanted to echo briefly some of the points that people brought up earlier about the book committee. You guys are the final level of appeal, and to have a board member, specifically a board member who literally ran on a platform of removing books from the library on that committee to intimidate teachers to try and influence the outcome is a textbook conflict of interest. And more so when one of those board members was one of the architects of the mass challenge of books that parents didn't organically read and have concerns about. They didn't read. They just challenged because the internet told them to be mad about it. So moving on to, I'm going to change it up a little bit on you guys and not go through book stuff. I think one thing that we've all heard tonight, and the new board members especially, you guys campaigned really heavily on it, is transparency. We all want transparency in the district. We all want things to kind of understand why leaders of our district are making the decisions that they are. So I do have a couple of questions for the newly elected board members. Misty, we would really like you to release your financials, even though technically you're not required to, since you were unopposed. Considering your $10,000 contribution to an anti-public school PAC, we'd be really interested to see, just for sake of transparency, what that looks like. To the other board members, how you guys chose the board training that you went to. You kind of bucked the system and chose to go against Conroe ISD precedent and go with Mr. Dunn for a school board training. I assume there was some due diligence done there, so again, in the sake of transparency, and also, and potentially most importantly, why you brought a Steve Toth employee with you to your school board training, which is very unorthodox.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Audrey Warner.
Hello, Dr. Knoll. Board, thank you for your time. My name is Audrey Warner, and I'm here to briefly ask you for just one common sense policy that will affect the children of Conroe ISD, and that is to always and to only teach the truth. The truth that materials are available just because you can see them, hear them, and read them, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's good or proper, that they should see, hear, or read it. Do not use the excuse they are available on the internet or they all have cell phones. The truth is that there's just some materials that do not belong in the library. You need to teach the truth that they are not oppressors because of the color of their skin, nor are they victims because of the color of their skin. The truth is we are all equal in God's eyes, and these children are on this earth on purpose and for a purpose. The truth that children, people, are only male and female, only a boy or a girl, only a man or a woman. The truth that there are only two genders, not fluid, not transitional. The truth that family is the ultimate power, strength, and protection of their children. It is the mother and the father that have the right to build the foundation on which the children will grow. The educational system should reinforce the family, not try to take its place. The truth that a child's innocence should not be destroyed in the name of woke ideology. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim McCann.
Thank you for this opportunity to sit before the board. I'm going to be talking a little bit about the process of the review. It seems to me that after, I didn't look at this till today, I wasn't planning to talk till today, and I went through this document, and it's about 3.5 pages, 4 pages, and there are primarily 15 criteria by which we determine whether a book is suitable for the library. And it is part of the review process. It's what I think they lean heavily on. I was a bit stricken by the fact that there wasn't one, these were basically, every one of them were basically going to depend on the value system that the person is looking at and where they come from, their worldview, how they see things. And frankly, I was surprised that there wasn't one single item that addressed the potential negative impact on children that are looking or exposed to these books. I found that kind of disturbing. Again, I'm looking at the process. And there's obviously no discussion to that event. And the people, every one of these 15 items depends on the worldview, the value system that the people doing the review. Second thing is that every one of these 15 criteria, I mentioned that, but frankly, I'm concerned about the impressionable children that we're dealing with. Seems to me the absolute first thing we should always look at is what is the potential negative impact, and several people have talked about that, to the children, and it can have in their long-term damage. We do need to look at that. And let me just mention one other thing. I don't have much time. Election just took place. There was a clear mandate of what the people of this county wanted, and and we can't dismiss that so quickly. In the one head-to-head incumbent, it was 60-40%. That's a mandate. And I will tell you, the people do not want their children being taught values. They want being taught education. Reading, writing, arithmetic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Linda Long.
have to be done in 2 minutes. I just sing the song for you. I believe in miracles, if you think that can happen. Okay. Okay, that's just a joke. And it's a bad song besides bad singing. Okay, anyway, it's good to be here. I always enjoy coming. And remember last time I said that repetition is the mother of all learning. And so I'm going to say this again, that I heard this statement by after my high school years. How many years ago? I heard this statement made by one of my professors. He said, "You're not what you think you are." Do you remember that? Yep. But what you think,
you are.
You are. That has stuck with me. I'm not going to tell you how many years because I'm not going to tell you that, but it's been a lot, over 50. I'll just tell you that. Over 50 years ago. What that tells me now is that how important things that we tell to our children, how long that can last. Over 50 years for me. I mean, that's a long time. I got to thinking about that. And I'd just like to maybe give you a challenge today to think about how your teachers are, what they do, what they say to their students, and how it will affect them tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, or 50 years, like some of us remember some of these things. That statement that was made to me, I'm serious, that thing that was made to me, it has really directed my life, because I know that what I'm thinking about is what probably will happen to me. And I've read before one time some of the responsibilities of the school board members, and one of them is setting the goals, and you guys have a hard mantle on you. You establish policies for the district, and you approve recommended curriculum and textbooks and more. That's quite a mantle that you carry. I read this from Ralph Waldo Emerson. He said, made this statement: "Beware of what you set your mind on." That goes right along with what I said. For that you will surely become what you put your mind on. Agrees with the statement I heard 50 plus years ago.
Thank you.
Lyle Robertson.
She does feel
Lyle.
Good evening. Thank you for being here tonight and for the work that you do. My name is Lyle Robertson. I am the father of 4 young kids. I come to you tonight to shed some light on the conditions of which my kids walk to their school bus stops every day. So we have 4 kids. 2 go to Wilkinson Elementary, 1 to Stockton, and 1 to Conroe High. The road that we live on is not in a subdivision. It is in out in the country. The speed limit on this road is 40 miles per hour, of which many of these cars that go on this road travel much faster than 40 miles per hour. A couple months back, we had a tire that had rolled off a trailer or some other vehicle, ran into our fence, busting the fence post. We had a car that slid off the road and busted a power pole. And this is along the route that the school district is asking my kids to walk along. When asked, so Juan and Tawana from the transportation department have come out to view this walkway that my kids walk on, and they have deemed it suitable. But I ask you, what is suitable? Is suitable walking in 6 inches of water, getting your shoes and pants wet? Is suitable walking along a pathway where cars slide off the road? There is a pathway that is right next to the roadway where cars go speeding by at 40 miles an hour plus. And I ask you, and I will continue to ask, for a bus stop to be placed at my kids' driveway for their safety, as well as the safety of other kids that walk along the same pathway. Thank you.
Erica Lawrence. Erica Lawrence.
Good evening, school board. I think I'm the last one. You've made it to the end. My name is Erica Lawrence, and I live in the Grand Oaks feeder zone with my husband and 4 children. They range from 2nd grade to 10th grade and attend our CISD schools. I am active in their schools as well as in the school district. First off, I would like to thank you for your time and the effort that you put into your jobs as trustees. And I would like to thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I'd like to speak up regarding the books and the reconsideration committee. When discussing adding a trustee to the reconsideration committee, please consider that it will create an intimidating situation between employees on the committee and those who might differ from their opinions. Will it be a fair book review? Our kids deserve the freedom to learn about our history, our diverse stories, and each other. Books help children develop empathy for others by introducing them to places, people, and different cultures. Censorship policies are designed to control and limit the free speech and ideas. Such policies deprive students of the skills, the knowledge, and the confidence to have critical conversations in the classroom and beyond. For students, book banning will lead to a narrow worldview and psychological deficits. Furthermore, these censorship efforts will require thousands of hours from teachers, librarians, and administrators to review the books and implement an additional system of censorship, all at a time when school resources are already stretched thin and while we are still facing teacher and staff shortages. Please do not vote for decisions that perpetuate discrimination and inequity. These actions run counter to the shared value of free speech. They also violate the First Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and Title IX rights of all students and educators, with particular disproportionate impact on people of color and LGBTQ community.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's it? All right. Do we need a break, or are we good? Need a break? Okay. Let's take about a 5-minute recess, please. All right, moving on to item 4, consent agenda. I have not heard from anybody to remove anything from our consent agenda, so do I have a motion?
Motion to move as presented.
A motion, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Motion and a second, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? All right, motion carries. Moving on to item 5A, consider approval of attendance zone for elementary and intermediate schools within the Grand Oaks feeder zone. Dr. Nolan.
All right, we're going to ask Mr. Chris McCord to come forward. Mr. McCord, you could start with a commercial for the bus driver job fair if you'd like.
I believe we have a job fair on the 19th, if I'm not mistaken, on the 19th, and we're looking to hire. And we'll talk to everybody, and we appreciate anyone who's interested. So if they have any questions, they can call me or call Mr. Sam Dava. So I'm here tonight to present to you again on the Grand Oaks feeder elementary and intermediate attendance zones. And we've spoken a number of times throughout the fall with updates on the process. The school will be a 950-student elementary school. There will be 2 floors. It will be located at 4550 Lexington Boulevard, which is in the Grand Oaks feeder system. We are excited about the process of opening up the building, and our committee had a 3-pronged challenge throughout the last 5 months of coming to me being here tonight. And the first one is to develop the original inception of the attendance boundary for Dr. Christopher J. Hines Elementary School, but also looking at the potential boundary changes to Cox and Clark that could be necessitated due to expected growth within the Clark attendance boundary zone as it currently exists. And the third prong would be to potentially provide additional crowding relief to other elementary campuses within the Grand Oaks feeder. So those were our objectives when we set out many months ago, leading us to where we are here tonight. And as we go forward, this is a picture of a computer rendering of the front of the school. It's very similar to Gordon Reed and Hope. The front facade will be a little different once you enter the building. Well, let's look at the outside. Here is a picture looking from the east toward the west. And we've looked at this as it's changed throughout the fall. As a reminder for those that have not seen this, if you go to the left, you'll be going south toward Clark Intermediate. If I was to go right, I would go north and toward Grand Oaks High School and the Grand Parkway. Spoiler alert, Mr. Foster will have a picture on the other side of the school later tonight that shows the west side of the building, and you'll see brick up on the walls on the other side of the building. So the inside of the building, very similar once again to Hope and Annette Gordon Reed. You'll have your stage, your cafeteria, your library, and at the very top middle, the front office, all located proximally to each other there. And it's a great layout, very well received in the campuses we have so far of that design. So there are three things we have listed here as far as the boundary process. And I could read those, but I'll just summarize and say it's challenging. It's a really big deal. And where kids go to school is a big deal. It's something that as a committee and as a district we take seriously. We put a lot of time, effort, and the fidelity into the research and the listening to the constituents to do the best job we can and to be strategic about it, thinking in the short term and the long term. And so it's a big deal, and I'll talk more about the committee momentarily. Zoning goals, we have a number of things that we look at for goals. I guess one that I would draw your attention to is the third from the bottom. And that is primarily to reduce the enrollment at overcrowded campuses. In this particular instance, we're talking about Broadway, Snyder, and Clark. Also, to some degree, the other campuses within the Grand Oaks Elementary feeder. But those are the zoning goals and then also the considerations. And I will tell you that the committee tried to be strategic, chess, not checkers, looking at possible times we will need to add other schools to the area and locations of future schools, and what we could do to the best of our ability, knowing that we are not probably done building schools in Grand Oaks, to develop an attendance boundary that to the extent possible would minimize the number of times in the future that we would need to rezone a child or a family. So as a point of emphasis, we're committed to making sure there's a quality education and good experience at all the schools, regardless of where you want to go. And it is January, and here I am at the bottom, third point. This is the point of the production where I'm supposed to tell you that this committee did a good job, but I'm going to go one step forward and tell you they did just a magnificent job. I just adored and really enjoyed working with this group of people. They cared about kids. We listened to the feedback. They went with me to our community meetings to get input from parents. They put aside any personal feelings they have based on where they lived to do what's right for children. So this was just an all-star group, and if they're here tonight, and some of them are, or if they're watching over the internet, I appreciate them. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for all your time over the last 5 months on your Thursdays. This is a table or a chart that shows you the data, and really it's just numbers. But each time I come up here, I want to emphasize these are real kids and real families. So what we try to do is do what needs to be done, knowing that you're going to have to move some kids to occupy a new school, but to do it in a way that minimizes the number of people that have to be relocated. If you look at it, just the things I would draw your attention to really are Broadway and Snyder. You can see where we are, you can see where we're going, and you can see just the increase in the 829 enrollment column of where we've come in the middle of the year at Broadway and at Snyder. And normally you see the exponential growth in the summertime, but we're seeing linear continuous growth there. Also at Clark, we're seeing growth. And really, it's a section N57, which is a part of Woodson's Reserve, that is just to the east, northeast of where you'll see Hines Elementary. That area in Woodson's Reserve is the area that's going to be developed next within Grand Oaks. If you look here, well, if you go back here, you can look at the numbers. If you could flip Clark and Cox, if I mentioned 2 or 3 times throughout the fall, then it would mitigate the reason that I would even need to be up here. We would need to have this conversation, but it is what it is. So we've also addressed Clark and Cox, and we'll have a recommendation as a committee for you for that later in this presentation. This is where we are now. It's important to know where you're going to know where you are now. If you look at this, each time I emphasize the impressive geographical footprint of Snyder Elementary, realizing that a lot of that is currently undeveloped. It will be developed. It's not developed as I stand here tonight. If you look at Broadway, it is in purple. It is largely developed, if not completely, but largely. If you look up at the top, you'll see Burnham Woods and Brown, which is largely built out, although not quite. You'll see Bradley in that reddish pink and Ford in green. Note that Ford splits between Grand Oaks and Oak Ridge High School feeders. So if you look at that, that is where we are as of today. I include this slide for this reason. When we went out and spoke to groups, when we took in feedback over the internet at our website, and I believe you have those comments, one thing that was a constant thread when we were in person with people, listening to them, or coming in through the internet website, is anything you could do, it's appreciated to try to keep subdivisions, communities together, that proximity to the campuses matter. So working together, we really worked as a group over the 5 months to do the best we could to keep groups together. Having said that, that brings us to where we are here tonight with our recommendation is scenario 7. We had 21 different scenarios we worked through over 5 months on Thursdays to come up with scenario 7 as our recommendation for the original inception of the attendance boundary zone for Hines Elementary. If you look at it, things that stand out, everything in gray south of 99, and Sarah, if you could move the mouse if you can, where 99, it kind of goes from the southwest to northeast, 99, also known as the Grand Parkway. Everything south in gray would come from Snyder Elementary. You see there are 2 sections of gray just north of 99, and you see C57, that is Grand Imperial Marketplace. That will be a YMCA. It will also receive kids from C57. Also, if you look at B57, it's undeveloped, but just because it's undeveloped today doesn't mean it won't be developed in the near future. So those 2 sections just north of 99 that are gray would come from Burnham Woods. Burnham Woods is over capacity. It's around 103%. Moving those 2 sections from Burnham Woods moves no children. No children currently live there. But they would transition to Hines Elementary in the event of when and if students were to move in, giving some proactive preventive relief to Burnham Woods Elementary. So that's there. If you look at Snyder, you'll see Snyder in yellow. Everything in Snyder would be yellow. It'd be a smaller footprint than before with the advent of Hines Elementary. If you look at 57S, you'll see Harmony Central in the Villages at Harmony. 57R located at the southern bottom in dark yellow. Those 2 sections would transition from Broadway to Snyder, and there's a number of kids there listed that would be involved. At the end, you would have Broadway in purple. Ford would remain the same in green. Bradley would be unchanged and unimpacted in the red color. What you get in the end is that Burnham Woods does not have a net immediate change in student population. However, as we said, in the advent, those 2 sections north of 99, when they add kids there, those kids, instead of going to Burnham Woods, would go to Hines Elementary, based on scenario 7 from the committee. Broadway, you can see it gets significant relief. Bradley is unimpacted. Snyder receives significant relief. And Hines would open in around 742 students, giving us a small amount of capacity for future growth, knowing that it's coming soon. In fact, when Easy shows you his picture of Hines Elementary in a few minutes, you'll be able to see a little bit of the area where those homes are going to come from in Woodson's Reserve. So you have 1,094 kids impacted. That was toward the lower middle as far as total number of kids impacted of all the ones that we vetted, all 21. And that is scenario 7 for the elementary level. And transitioning to the intermediate level, this is a look at the current intermediate zones. You can see Clark Intermediate located on the east side in that reddish pink color. I still haven't decided exactly what color that is. We'll call it reddish or pink. But everything generally east of Burnham Woods Drive, except for 57J and 57Y, go to Clark Intermediate. Remember, everything to the left or west in yellow goes to Cox Intermediate. And I've noted before here in the fall, one time, Cox Intermediate took all kids in Grand Oaks feeder. It opened in the year 2008. In 2018, Clark Intermediate opened, and that's when we had the split that you see today. So we had 8 different scenarios that were vetted and considered at the intermediate level from our committee. This is the committee that we presented to you tonight for your consideration, and you can see what would basically do. Burnham Woods Drive would be a little more clear line of division between Clark Intermediate on the right or east or Cox Intermediate on the left or west. And you can see 57J, which is Legends Run, and 57Y would be impacted. They would flip from going to Clark to Cox, where they did go at one time, and you'd have 199 kids roughly that would be involved in that transition. At the advent, if you were to enact this and adopt it, Basically, what we would be doing would be flipping the numbers for Clark and Cox in advance of knowing that the students in Woodson's Reserve in all that area on the east side of Grand Oaks would be coming soon to Clark, but that also we're probably not through with capacity and need for intermediate schools or intermediate seats in the Grand Oaks feeder. So you can see where we would end up there in scenario 1 on the intermediate scale. It is worth noting that as far as mileage, as a percentage, it would be considerably smaller percentage as far as the distance to travel to go to school from 57J and 57Y, Legends Run and Legends Trace, and transitioning from Clark to Cox. Okay, and then looking here, so we've talked about common questions that families have, and so common questions we have right now, I would show that I would have if I was a parent, and these are all on our website, and many more frequently asked questions is, what grades would it be impacted? And it would be kindergarten through 4. That's our plan, kindergarten through 4 at Christopher J. Hines Elementary. And then what about if I have a child finishing the last year of their campus next year? Maybe it's at Snyder, or maybe it's at Broadway or Clark. How would that work? So if your child is traditionally going into the last year at a campus, assuming that we have capacity, which it looks like we probably will, if I'm a parent and I request a transfer, generally, provided I can provide transportation, that will be granted. A corollary to that, if maybe I have a child who's going into 4th grade at Snyder. If I have a child going into 1st grade, a younger sibling, generally speaking, those would also be permitted, provided I can provide transportation. So we're very willing and amenable to work with parents and understand it's a big deal, and we like the transition, but we're committed at all the campuses we talk about to provide a great education. So you may have questions. I just want you to know tonight, before I forget it, because this is the most important thing, the committee and I, we're asking for your approval for scenario 7.0 to be the initial attendance boundary for Dr. Christopher Jude Hines Elementary School, and also for scenario 1 for the rezoning of Clark and Cox Intermediate Schools.
Do we have a motion?
Can I ask a question?
Once we have a motion, a second.
Just
Yeah,
wanted to ask.
absolutely.
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Let's turn over to Ms.
Thank you. I did want to just double check. I know this has been a major task, and I am thankful for the committee and all the work that was done on it, because they really did listen to people and really try to put it into action. I just was curious about those 2 areas on the other side, the J and the Y, 7 and Y, if you want to go back to that. Yeah. There were just those 2 sections. How many of those kids are going to be affected now that they've been moved? Are there any that were moved out of York to Cox still there and then back to York, or are they done because it's only those number of years?
That's a good question. Sarah, could you go to slide 106? I think I can illustrate that better.
Perfect. They may have already graduated and gone on to Grand Oaks. I'm just asking that.
No, it's a good question. And so remember, at one time, everybody went to Cox, and then we split between Cox and Clark. But this shows you the amount of time that they've been at schools. This shows you Legends Run, which is, remember, that is the one just immediately north. This is at the elementary level. This shows you the complete history of where Legends Run has gone, just north there. That's 57J. And you can see they have spent a protracted time at where they have, so their families, a long period of time of families age has allowed these kids to go through. And then, Sarah, can you go to the next slide? It shows Legends 107. That shows the Legends Trace history, and this shows you the history of the one that's a little further to the north, Legends Trace, and this shows you where they've gone in their chronology of schools. So they've had a serious amount of time for groups and ages to go through. But you know, I would say when you have a fantastic community like Grand Oaks, and people are moving there quickly, and we're going to need to build schools, periodically there will need to be changes. We just try to mitigate how often we move a child. We try to keep them together. There's nothing written in stone. 4 or 5 years or more, the best we can. So I hope that helps. I hope the visual helps. So thank you, Sarah. Nicely done. Thank you.
She's pretty good.
Can
She's
you go
good.
back to the, thanks for that. Can you go back to the slide where it shows the elementary school impact after the shift of scenario 7?
This one right here?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So are these numbers of capacity including the portables?
No, ma'am.
No.
No.
So what is the story now with some, I mean, we have a campus with 20 portables
Broadway
right now.
Elementary, yes.
Yeah. So what's the story there? Do they get
Is that,
some
well,
relief?
If you choose to recommend this, what we will do is we will reposition those portables based on where we have anticipated growth and immediate need around the district. And we try to locate them. Marshall Schrader's group does a good job. We'll try to move them as close as we can and try, some are singles and some are doubles. Some of the campuses that we need them at, we can only get a single in. Some we can get a double. But we try to use everything and be fiscally responsible. As of a year ago, and I've not updated, a double portable cost us with the ramps, furniture, technology, turnkey around $231,000. So it's an expensive endeavor, but it is cheaper, as was noted here in the past at our previous board meeting, than building a new building at times. But we try to really move them where we need them. And we try to be strategic in doing that and planning. In fact, we're meeting next week to do so.
If I may, and I don't have the exact numbers, but let's say Broadway, for example, that has 20. When you see a school at 103% capacity, you likely will still have a couple of portables. Typically, once a school hits 90, 95%, you're going to start to see portables because of special programs and just different uses for buildings. So they, at 103%, they will certainly not have 20, but they may still have 2 or 3 at that point.
So what's this, I mean, this is beyond the boundaries of this discussion, but so we need a separate solution.
So part of it is, and to Mr. McCord's point, as we look at construction, neighborhoods age. So as part of that demographic study, if you look at that demographic study, you will see, as you know, new neighborhoods, they peak up and then they eventually work their way down a little bit as the neighborhood ages. And so that's, for us, that's the most economical place to use portables, right? You wouldn't want to overbuild the building and then it starts to age out, starts to decrease, and you have extra room. So that's the perfect use for portables, temporary use. And I think that's what we'll see, you know, in Spring Trails, for example, Broadway, Spring Trails, it's going to be more of an aging neighborhood in the next 5 years.
They say that, but it...
Indeed. And the Woodlands is always the anomaly to
materialize.
that. Like, on our demographic study, the Woodlands always is the opposite of that.
Yeah.
But I say that, but we actually saw that in the west side of the Woodlands. So Colson Tough and Darrichin had this big bump where they had a lot of portables, and then as the neighborhood began to age, it went down, and the number of portables went down. So the other point, though, also is we know long term we're not finished building schools here. So if Spring Trails or Harmony, any of these neighborhoods like continue to grow, and these schools outgrow capacity, that's something that a future committee would have to look at to see, you know, how do you solve for it moving forward. Because not only are they going to grow, they're going to grow really quickly over here too. Like Hines opening at 742, that's great. We'll probably be a year from now, maybe 2, we'll be putting portables there. Like that's just what it's going to do.
And to be even more specific, you know, flying without a net, just off the top of my head, Grand Oaks, Suttron, Anderson, Creighton, Darrichin, all these campuses are going to need portables. We traditionally try to move them from the closest place. There is good news also. We are recouping portables from the current Moorhead Junior High, soon to be Veterans Memorial, Grangerland Intermediate. That the problem is, or the issue is that our growth is outpacing what portables that we're recovering from buildings. Our growth is outpacing what we're building. So it requires us to add more portables. And it's an expensive and complicated process, but Mr. Rice works with us. Mr. Schrader, his team does a great job. And we try not to let you down. Failing to have a classroom on site is not an option. We will make it happen. So.
What's the average lifespan of the portables?
The new ones are probably longer. Marshall, you still here? What would you say? what is the average lifespan of the portable buildings?
We have some that are dated back to 1966. We remodel them, we renovate. It's the same as we do our schools, we renovate our portables on the regular.
But we do, Mr. Schrader, and correct me if I'm wrong, there does reach a point with age that they're no longer portable. Like they're staying where they are at that point, right? Yeah. Can you come up to, if you don't mind, just so that everybody can hear you at home?
What I believe Marshall's going to say is at some point they're transitioned to different uses within the district.
Yes.
We try to be fiscally responsible with all the edifices, buildings we have to use them correctly. Marshall, I feel like you're behind me.
There are some portable buildings that have aged out that are far beyond. The 1966 that I referenced is an office space that will, when we move out of it as a custodial department, it will not move. It will move in a roll-off dumpster, if you will.
Yes.
And there are some portables, but we do renovate. Most of the ones that are in our fleet today that we use as classrooms are typically late 1980 models. The single classrooms, and they've been renovated multiple times over the years.
And when you go through that process, do you test for mold? Because I know that's been a concern in the Broadway portables.
We do, yes, ma'am.
On a related note, 1966 is the year of Marshall's and I's birth. 1966.
I'm not sure how that relates.
Yeah. But I hope that helps to give some background. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
I have a question because you mentioned that Hines within a year would have portables. So since that is a recent build, I don't even think it's complete yet. Do we go into our newly built schools thinking we're going to, is that a surprise that we're having to use a portable?
No, I mean, we know, like with Grand Oaks High School, it's 4 years old now. It has
Correct.
portables. Like you can predict it, which is why we know.
So what are we doing to get away from that?
Future bonds. So that's, you have to build more schools. And so that's the point of the demographic study. And, what we have right now, we have that capacity there. But like I said, within a year or two, probably 2 years before we get to that point where we'll have portables at Hines. But at some point in the near future, 2 years, 3 years, whatever it is, we are going to have more children than we have seats. So the only way to rectify that is you have to build more schools. And so that is the point of the challenge of the bond committee that we'll speak of here in a little bit, that they'll have to make that analysis and a recommendation to you.
It's worth noting.
Yes, absolutely.
And not to make this a symposium on portables, but the issue is that it's becoming very difficult. 6 months out, Marshall, 6 months, 6 or 7 months out, we have to make projected decisions on where we need them and how many we need and can we obtain them. Desk, ramps. Portables are nice. They've really come a long way since I was a 1966 birth. But do know that there's a lot that goes into a portable, and we try to make it a first-class place. My children went to school in a portable, so.
And I think it's also worth noting, just because we had such a great conversation last week, maybe, is those portables come out of general fund. They do not come out of bond funds. So they come out of general fund. So that's money that every penny that we're spending on a portable is not being spent on something else that it could be being spent on. So that's just as the bond committee considers the future, and as you all consider the future as to what you put forward to the voters, the more long range the bond covers, the less likely we are to end up with portables immediately after opening schools. The more that we pull that back and shorten the term, the more likely we are to need portables on the back end. So it's just a constant give and take.
Any other questions? All right, we have a motion and a second. Call the vote. All those in favor show by the uplifted hand. And any opposed by the same sign. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Congratulations to Clark and Cox,
Snyder, Hines,
and all the schools that have been affected. So it's good. Okay. Item B, consider adoption of the 2023-2024 school calendar.
the only item we love talking more about than zoning is calendars.
Yes.
Dr. Upshaw?
No, Dr. Upshaw loves to
We love talking about calendar. We will.
dreams about it. How many scenarios can she come up with?
Good news is we bring you one. Good evening. Good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. We come to you with our recommendation from our district level planning committee for your approval and consideration. So just a reminder of our timeline. Tonight is the night that the district level committee has met together and looked over a numerous amount of calendars to be able to have one for your vote today. One of the things that I did want to mention is a thank you to this district level planning committee. We did something different this year, and based on just feedback from our community, that planning committee looked over 15 calendars in the neighboring school districts. We looked at beginning times, ending times, when people have vacations, their instructional days, so on and so forth. They spent an enormous amount of hours doing their homework to have great discussions. So thank you to them that are tuning in tonight or if they're present in the room. So with that said, this year, some years we have 2 surveys, some years we have 1. This year we decided to have 2. And our second survey had only 3 questions. And so I just wanted to share with you that our second survey this year had almost 9,200 responses.
Nice.
So overall, approximately 20,000 responses in our community of recommendations and just things for us to consider. It's a great response. One of the questions we asked them, because we knew this might be a determining factor with what calendar we brought forward and we needed this data to be able to present to the district level, was when do you prefer winter break? And you can see not much of a difference, very close. Winter break, an early winter break starts at the skill calendar we have currently right now. A late winter break would be around the middle of December, and those were some of the samples we had seen and studied at the district level committee. And then the last question was, out of all the offerings that we offered, our menu of offerings, we had, this is what were our results, and as you can see, they were also close as well. But the ones that were the closest were Draft B and Draft C, not by much. There was at times that Draft B led about over 125 votes. That must have been the closest where we were separated. But those were the top 2 that came to you. So those calendars then went to the district level. And so let's talk a little bit about the difference between Draft B and Draft C, excuse me. So when you look at Draft B, it looks a lot alike the current school calendar, right? The only difference was when we came to have the conversation with you in November, we looked at that November 7th election day, and this was the calendar that we were putting out for a vote that added the November 6th day. The difference between Draft B and Draft C are the following highlighted. You'll notice that when you look at November 7th, there is not a November 6th. You can then see that winter holiday. It's in the middle of that week of December the 20th. And then look in January. That whole first week is off, the 1st through the 5th, and we don't come back to school with students in the classroom till January the 8th. But a big indicator of this calendar is look at when it ends. It ends after Memorial Day. So when we brought these 2 selections back to the committee, because they were neck and neck, we looked at results, for example, about our calendar, and most people like our calendar. That's one of the things we looked at. About 82% say that, they like it or they're indifferent. So pretty much they're pleased with what we currently have. Here's our current calendar. And then another thing that we discussed was that they preferred an earlier start versus a later start. So we started early, meaning August the 9th. You take kind of a deep breath and go, wow, that's early. But they prefer to be early to end before Memorial Day versus starting late, like on August 16th, and then ending after Memorial Day. So based on that, looking at Draft B, what they did to bring forward to you was recommending Draft B.2. So you have a copy in front of you. And the difference between B and B.2. Remember we had that November 6th day off. They recommend for you to consider moving that day to March the 5th because that is the primary election. Right. Yeah. There's a lot of discussion about elections in our schools amongst this committee and safety for our students. And then we also looked at January the 3rd in the original calendar B, January 3rd was a work day. So that means our kiddos wouldn't come to school till the 4th and the 5th, and we know what happens when we only come 2 days to school in a week, right? So it's just something for you to consider. So they took that day, January the 3rd, and they decided to move it to April 19th because the stretch between April and May was long.
Yeah.
So here is our recommendation to you from our committee for you to consider as a board.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt calendar draft B2 for our 2023-2024 Conroe ISD school calendar.
Second.
As presented.
We have a second
Second.
and a motion. Questions, comments?
I only,
Go ahead.
sorry.
No, go ahead.
I just had a comment. I asked around, of course, and I only heard really positive things about this.
Yeah.
There was some questions about why the random Tuesday in March and why the random Tuesday in November, but then explaining what those days really are and how it's important that we have lots of people that come to our campuses to vote, and it's just a good safety precaution, right, to take advantage of those days to make them staff development. But yeah, I do appreciate everything that you and the committee put, all the work and hard efforts to come up with all the numerous scenarios. And not often that I hear everyone pretty much on the same page saying positive things about something, but it happened with this. So thank you.
Yes, absolutely. I was just going to comment that I really appreciated the staff work days, and then the following Monday, the staff is still going to get to experience a 3-day weekend. The kids will get 4, but they will also enjoy that 3. And so spreading them out like that gives everyone a little break, a little respite. And I really appreciated the extra day in April, because you're right. That time is so long, especially for our seniors that are just waiting to get out of school, and you did a really great job. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Upshaw, I got a question for you. On February 16th, which is an inclement weather day,
Yes.
the way it's marked, is that a day that if we don't have a bad weather day, that they would have that day off? Help me, what does that mean?
So it's a staff development day, with the exception of, and I will just let you know that currently in our calendar, we have enough minutes in our calendar that we have built in inclement weather days.
Right.
So this has just kind of been a tradition that it is placed on there. We were to need an additional day, but we've already have that built. So maybe even moving forward, we wouldn't have to indicate it because it's kind of misleading because we already have those minutes in our calendar. But it is a staff development day. Let's say we don't know what might happen with weather,
Sure,
right?
sure.
You know, we've had those years where we have to make up days. It could be an option for us to consider. Dr. Knoll, do you want to add to that?
So typically what will happen is the state requires you to make up at least 2 days or have minutes built into your calendar
And
to
that's
make up
typically
2
what
days.
we have. We
Correct.
have-
So we build in the minutes that way, because that's always a hard decision, right? If we're going to cancel school or not based on the situation, but that decision gets aggravated even further when you start talking about when you're going to make it up. Because everybody likes to get the phone call that school's closed, but nobody wants to get the phone call about making the day up.
Right.
So we build it in. That would just be a day that, if something happened, we had to take 3 or 4 days off, and for whatever reason, the state did not provide us with a waiver. So typically, if we go over 2 days, we can apply to the state for a waiver, and they would approve that, telling us we wouldn't have to make up anything greater than 2. If we had to take, let's say, 3 days off, we applied to the state for a waiver, and the state denied the waiver, we would turn that day into a school day. And this is just kind of warning everybody that would be the day that we would choose.
That's the day.
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. All right. Thank you. Any other questions, thoughts? All right. Very good. I'll call the motion. All those in favor, show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Shaw.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right. August 9th is early, though.
It is early.
It is early.
Just to make a point too, because it's a question, right? This always comes up about band or football. It does not matter when we start school. the start date for band, football, UIL activities is set by the UIL, and it's the same start date regardless of the start date for the school year. So sometimes people worry like, oh, if we start school on the 9th, that means band practice is going to start on whatever day. No, band, football, all UIL activities are set by the UIL calendar. They would start on the same day. They don't care what our first day of school is.
Okay, very good. Okay, item 4C, consider approval of the 2023 Bond Planning Committee.
All right, Ms. Blakelock is going to come forward and talk to us a little bit about the committee that we talked about. I'm going to pass down just so you all have a list of names here. Sarah will share it with everybody as well.
Yes, absolutely. President Hubert, members of the board, Dr. Knoll, it's my pleasure tonight to come to you and share the recommended names for the 2023 Bond Planning Committee. I know that you have participated in many presentations over the past couple of months about the need to examine solutions for growth. At the workshop last week, you saw a meeting schedule, and so tonight we're here to look at the names. I will tell you that we had over 360 submissions on our website, and you all were able to appoint up to 5 individuals each. And so with that, we then went to work to make sure that we had balanced representation across our feeders. We looked to make sure that there was a good spread across the different age groups, that we had business owners. We have 132 residents, which, we really just wanted to make sure we got a big cross-section of our community. And as you heard in previous conversations, this committee is so much bigger than we had before because we are so much bigger than we were before, and so we need to hear from all voices. So I'll just scroll through, and to everyone watching at home, this will be posted online tomorrow. The font is fairly small. But we have 160 names, like I said, representing individuals from across our district who are very interested in helping us in this process. There are asterisks by the board appointees if anybody sees those and wonders what those are.
Do we need to approve this?
Yes, so I'm asking for approval.
All right,
Yes,
so
sir.
motion to approve this bond planning committee as presented with the names and for recommendation as submitted.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Do you have any questions or comments? I too have been looking at this as well and feel like this is a really nice segment of our community. We've got voices from all aspects here. We've even got some high schoolers on here. With,
Yes, 6 students. Which
6
is neat.
students.
We've never had students, so to have 6.
Yeah, so to have students actively involved is very, very encouraging. So, any other thoughts? Okay. Seeing none, all those in favor show by the uplifted hand, and any opposed by the same sign. Any abstentions? Seeing none, motion
Thank
carries.
you.
Thank
We
you.
will be notifying the members via email tomorrow, and our first meeting is on February 2nd.
And we do have a few folks in the room that are on that list, so congratulations to those of you in the room.
If anybody of them would like to stand to be recognized, that are on our new bond committee, anyone? There we go.
Got a few.
Thank you. Thank you.
They do have citizen participation at those meetings.
All right. No, it is a big deal. We appreciate your putting your time in for that. Okay, item 5D was receive information regarding district-wide intruder detection audit report findings.
Mr. McCord.
Mr. McCord.
President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll, I am here tonight to present January's intruder detection audit. We cover this each month. Just as a recap, remember this was a part of the governor's edict in June of 2022, requiring the Texas School Safety Center to conduct unannounced, in-person random audits of Texas public schools. The purpose is to try to find weak points that an intruder could potentially gain entrance into a campus from the perimeter outside, and to improve accountability with school districts and schools of their MEOPs. There are some things to note that are key points that we're required just to remind you of. First off, if the audit makes any findings, school districts must provide and perform corrective actions. Those corrective actions can include, as you see here, a plan of action put in place at the campus, board notification, and a safety and security meeting be held. We are prohibited from disclosing any sensitive safety information regarding the school or the name of the school, the actual audit finding, what happened, or the corrective action taken. We are required to share those results at the next school board meeting in public session, and I am here tonight for that. I'm also here to report our latest results. So just as of tonight, it's important to note 18 campuses have been audited, 6 campuses are to be audited in January, 10 are in February, and 75% will be done by May. So the pace is definitely quickening. We've had 4 campuses so far audited in January, bringing our total of campuses to 18. 3 January audits were found without any finding, bringing our total campuses audited without any finding at all to 17. 1 campus did have 1 finding in January on just 1 phase of the random unannounced audit. As part of this 1 finding within the allowed time window, which proceeds to March 13th, a number of actions will occur, including we've expedited and moved forward the district safety and security meeting, of which some of you are on. We've moved it forward to February 1st. A training plan has been developed for the campus to train all campus staff and substitutes on all aspects of safety, including the perimeter doors. The campus will conduct the required training on our February 17th already scheduled in-service day. Additional trainings will occur for anyone absent on that date, including substitutes that would potentially go to that campus when they report. The proposed plan will be reviewed for approval on our February 1st safety and security meeting as far as for the campus. I want you to know also that operations is working collaboratively with communications. We're making a CISD branded, working with communications safety video. We shot the footage on February covering all aspects of safety and perimeter doors and access. We shot that video on on Friday, and it's already put together. It looks fantastic. And I hypothesize we'll probably premiere that video at the safety and security meeting on February 1st. And then lastly, information will be submitted by me to the Texas School Safety Committee, documenting all the actions listed above prior to the March 13th deadline. That's the information I have for you in public session today. I wanted to let you know.
Any questions?
Do we have a time for the meeting yet?
I believe it's at 4 p.m. Central.
Okay, that's
on
fine.
February
That's close
1st.
enough. Thank you.
And I believe it's in the boardroom, is it not? Right here, 4 p.m. February 1st. First day of February.
Can you remind me, is part of the actions that are triggered by a finding is a re-audit, a follow-up audit on the campus, or?
They've expressed their main thing is to cover 75% of the schools.
Yeah.
They've been clear that they could come back and spiral back to any Texas public school again. So they could go to any of our campuses, all 18 again. And we're operating as if they will. And it's not really about the audit, it's about keeping the campuses safe. And the campuses, they're little cities, and for some, they're big cities. And it's a full-time job, and we're obsessive about it. And so we strive to never have anything happen. And so the campuses have gone above and beyond. So that's where we are today, 18. But I expect somewhere around 49 or 50 campuses will be audited by around May 1st if they follow through with what they say they're going to do. So.
But beyond what is happening here, we also, as a district, perform our own campus safety audit.
We do, and it's very comprehensive. And all districts, including us, are required to do a comprehensive safety audit every 3 years. We also do weekly door audits on campus and above and beyond also. There are lots of audits, so yes.
I love audits.
I was looking right at you.
Speaking your language.
Thank you.
I hope that helps. Thanks.
All right.
Thank
All right.
you.
Thank you for that. And also, I know I've seen several of our principals in here as well. Thank you for taking it serious and making sure, and Captain Blakelock for your team as well, for making sure our students are safe and doing what we have to, going above and beyond. It's very commendable. We appreciate that.
You keep trying to take that.
I know.
You need to audit him. Office. Okay. Moving on to item 6, planning and construction A. Consider adoption of educational specifications as required by Texas Education Code 7.061 and 46.008.
All right, Mr. Foster.
Mr. Foster.
Well, good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Null. It's my pleasure To bring forward an item tonight, which is to ask for your adoption of an educational specification. And buried within that educational specification are two other things we're requiring you adopt, or we're requesting you adopt. And since the early 90s, the state of Texas has legislated facility standards for school districts, and the most recent update to those standards requires more direct board approvals of several things that we do regarding facilities. The district, we, Conroe ISD, have been working on the necessary processes and documents that are required by that most recent update. So we're asking the board tonight to formally adopt 3 items. One is the educational specification developed by Conroe ISD with the help of Stantec, the designer we hired to help us guide us through that process. So the educational specification is a document that helps guide us as we develop our facilities to help the facilities facilitate, to duplicate word, the educational delivery that Conroe ISD desires. Within that educational specification, there are 2 items. One is the quantitative method for facility capacity, for functional student capacity in that campus. And the second is a level 2 level of flexibility as defined by the new facility standard. And we're asking you to adopt those 3 things: the education specification, the quantitative method for calculating student functional capacity, and the level 2 flexibility as is defined by that adoption. We've discussed those at length in the December workshop, offered some time for questions in the January workshop, and this time we're requesting your adoption of these items.
Mr. President, so moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I'd just like to say thank you for being flexible and allowing us a little bit more time. It was a lot of content. It was a very thorough job y'all all did, so thanks for taking that very seriously. Yeah, just appreciate being flexible there. Thank you.
We know it stressed you more.
Yeah.
Flexible is not generally in my demeanor, so I appreciate the compliment. Thank you.
Look at you growing, Mr. Foster. Look at you.
Right in front of us.
You're disclosing too much about yourself.
Now we know he's flexible.
Well, I heard from the crowd, he's growing. So, thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All right, call the vote. All those in favor show by the uplifted hand. And any by the same sign. Against by the same sign. All right, motion carries. Thank you very much. All right. Consider assignment of architect for pre-construction and design service for multiple projects and delegate authority to the superintendent to negotiate and execute owner-architect agreements.
Well, again, I'd like to take this opportunity to ask for your assignment, designers, to some upcoming projects to help us deal with the capacity issues we have throughout the district, help us facilitate where portables can go or where they need to go, relieve some that have them, and things of that nature. So with the bond planning committee just recently being approved as well, this is going to help us facilitate educated discussions within those meetings moving forward. We've got 3 pretty major projects that we're anticipating coming out of the bond planning committee that we need to get a head start on to facilitate them opening in a manner that is beneficial to the student growth that we're experiencing. 3 projects are a new high school in the Conroe area, a new elementary intermediate prototype, which is most likely going to be repeated over several times throughout the next several years, and then a new 7th, 8th, 9th grade campus that could serve the Grand Oaks feeder zone if it were to make its way through the bond planning committee. We're looking to assign the designers that come out of the pool that was approved at the December board meeting. So the designers we're looking to assign to the new high school is PBK Architects. The designer for the new elementary intermediate prototype would be IBI Group. And the designer for the new 7th, 8th, 9th grade campus would be the DLR Group. At this point, we're requesting your approval of these assignments. And then,
So moved, Mr. President.
Question?
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments? All right, seeing none. All those in favor show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Foster. All right, and now receive capital improvement updates.
All right, and thanks so much. I'm going to give you or take this opportunity to bring you up to speed for where we're at for our current capital improvements moving on throughout the district. So I'm going to start with our safety and security project for 23-24. So this, for the campuses that are not receiving a major renovation of any type, this particular grouping of campuses completes the district-wide effort. So this was approved at the December board meeting, and we're moving this forward on schedule currently. The work is beginning, procuring items, looking at long lead electrical items, which are still part of the supply chain that we're working through. The crews are on site working their way through the campus, pulling the wires and doing the things above the ceiling that are required to upgrade those systems for access control, cameras, fire alarm systems, things of that nature, as we're moving through, so we can be ready when the materials do arrive to install them. As you can see, there's a large grouping of campuses. This was 2 years worth of schools that are contracted all at once because of the bond sales that Mr. Rice was able to facilitate for us. So we'll be working through these campuses essentially through the next 2 years. The project is currently on schedule, and we will be completing all of these projects by the end of the calendar year 2024. Now, looking at new Moorhead Junior High School, so this junior high school is scheduled to open in August of 2023. Happy to report it is on schedule. You can see from our overhead picture, it's looking more complete. The root zone for the athletic fields is going in currently. That's why that previously orange dirt looks white, because it's becoming more enriched for the natural turf grass that goes on that field. The things around the site are developing as well. On the inside, you're seeing the life of the campus come together. This is the inside of the library. Clearly, they're putting down the carpet and getting ready for the finishes to come in that building. On the classroom corridors, hallways, you can see light fixtures, ceiling grid, the colors, the spirit of the campus is really beginning to show as we move through that project. And like I said, the project is on schedule, and it'll be open for students when they come back from the summer break in August. East County Transportation, this is on that same site, but you can see here from our overhead picture, the underground utilities are what's underway currently. So it's hard to see what's going on. It's a relatively large parking area for the bus fleet in East County. But the underground work is underway. We'll be on this site working on this for approximately 12 months. So we look to complete this for our functional use in December 2023. So it'll be a mid-year transition for our transportation department. But I know they will be excited to be able to bring their East County bus fleet all home to one location. At North Transportation, this is also a year-long process. We've started, we're working within the city trying to get this is a very compact, very full central facility for our transportation fleet. So we've spent the Christmas break and a lot of the time between then and now getting the temporary facilities set up, get them moved out of their former office locations so we can use that structure to expand their mechanic shops and other bus operations. And we're working through the process of getting the new administrative building or operations building set up on that site as well. The project overall is on schedule and will be there through December of 2023 as well. At Conroe High School, this is our major renovation of the Conroe High School campus. As you can see on the left side of the screen, the final track surfaces being installed around the athletic fields. In the kind of center left is the new athletic gyms, locker rooms, and other things that will facilitate the physical education on that campus. That project is moving along well. We've been working through some procurement hurdles with some other supply chain issues with our major utility provider for the site. But looks like we are going to pull off the spring turnover of that building in some form or fashion. While we're moving through that, on the far right end of the site where the white roofs are around the current Fine Arts building, that's the new CTE programs for the building. We'll be transitioning the programs into that building during the spring semester as well, all so that we can facilitate the removal of the two buildings kind of in the foreground, middle foreground of the picture, which are reached the end of their service life, which are scheduled for demolition this summer. All those things seem to be falling into place for us so that the summer demolition can still take place. And overall, the project with that in mind is on schedule and will be there through the end of the calendar year 2025. At Oak Ridge High School, this is our overhaul of the Oak Ridge High School campus, the mechanical systems, things of that nature in that campus, as well as our South County CTE facility. So you've seen the kind of the overhead pictures of the front office here. The campus is currently in the transition from their original front office to the new front office location. They've chosen to make that over time this month of January. So they're making a smooth transition with their student and their staff in that building. In the back part of this picture, you see the scaffold and the structure for the CTE portion of that building that's under construction. All of this together will be completed for August when the students return from the summer break. On the inside, this is looking towards the new admin building, and if you're familiar with the Oak Ridge High School campus, this is a major departure from what it used to look like. And we're going to continue this kind of transformation through a new Main Street over the course of the summer break as we overhaul the main portions of that building. Like I said, this project is on schedule, and we'll be there and turn it over for our students when they return from the summer break in August. At Hines Elementary School, so this is in the, well, there was a woo. This is in the Woodson's Reserve, the new eastern portion of their development there. And like Mr. McCord said, I'm showing you a westward view of the building. The finished materials are working their way around towards the front door, but I just want to kind of give you a look at the neighborhood developing to the east of our campus. Homes are under construction in that eastern subdivision now, so the population that will populate this Hines Elementary School after the zoning approval tonight is underway. So those sales are beginning as we had anticipated. The good news is our school is also being completed as we anticipated. It is currently on schedule and will open for students when they return from the summer break in August.
All right.
At our new maintenance and child nutrition facility, this is a facility built to bring all of our maintenance and child nutrition under one roof. As you heard Mr. Schrader mention, some of his staff is in many years old portable buildings. We're consolidating his staff into one location here and combining them with their kind of a symbiotic relationship with child nutrition. Overhead, the buildings are coming together nicely. They're in a largely dry state. Drywall and other things will be taking place over the next several weeks inside that building. In the main building, the offices, the warehouses are coming together as well. You can see the work in the detention pond in the front foreground of the picture to get those facilities up and ready for us. The project is overall on schedule. We will occupy it late in the spring semester, start of the summer, so that we can facilitate moving into this building and moving out of the classic jet building where child nutrition is currently the last remaining department in that building. At Caney Creek High School, this is our upgrades to facilitate Caney Creek having a 6A student population. So this is the front entry that they began using during after the Thanksgiving break. So it is more and more details get finished up every day, so it's making it easier and easier for the students and parents and faculty and staff to recognize where the front door at Caney Creek High School is. As we move around that building, you can see the athletics, PE, physical education additions that are going on the other end of the building. The structure is going up on the left, obviously. Foundation's going in on the right, as you can see from the blue area, which is another building slab being added to that campus. Overall, this project is on schedule, and we will have it all complete for students when they return from the summer break in August of 2023. At Collins Intermediate, so our overhead picture here shows the completed gym structure around that building. That's that nice bright white roof in the bottom of the picture. On the inside, we promised they'd be playing basketball when they return from the winter break, and they are having PE classes in that space as we speak. So you can see the finishes turned out nice on the inside of that. We will be on that campus through the summer as we're making our way through the campus for some life cycle improvements to the air conditioning systems, things of that nature. So the project overall is on schedule. This milestone was met, and we'll complete the project in August when the students return from summer break. Now moving on to Campus Renovations 2023. This is a project that was approved last month at our December board meeting. We've got major work scheduled for Giesinger Elementary. We're currently in the procurement processes of gathering all the long lead items, the equipment, things of that nature that'll help us facilitate the work that we're going to do over the coming summer. We will make sure we have all the parts and pieces in hand so that when we begin our work, when the students leave for the summer break, we will be able to put it back and have it functional for them when they return in August. But we are doing the planning processes and ordering now so that we'll ensure as we update through over the course of the semester, we're ready to go when the final bell rings at the end of May. We're also rebranding the current Moorhead Junior High School into Veterans Memorial Intermediate. So when we open the new Moorhead building, we're doing some swapping, and that'll actually free up and create some intermediate seats in that feeder zone. We're rebranding, as I said, but we're also adding to the driveway to expand the queuing space for that campus to help get some cars off of FM 1485 and help the traffic that's building in that area as the area develops. So that project is also in the procurement and planning stages. We'll begin that work in earnest. The work is not a lot of long lead equipment inside the building, but most of the things we can't do until the students leave, so we'll be executing most of that work after the students finish their last day in May. But overall, the project appears to be on schedule. And again, these items will be available for our use when the students return from the summer break in August. And that's our update.
A few things going on.
Yeah, real quick. So I got the opportunity to visit Conroe High School and also Oak Ridge High School, and the improvements and investment that the community decided to make in these schools. I mean, this is dramatically going to change the experience for our students and our staff on these campuses, and these are not easy tasks, and so really extend gratitude for making sure that these things are executed in a way that the community wanted and the community decided to make an investment in. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Also, I was not sure you were going to make the Caney Creek entrance, but you pulled it off. So also kudos to you for that.
Well, I mean, and kudos don't belong to me. I sit behind a desk and mash buttons all day. And I try to look pretty, but that's difficult. But the team behind me, so we do. I have a small but effective team in my department, and they do a great job trying to keep up with not just the construction, but managing a live campus. So the principal has a different set of problems every day, just like we do in construction, and the students need to be in class. So a large part of our effort is to make sure students are in class and are safe. But it's not me. All I can do is holler, scream, yell, and not be flexible. But the team behind me is doing it. And then we've got a team of designers and contractors to help us facilitate that work as well. So we couldn't ask for better professionals to work with, and we appreciate and I'll absolutely pass on the
Please
thank
do.
yous.
Please do.
Very good.
Construction and time limits are never two things that go together, but it seems like you're hitting the targets and making it the best situation for our kids too, so we appreciate that.
No problem. And that's one of the unique things about not just construction in K-12 education, because we can't miss the start of school, particularly when we're at 103% capacity. There's nowhere for these kids to go for a plan B. So plan A is the only method for success, and we pick our teams based on who's committed to plan A.
And I think we owe just a bit of gratitude to our community partners that work with us. So Mr. Foster sort of alluded to a situation that hasn't gone off the rails, right? I don't want to give kudos and then have
Correct.
fun. We're okay still, right?
It has not yet gone off the rails.
Okay, good. I want to put public
uh,
pressure on it then to make sure it doesn't. We were having an issue at Conroe High School with that transition for the spring of needing a transformer that we had ordered 10 months ago. And everyone is dealing with supply chain issues. Entergy is not immune to those supply chain issues, but we reached a point where we were at we were going to have to make a choice to either not make our timelines or spend additional taxpayer dollars to re-engineer a temporary solution to get power to that building so that Mr. Foster could continue work. We were able to call and work with Entergy, and they have gone out of their way now to source a transformer from outside of our area, to borrow it from another job, to make sure that we stay on time. And so it takes all of that working together. So it's our people, but it's also having people within our community that see the value in what we do and the positive relationship that we have with them, that we can make that phone call and get those wheels turning. And so we know they're going to make it happen now, right?
Absolutely. I mean, and that's not a favor we would call upon lightly by any means. We had to analyze our systems and make sure, and we were quite literally at a point where if X didn't happen, then Y must happen. But the school year for next August could have been in jeopardy, but Dr. Null was kind enough to make the right phone call for us, and with good reason ask for a favor, and then we can't ask for a better partner than Entergy. They've been here many times over the years, telling us what good partners we are, and we're happy that we've cultivated that relationship over decades. I mean, so it's going to help a great deal.
That's good stuff.
Nice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. All right, moving on to item 7A. This is business and purchasing. Consider award of CSP 22-11-06 internal connections Campus Refresh E-rate, Mr. Rick Reeves. I told you we'd get to you.
You did. Good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. Tonight we're requesting that the board considers approval of CSP number 22-11-06, the internal connections or campus refresh for E-rate, to DataVox Incorporated for an estimated expenditure of $5.1 million. To give you a little background, the Federal Communications Commission's E-rate program makes telecommunications and information services more affordable for schools and libraries. With funding from the Universal Service Fund, E-rate provides discounts for telecommunications, internet access, and internal connections to eligible schools and libraries who may receive discounts on telecommunications services, and internet access, as well as internal connections, managed internal broadband services, and basic maintenance of internal connections. Discounts range from 20 to 90% and are based on the poverty level of the schools. The recipients must pay some portion of the service costs. An eligible district identifies goods or services it needs and submits a request for competitive bids to the Universal Service Administrative Company, also known as USAC. USAC posts these requests on its website for vendors to bid on. After reviewing the vendor's bids, a district selects the most cost-effective eligible products and services using price as a primary factor. It then applies to USAC for approval for the desired purchases. Notifications of proposal pertaining to the purchase of internal connections for the 9-campus technology refresh project and additional equipment were distributed to potential service providers by filing the Form 70 through USAC through their e-file system. The proposal was advertised also at the CISD purchasing website and 2 times in the Courier. Under the CSP, internal connections for the campus will consist of any combinations of the following items: wireless access points, routers, switches, racks for routers and switches, phones, uninterrupted power supply, and any cabling and cabling components related to the installation and operation of these devices. From the pricing that we received back, we're looking at approximately 1,378 wireless access points and 212 network switches. Pricing for this project shall be effective upon board award through September 30th, 2024, plus the renewals, and shall include all costs to complete services required. Under E-rate guidelines for E-rate eligible items, work may begin April 1st, 2023. These proposals were evaluated by members of the Technology Department and reviewed by the Purchasing Department. Best value offers are recommended for board approval and noted on the attached summary sheet. Funding will be provided in the Capital Projects Fund, and at this time we request your approval.
Okay, do we have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Questions, comments? All right, seeing none, all those in favor show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign?
Good job, sir.
Was that, real quick, I want to make sure that was an approval? No, I was talking to Melissa. Is that I couldn't tell.
Actually, I have a question. We moved to that
We can
real
go,
quickly.
we can come back, that's fine.
Yeah, so those are federal funds that are
Correct.
given to our district, the $5 million?
Correct. Well, we get a percentage of it. We're spending, the total amount of this is $5 million, so we'll get the reimbursements next year. So for last year, we spent approximately $3.8 million. We get back about 1.5 over the last few years. We're averaging getting back.
That's it? Okay. Because we had more information, I'd like to call that vote one more time. So all those in favor show by the uplifted hand. And any opposed by the same sign? All right, and then any abstentions? All right, motion carries. Thank you. Item 8A, which is Business and Finance. Consider approval of the 2021-2022 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report.
Good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. It is my pleasure to recommend that the board approve the 2021-2022 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, or ACFR. The Audit Committee received an extensive presentation of the financial statements from our independent auditors and voted unanimously to recommend the financial statements to the full board for approval tonight. Sarah Roberts, partner with the district's independent auditors, Weaver, is here this evening with a presentation of the financial statements and can answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Right. My name is Sarah Roberts. I'm the district's Weaver audit partner for the external financial statement audit. Here tonight to talk about that audit. As Darren mentioned, I did give a presentation to the audit committee last Wednesday morning. So for those of you that are on the audit committee, this is going to be a lot of repeat. but somewhat condensed. Happy to answer any questions at any time. So first I'll talk about a little bit about the type of audit that we perform and the applicable standards, as well as the audit results. And then I'll go into a high-level overview of the district's general fund financial statements and a few additional items. So first off, on the audit standards, the type of audit that we conducted for the district is what's known as a single audit. This is a type of audit that's applicable to any governmental entity that exceeds a certain threshold of federal expenditures. There are two components to a single audit. The first is an audit of the financial statements, and the second is an audit of federal award compliance. The audit of the financial statements is performed in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards, as well as the standards applicable to governments contained in generally accepted government auditing standards, also known as Yellow Book standards. We issue two reports on the conclusion of our financial statement audit. The first is our opinion on the financial statements, and the second is our Yellow Book report on internal control and compliance specific to the financial statements. For the second component, which is the audit of federal awards, the standards applicable there are the uniform guidance standards contained in the uniform administrative requirements, cost principles, and audit requirements for federal awards. We issue one report upon conclusion of that component of the audit, and that is our uniform guidance report on compliance for each major program and internal control over compliance. So we issued those reports. We wrapped up our audit. We issued our reports last week. And here's the type of reports that we issued for the financial statements. First, on our opinion on the financial statements, we issued an unmodified opinion, which is a clean opinion and the highest level of assurance that we can provide that the financial statements are free from material misstatement. In our report on internal control over financial reporting and compliance, we would be required to report certain matters that we found, such as material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in internal control or material noncompliance. We did not identify any of those types of items, so our report on compliance, report on internal control over financial reporting and compliance also was a clean report with no reportable findings. Third report, specific to federal awards, again, we issued an unmodified or clean opinion on compliance and no reportable findings, such as control matters or compliance findings specifically related to federal award compliance. Moving on to the financial statements, if you've had a chance to look at the district's financial report, you may have noticed it's very long. There's a lot of financial statements, a lot of schedules, a lot of information in that report. For tonight, I'm just going to focus on the general fund financial statements. The general fund is the main operating fund of the district. So what you see here is a screenshot from the general fund balance sheet on the right and some comparative information on the left. I've highlighted a few items in yellow at the bottom. Those are the fund balance totals. And in blue in a couple of places, those items relate to a new accounting standard that was adopted this year, which I want to point out to you now because that's where you see it, but I'll touch on that a little bit more later. Unassigned fund balance as a percent of total both years has been consistent, hovering at about 95%. Moving on to the general fund statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance, which is like the income statement. Again, comparative information. Total expenditures were nearly $600 million for this last fiscal year, an increase of about $40 million from the previous year, mostly attributable to payroll growth. Unassigned fund balance as a percent of expenditures hovered around 30% each year. And what that means is that if the district was to, for some reason, cease collecting money, no more collections, no more funding, you could sustain your operations at the current level for about 4 months. So that's a focus on the general fund financial statements. Like I mentioned, the document is long. There's a lot of financial statements. The fund financial statements are focused on compliance, fiscal accountability. As a government entity, that's the focus of those financial statements. If you're interested in a broader focus, you can see the government-wide financial statements on the first few pages of the financial report, which are prepared one time at the end of the year. There's no budget to actuals presented for the government-wide statements like there are for the general fund. which you could see I don't have a slide for, but you could see that budget actual on page 60. Any questions before moving on?
Did you say that the increase for the $50 million since last year was typically payroll?
Mostly payroll.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay. A couple more items. Accounting standards require certain elements of estimates in financial statements. A few of those items included in the fund financial statements include incurred but not reported claims, state funding revenues, which are subject to change, as well as the allowance for uncollectible property taxes, and I'll show you where that is. About the fourth item down, allowance for uncollectible property taxes of about $1.5 million. For context, the district levies about $500 million in property taxes each year. The allowance for uncollectible account is an estimation of that levy, of which about 99% is collected during the fiscal year. What remaining balance as of the end of the fiscal year may not be collected. That number is an estimate. It's the old balances that haven't been collected from 2014 and prior. So just wanted to touch on that. That is an estimate required by accounting standards in the United States. Last couple of items, I want to point out to you that the district participates in 2 voluntary programs pertaining to additional oversight and review of the financial statements. Those are the GFOA and ASBO, commonly known as programs. GFOA is the Government Finance Officers Association, and ASBO is Association of School Business Officials. These are voluntary programs, like I said, that the district participates in. The process for that is a submission of an application and the annual financial report to these independent bodies for extra review, and then scrutiny and comments received and feedback received. The district did receive awards for excellence in financial reporting from both of these entities for last year, and I expect will as well in 2022. Lastly, I did mention there was a new accounting standard for fiscal year 22 is a lease standard, which requires the governments in general to recognize receivables and payables related to leases, all leases. So if you're familiar with private sector accounting, these are capital leases and operating leases. All of it goes on the books now. Scoped out of that standard is software-related intangible assets, so leases of software were specifically excluded, but will be included next year with a new accounting standard. So we'll see a little bit more of a change next year. That's GASB 96.
What standard is that?
GASB 96 next year.
As opposed to ASC 842?
Right, so ASC 842 is analogous to GASB 87 for the leases, and then the software-based intangible assets are GASB 96.
Got it.
Okay. Any questions?
All right.
Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Well, can we get a motion
Oh,
to
sorry.
accept the report first and then
Yeah.
open up for questions?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Are you doing?
No,
We're
go
going to
ahead.
ask for a motion first and then
Yeah,
conversation.
before comment. Were you doing the motion?
Yeah, sure. Motion to accept the 2021-2022 annual comprehensive financial report.
Second.
A motion and a second. We're going to have open for questions.
Mr. Williams, do you want to go?
No, I'll
Okay.
defer.
Ms. Roberts, can you speak a little bit about the level of cooperation you got from the district when performing this audit?
Yeah, absolutely. And before getting into that specifically, just for background about Weaver as a firm, we work with over 300 governmental entities a year. We complete financial statement audits for over 200 governmental entities a year. So that includes school districts of all shapes and sizes. We work with all 5 of the largest 5, and then, everywhere in between, down to some of the smallest. And so the experience that we have with different school districts really varies. And a lot of times you think like the largest are going to be the most sophisticated and the smallest are going to be the least. That's not always the case. But I will tell you with Conroe ISD, you guys really have the benefit of top-level professionals in the field of accounting and financial reporting, and a low turnover from our perspective. Having the same people in the same positions, or in the same department, your people really know what they're doing, for lack of a better term. And so, your question about the level of cooperation, I mean, I would just say, kind of bar none, above and beyond. Our requests, our questions are anticipated for the most part, and then fully responded to when we do have questions. So, very much appreciated.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts, and thank you for the lengthy review also in the audit committee, which is available to anyone in the spirit of transparency, available to anyone to see on the district's YouTube channel if they want to pass their weekend watching some thrilling audit committee activity.
They can join at 7:30 too.
Or at 7:30, yes. If Mr. Rice, just one additional question, if y'all don't mind. Where can people see this?
It will be on the district's transparency website.
Thank you.
I didn't have a question. I just wanted to thank the audit committee. I know how much work you guys put forth in that. I used to serve on that committee, so those 7:30 meetings, I loved them.
That's AM.
And phenomenal job on behalf of Mr. Rice and the team. You guys always pull through and make us look exceptionally well when it comes to transparency in the audit process. And thank you, Weaver, as always. You guys do a phenomenal job in being thorough and making sure that you point out any weaknesses in processes or whatever needs to be to help us continue to get better in that regard. So thank you, all the team that was involved in that.
Thank you, Mr. Williams, and special thanks to Karen Garza. She leads the team of accountants that we have, and they do a wonderful job for us. The rest of the team's not here this evening, but Janice Sauer, Cindy Westrup, Rachel Batella, and Mandy Dackwell do a wonderful job for this district, and just appreciate everything they do for us. So thank you for your comments.
Thank you. I also want to point out that finance committee that we've referenced a couple of times is made up of Melissa, Stacy, and Teresa, and Stacy was just nominated unanimously to be our committee chair. So thank you for that, and thank you for showing up and asking those diligent questions and making sure that we had a recommendation for this as well. So it's good stuff. All right, call the vote. All those in favor show by the uplifted hand, and any opposed by the same sign. Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, item B, consider approval of resolution declaring intention to reimburse project expenditures. Mr. Rice.
Yes, tonight we're asking the board to approve a resolution authorizing the district to reimburse itself for costs associated with the construction, rehabilitation, renovation, expansion, improvement, and equipment of school buildings in the district, to purchase necessary sites for school buildings in the district, and the purchase of new school buses. Section 103 of the Internal Revenue Code allows school districts to reimburse the general fund from future bond referendum proceeds for costs associated with the construction, rehabilitation, renovation, expansion, improvement, and equipment of school buildings, the purchase of necessary sites for school buildings, and the purchase of new school buses. To make such a reimbursement, districts must declare their intention to make such reimbursements prior to calling a bond election. To prepare for the district's rapid anticipated student growth, the district has been acquiring school sites for new school buildings and has begun the design phase for several new schools. As a process to build a new school is a multi-year process. A future bond referendum would include such items. However, due to the difficulty in locating appropriate school sites and the time it takes to design a school to be built, the district cannot wait to make such purchases with funds that may come from a bond referendum. The district will not spend more than $30 million of general revenue funds for these purchases. Should a bond pass in the future, this resolution will give the option to the board to repay the general fund for these purchases from bond proceeds. At this time, I recommend your approval of the resolution.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
Have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, motion second. Any questions or comments?
I do have one comment.
Yes,
I want
ma'am.
to point out that just so everyone's clear, that this was a fairly new process that the district took on, pulling money from the general fund to fund these land.
Yeah, this just began in the last this summer. We
Mm-hmm.
started acquiring the land. Yes.
Right, but that this $30 million was spent on land
Yes, ma'am.
acquisition
Yes,
in
ma'am.
the last 3 years.
Just in the last few
No,
months.
last few months.
Few months.
Just the last few months.
Yeah.
Just since the beginning of summer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot of it had to do with an escalation in costs that were.
And the availability of,
Of land.
school sites,
Yeah.
suitable school sites.
Right,
you know,
but my
to-
point is that the district hasn't done that in previous years prior to.
Correct. Previously,
Yes,
it
ma'am.
was all purchased with bond money.
That's
Yeah.
correct.
And we discussed this in the workshop, but there's nothing included in this 30 million that we could not walk back. Like, there's nothing we're pushing or authorizing that could not be delayed if for some reason a bond
We're
didn't
given,
pass.
it's the option of the board
Exactly.
to determine if they want to reimburse them.
Yeah, but to your, to answer your
Yeah.
question, yes, everything that has been committed or has been worked for are assets that the district will use.
Oh,
Even if we
Yeah.
go to a bond in November and it's not successful, they
Yes.
will still be items that would be used, be it land or designed for future schools that will be built eventually, certainly. So there is nothing, there's no, we do not stand to lose
Yeah.
anything in any of that money, correct?
Sorry.
That's what I was looking for. Thank you.
Yes.
All right, any other questions? Okay, very good. I'll call the vote. All those in favor show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? And motion carries unanimous. Mr.
Good
Rice.
job, Mr. Frank.
All right. Item 9A, consider trustee request to be a standing member on a book reconsideration committee.
Point of order.
Yes.
Are you, okay. I think that what this agenda item is a disguised change in board policy. I.e., how reconsideration committee members are determined, and this agenda item does not state that we are changing the policy EFB local. Therefore, the citizens of CISD haven't had the proper notification of a change in policy or any opportunity to comment on it. Further, it appears that it is attempting to add a change in who is eligible to be on a committee without the ability for the CISD citizens to consider or have any input.
Okay, translate that for me.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, just, yeah.
Okay, so the item on the agenda is that we are considering the trustees' request to be on a standing member on all book reconsideration committees, and it doesn't comply with, and you're asking for us to comply with your, let me read it. The trustee request to be standing member on all book reconsideration committees doesn't comply with what you're asking us to do here. You're asking to make a change in our policy of who can be on it, and therefore the citizens aren't getting input on it.
There is nothing on the agenda that we need to make a change to the policy, so I don't think there's a motion to do that.
I don't even know what we're doing here.
Well, the item is to consider trustee request to be, my understanding is a trustee has requested to be on the book reconsideration committee. We are considering that. We're not making a change in a policy.
Yeah.
Is there a
How
policy
about
that we're
this?
changing?
Let's get rid of all the confusion and can you explain, whoever the trustee is, what are we asking? What is being asked?
I think what's being asked is that a board member, I think we're being asked to approve a board member sitting on a book reconsideration committee, and that's not a vote that we as a board, based on our policy, we would be in violation of our policy to vote for approval of that. It's not required. So if we don't change the policy, can't take a vote.
And the term considering is implying that you all, us as a board, need to consider this issue. And that is not actually the cause here, or the request here. The policy doesn't state this, and if we're wanting to consider something or possibly vote on something, then it needs to be stated that way in our policy that our policy just simply doesn't state that we have, or anyone has, who has the authority to approve, consider, or not consider.
It's still very I'm still thoroughly confused. So what do you want to do here? What do you want to do?
As a board, we're not required to vote to approve this. So we would violate the policy as it exists if we take a vote.
I don't think anyone's calling for
Let me
vote.
break it down this way.
I think Dr. Knoll, so the policy as it's stated does not explicitly state that a board member should be on the book reconsideration committee. We do not state that, and I think that is by intent. So I think, and maybe I don't put words in your mouth, but I think the idea of this is there was a request to do this, so Dr. Knoll brought it
With the
to us to
district,
discuss.
and it's not Dr. Knoll, it's not a personal thing. This is the district seeking advice for understanding of the policy, because the policy does not state that a board member should be present on
The policy states
if I
other
could,
people.
If I could finish.
Actually, Dr. Knoll, you're not, Skeeter is our president, and he didn't ask you to speak at this time.
Well, we actually did. I
Yes,
think
I think
Stacy
I was
turned-
asked.
Stacy
I was
turned
absolutely
and
asked.
asked him to say something.
Yes.
But
So, but it also doesn't include anything in there about having any standing members. It just says there would be a variety of people. All we're looking for is your direction. It makes, as a staff, we do not care what direction that you all take.
He didn't
We're
take
just
my
looking
point
for
of order.
direction.
Well, I'm trying to understand the point of order, because I think what this is to consider trustee, has a trustee requested to be on the book reconsideration committee? And the answer is yes. So, as a board,
We don't
why-
have to approve that.
I'm not
No, we
asking
have to
for your
give them
approval.
nothing to ask
I think what we're trying to figure out is, why would a board member want to be on that committee?
It's irrelevant.
Yeah,
Our
no,
policy, the
That's
policy
fine.
as it's currently written doesn't say a board member should or should not.
Correct.
So I'm suggesting that we revise the policy so that it's clearer.
Are you
because
making a motion for that?
I'll make a motion that we revise
I
the
think
policy.
she just said we can't do that.
We actually can.
Is that what
No,
you're saying?
No, what we can do is table this topic, and you can bring as an agenda item at the February meeting the topic of editing this and revising this board policy.
Why do we need to revise it if it doesn't specifically say that?
They're
Well, we
not
don't,
asking
but what
for-
got
they're not
passed
asking-
over was my point of
They're
order.
not asking for a policy revision.
Yeah.
These guys are asking as a school district administration, as Dr. Knoll and his team are asking for guidance from us, should we consider having board members on, what's our thoughts on having board members on the committee? That's all they're asking. Am I mistaken in understanding that, Dr.
No,
Knoll?
that's all we just need your interpretation. If you all want to change the policy, certainly you can change the policy in any way that you wish. If you want to change the policy, it's a process, it needs to be on the agenda. We have a 2-reading process for policy change. Certainly, you could change your policy. What we're asking is just for direction and interpretation of your current policy because it is ambiguous in this area, right? It does not say that a board member can serve. It does not say that a board member should not serve. It also does not say that anyone has a right to be a standing member at all, regardless of their position as a board member or not a position. None of those things are stated.
So the policy's ambiguous.
When we're
You're
asked,
asking for clarity.
thank you.
Okay,
That's it.
gotcha. We're trying to
That's all we're asking
clarify.
for.
So the point of order is actually not being received. You're just going to, if we're going to discuss it, that's fine. You're not going to take the point of order as that I'm saying that it's not.
I'm not really understanding your point of order. And I'm not trying to be ignorant, I'm trying to understand. All we're doing is talking about this. I'm not sure I understand your point of order.
I think the point is that by putting this on the agenda, it insinuates that we're going to take a vote to approve a board member serving on this committee. And
Which
that's
is
not-
I mean, it's not in accordance with our policy. So all I'm asking for is, if you're going to discuss this now, I can go into it further, but the point of order here is that what you really want to do, if we're going to discuss this and consider it, you're having discussion on something that is not actually put forth properly in our agenda. That's all I was trying to say. If we want to move forward, if you want to put the point of order.
I'm going to suggest you just move forward because, I mean, we belabored the point.
I don't think so. I think making a motion to table this and revisit it and after further discussion. Right now, we would be in violation of our current policy
No.
because it does not allow us to take a vote or require us to take a vote on a board member sitting on this committee.
Nah,
But the policy also does not state that there should be standing members. So that's
But
where
it
we are
doesn't
in
state,
conflict.
and it doesn't not state. It's open. So,
Okay, so why don't we make the decision
Yeah, I think that's,
as to if we should have a standing member, a board member, as a member on there, a standing member, or a temporary member, or whatever type of member on the committee, why don't we just make the decision?
It would require a revision of the policy.
Can I step in and maybe add
Yes.
some clarity to that? I think what the district is asking for is for the board to interpret its policy. It specifically says who should be included on the committee. And you're right, it doesn't specifically exclude a board member, nor does it specifically include a board member. But it does have language that talks about any other appropriate individuals. And so the question really to the board is, does that include a trustee? And correctly, it doesn't talk about anyone being a standing or permanent member on the committee either. And so the request from the trustees, I understand, is they wanted to be a permanent member. I think what the board can provide clarification on tonight is, could a trustee be selected to be on the committee? If the board wanted to add permanent members to the committee, they could change their policy at some time in the future to do that if that was their inclination
I don't think
to do so.
I don't think that the question was as a permanent member. I just said that I think that the board member would like to be a member of the committee at some time. Didn't say anything. I mean, we've moved beyond the point of order here, so we might as well get into the discussion of it. The whole bottom line is that we don't have it set out in the policy, yes or no, one way or the other. And for us to discuss it now as far as to consider or not consider it, then we are not following our policy. It's ambiguous. That would be like I spoke with Ms. Heiser the other day about terms in the policy and changing out shall for may or may for shall or whatever. And we can't do that unless we make a change to our policy.
I don't think anybody's asking for the policy be changed. We're just asking for clarification.
yeah, asking for
But you're asking for people to right now discuss it, and we don't.
Yes.
And if we're asking for clarification, we need clarification on how the other members of the committee have been chosen, because as you explained today in your response, that's kind of murky.
No, we now have the website, I think that Ms. Heiser explained to you, that where people can sign up.
That's
and
another
where
issue altogether. The current way that we go about the two committees that have been selected is a bit murky. So if there could be some clarification on how members for the committee are chosen, we can apply that across the board. That would be responsible before we take a vote on one particular type of member.
I'm not sure that really pertains to this item, but
yeah, it doesn't.
certainly.
That doesn't pertain to this item.
I'm incredibly confused.
I don't understand why.
Why
like,
what?
As a board member in our policy, you would have the final say. And so why
Well, here's the
then
very
getting
thing.
involved?
What if it doesn't go to
What if
level
it
three?
never gets to grievance 3? What if a book comes to our committee? Okay, so you're saying, you're right, you're absolutely right, we're the final say. If the book doesn't get to the board in a grievance 3, like we're going to have this evening, or early in the morning, but if it doesn't get to us at that grievance 3 level, let's say a book gets upheld by a committee and it remains in a classroom instruction or in a classroom library or in a school library or electronic version of it, and it doesn't get to us, and that parent, resident, concerned citizen, whatever, does an appeal in the 10-day process or just chooses not to take it any further, but that material continues to stay in our classrooms, whose butt's on the line? Ours. Because we are the ones now that are complicit in the violation of the penal code. So in my opinion, we should want a board member to even be aware of what's going on, because otherwise, how do we know that we have made the right decision? We know there are books being used in our libraries. We know there are books that are in our classrooms that are inappropriate and violate our standards, not only our community standards, but state law. And so therefore, I'm saying, if we don't have a board member that just sits in, then how are we knowing that we're protecting our children and protecting each of us and the school district legally?
How does putting a board member, non-educated board member, on a committee, right, resolve all ills, all issues, resolve all problems
If
associated?
nothing else, it provides oversight.
No, it is transparency. This is transparency.
Well, if you
We're
want true
discussing it now.
transparency, the current members of the committee could be considered partial because they've taught this book. They're familiar with the instruction of this material in a classroom, and the librarian for the district, or any librarian for the district, well, that's a partial committee member.
There are only 2 members of our, well, first of all, there are only 2 members that are deemed necessary in the committee. A teacher or an educator that has used the material, and a librarian. They're considered impartial?
So you are partial?
No, I'm just saying, all I care about is following the law.
But you're saying, so you would argue that a board member couldn't be on this committee?
I'm not arguing at all. I'm saying specifically, she's saying as a librarian and a teacher and anybody in the district who's responsible for the well-being of our kids, safeguarding our kids from explicit or vulgar material, is impartial. But yet we're going to sit here, or could be partial, and we're going to sit here and be impartial. How is that the case?
Well, to balance it out, let's just make sure both sides are represented. If there is a question, if there's a question of partiality, let's make sure that both partial sides are represented.
So what's the sides?
Just if a teacher has chosen to teach this material in their classroom, would you argue they're not partial? They wouldn't uphold this being taught in a classroom if they're teaching?
What's the other side?
Okay, someone from the board, or even someone from the district that would argue that not be an appropriate material for the classroom.
I would expect all parties to be subjective and objective.
Well,
absolutely.
I don't think our policy outlines that. So if we really want to ensure that we have impartial, we shall require.
It's qualitative, it's not quantitative. We can't go into
whatever the case. You're arguing, you're making my argument for me.
All right, may I answer some of your questions
Please.
that you've had? So here's a couple of issues that I have right now. The committee that we're talking about, this reconsideration committee, is an opportunity for the community to give their input. It's an opportunity for the community to give their input. We as board members have the ultimate say-so. If we are also on that committee, the community is not given the opportunity to give their unbiased input on what it is that...
Do you really consider the input received from a teacher that's teaching the material in a classroom impartial?
I've listened to y'all. I did not interrupt one time. I'd like to be able to speak about this, okay? So this is for the community. So a couple of issues I have, and I don't believe y'all are being transparent right now. The board member, we all know who made the request.
Well, it's in the packet. If it's finally been posted, it's in the packet. It is me.
Yes.
It's not.
All right, so let's be real about this. So Misty, you're asking to be on this reconsideration committee, and unfortunately, now that you're a board member, you're never going to be just Joe Q public. You're not. You're going to be in these committees. You're going to be a trustee. And you're going to be a trustee with teachers and community leaders in that community that you're going to have influence over, that if it was to ever come to level 3, if you keep it from coming to a level 3, I'll never get that opportunity.
I don't want to have any voting or voice or anything.
It does not matter. It does not matter. You're going to be on that. If you're going to be on that committee, you are taking the community's option out, A. B, let's just look at it this way. As far as being a jury and judge, if by chance a committee wants to, at the end of the day, in a trial, if someone has a judgment that is not in their favor, they can appeal that judgment, right? Does that appeal go to that same judge? It does not. It goes to a completely different person, and that's what you're taking away. You're taking away that opportunity for that to come to a completely different group, and I would have a serious problem if a committee member, if you were on that committee, and then it came to a level 3, and the question is asked, can you be fair and impartial, and you said yes, I don't understand how that is not a conflict of interest. And if you said no and recused yourself, then you're not doing your duty as a board member, because that's what you're elected to be on, is to be at this level 3 hearing to give your unbiased opinion and not to mingle at the community level when it's their opportunity to give their opinion about what it is that they believe in. That's my opinion. Now, you're right. There is no rule that says you can or you can't. But I ask you, have you checked with any other school districts, and does anybody else do this?
No district that we could find.
Well, we like to
So
be a
you-
leader.
What's that?
We like to be a leader.
A
when it
leader in
comes to
what?
districts.
A
I'm
leader
just
in
saying that's
cutting the
irrelevant.
community out?
If you want to argue how our policy is currently written, it's very vague.
I don't think that's the argument. The argument is, can you or should you? The argument. The argument is, can you or should you? Should we be on that committee?
Should you evaluate anything financially that has anything to do with Wood Forest and bonds and banks and our bank accounts and our investments? I trust you to be impartial
We're
on
on
that.
a committee for that.
But I'm saying I trust you to be impartial, and there have been times when you have recused yourself, and there have been times you didn't, based on what the issue was.
Well, that was my
So-
employer. That was my employer.
It's
I don't
still your
agree-
service. It's still your service to
But
this
that's
board.
my employer. I can't control that.
So I'm an educator. I have a teaching degree.
Okay.
I have a reading emphasis. I've taught reading at multiple different levels, and I am not an untrained board member. I am simply asking, and I have tried 9 times. And 9 times since September, there have been a multitude of intimidation process things put against me to stop me in this process.
Since September, you've been on the board since November.
I
What are we
asked
talking
in
about?
September to be placed on this committee.
Oh, I'm sure
So
a
I'm
lot of
just
people
saying,
did.
I'm just saying, there have been multiple attempts. I've done this due process. I've come to you and asked for this. Even though I came to actually Dr. Knoll and stated I wanted to be on it, he told me the only thing we would need to do is to make it public notice that I would be on there as a citizen. And now all of a sudden it's up for consideration?
Yep.
And we're going to go, and we're going to go to determining what our rule, just giving clarity and discussing what that one last part means.
Don't you think that's important?
I think it's worth mentioning that before the revised policy was voted on by the previous board, at least 2 of the previous board members suggested that they would want to serve on the reconsideration
There were
committee.
4.
That doesn't make it right.
I'm just saying that didn't seem to be an issue then.
And
So
they're the
what's
ones that
issue
voted this
now?
policy in place.
What I'm specifically saying is, I don't believe a board member should be on a committee and influencing a decision that is eventually come to us and then think that you're fair and impartial, or influence a decision that never gets to us, and then we, as other board members, never get that opportunity to give the input that we were supposed to give.
And
That's
I
what
don't
I'm
think
trying
that
to
it's-
say. It says, should you? Should you be on them? You're right. You guys have found a loophole and you want to be on there. You're 100% right. You found a loophole. Congratulations. But should you be doing this? That's
I
the
asked for a
question.
tabling of this. I said I was amenable to a tabling of this discussion to discuss the change in the policy. If you feel that we should not be a part of it, and we can
I
discuss
think what
that.
has happened is we are discussing it, and it may come out that we may have to put it in next month to make it a board item to consider changing the policy.
Right.
No one has suggested changing the policy today. It is to consider.
Yeah.
The school district
Well,
is
not until
asking
this
us for.
came up. I don't think
What's the
that-
problem? We're talking about
so
it.
if we're truly talking about impartiality, I don't think that a teacher that has chosen to teach this material in a classroom can be impartial on the reconsideration committee. So where do we go?
And
Do we
then that
revise the
brings in
policy?
the committee, the actual rest of the committee, that we just don't know anything about.
We don't.
How are we making sure that these books that are under consideration are receiving a fair treatment and that they're being looked at from all aspects of our community?
Because there's an escalation process.
But
There's
what
a
if it-
procedure in
But
looking
if
at the
it
book.
doesn't get past the committee and a book remains on our shelves, all 7 of us are in violation of state penal code.
I accept
I
it.
mean, Either you trust our
Wholeheartedly.
educators and librarians in our committee to make the right decision, or you don't.
Would you like to see some of the books that are on our shelf?
Well, I think we will see one of them
Yeah,
later
we'll see
today.
one of them tonight.
This is how the process and escalation works.
But I would add to that, though, Stacy, that I wouldn't say that we're squeaky clean. I do believe that some books do get through.
A lot.
And we have a process.
Mrs. President.
We do have a process to address
We
those
have
things.
that.
My question is either to Dr. Knoll or Ms. Gladys, how many traditionally on these committees at that level, how many people do you typically pull together to serve on that committee? Is it just the teacher and administrator, or is there more than that on the
We have
committee?
7. It's what we had to have an odd number, and it's usually 7 to try to get a representation.
And
from
how many
across
of
the
those are
district.
not district employees? And to Mr. Hubert's statement, Ms. Gladys, to Mr. Hubert's statement that the community needs to be heard, what about the community that has been speaking overwhelmingly that they want to protect our children?
And who approved that selection process?
We didn't really have a process prior because we didn't have book reconsideration.
Exactly my
committees.
point.
And that's why we have developed one when we realized there were going to be numerous of them.
But was that approved by the board, that process?
No, because the board approves policy and administration establishes procedures for carrying out the policy.
Was
So
it-
your policy says to establish a committee, and then typically what would happen is the district's administration would establish a procedure to select those committee members that meet your criteria set out in your board policy. That's the difference between a policy and a procedure.
I understand, but I think it's fair to the community that they can trust that the district doesn't have the final say in who's chosen for the committee, because it could be determined that that would be an unfair or impartial committee if they are from within the district, the same district that allowed the book on the shelf anyway.
Well, I don't necessarily have an issue with that statement. What I'm having issue is with one of us being on that committee. Just one of us, a board member who's eventually going to have an eventual level 3 say-so serving on that committee, to me, is a major conflict of interest, major conflict of interest.
Just like the conflict of the teacher that taught the material in a classroom being considered an impartial.
Or a librarian that purchased the material, or the librarian that continues to allow it to be present?
Okay, so with that, would you?
No, we're just throwing it out both
I
ways.
got
Sorry, I
you.
was answering
Can I
Mr.
have a
Williams.
second, if you don't mind?
Yeah, go ahead. Yes, sir.
Did I have a point? So I received a million emails on that.
Yeah.
And it was one way or the other. And so I decided I'd sit down today and kind of draft some thoughts of where I am on this issue so I can make sure I put that out there and move forward with this, if you will. So I wrote some up. You don't mind? Take a second. This issue of having a school board member on a book review committee is one of the most significant decisions of this board in my over 10 years of serving on this board. To be clear, the decision has nothing to do with library books or nothing to do with a book review committee. From my viewpoint, inappropriate library books on our bookshelves is one of the most least concerning issues that this district faces. The real issue at hand is a most dangerous precedent, a precedent of overreach by this board, and a message being sent to our administrators and our educators that we lack their trust and their faith in their professional judgment and their integrity in safeguarding the kids of CISD. The message that we potentially are sending is unwarranted and is a very, very slippery slope. And I caution each board member that once we take a step down this road, it will be miles to get back. Our role as elected officials is one of a macro view, a role of a high-level oversight of this district. We hire a superintendent to handle the micro or the details of accomplishing all aspects of the mission. Our trust and our support should be with the superintendent and our staff who have done nothing but an exceptional job in all respects. Should this board decide to go down this dangerous road, here are a few other committees where board trustee assignments are equally or more important that this board should consider. A Building and Integrity Maintenance Committee, a Transportation and Crosswalk Safety Committee. Let's put a board member on an HR interviewing and hiring committee. Let's put a board member on a Physical Education Committee. Let's put a board member on the Classroom Book Selection Committee. Let's put a board member on the Music and Fine Arts Committee. Let's put a board member on the Policing of Students and the Police Department Committee. Let's put a board member on American History and from whose perspective that we teach committee. Let's put a board member on the Dress Code for Students and Teachers Committee. Let's put a board member on the Sports, Athletics, Cheerleading Selection Committee. God knows I get a lot of issues from there. Let's put a board member on Student Nutrition. I mean, we all find that important, right? Let's put a board member on the Economically Disadvantaged and Homeless Student Committee. Let's put a board member on the Student Bullying Committee, Suicide Prevention and Counseling Committee, Dyslexia and Special Needs Committee, Drug, Fentanyl, Alcohol Task Force Committee. And lastly, let's put a board member on a committee to monitor the kids' cell phones, specifically these kids that are checking out these dangerous books. We want to make sure we monitor that. Again, this has nothing to do with books. This has everything to do with board overreach and a lack of trust in the professionals that we have in place to safeguard our students. Are we so arrogant to believe that these 7 non-educator school board members are better suited to be these subject matter experts for our kids? I say no. Let's just stay in our lanes. In closing, I'll say this. There's a real reason, as Mr. Skeeter referenced earlier, there's a real reason that judges don't also act as jury. That's all I got to say about it.
I think you're leaving out one really big factor, and it's the violation of the Texas Penal Code.
Everybody keeps threatening us with this penal code thing.
But
let her talk, please.
But the voters have spoken, and parents, this isn't a new issue. Books aren't a new issue. And parents have spoken. Parents want action.
Yep.
They want action.
Voters spoke when they put me here. Voters spoke when they put you here. So we can quit saying voters speaking and to turn over the board and threatening with the penal code and we're going to vote you out and
It's
all
a
that.
law
I'm going to
for
do
a
what's in the
reason.
best interest of the kids in the school district, irregardless of any threat of the penal code or voters not voting me in or you guys here not liking the vote or whatever the political ramifications are. So we can kill that.
Well, it's not political.
Well,
So-
I'm just put it out there. I don't do politics.
Well, we
Ma'am.
honestly believe that it's what's best for the kids. I mean, it's
And I defer.
there are
I
studies out there
defer.
about what pornography does to your brain. That one of our
And then stop watching it.
I'm not watching it.
Well, apparently you are because you seem to be the subject matter expert.
I think we're so off topic here.
Well, I would like to point out, in case you didn't hear me before or all the times I
just wasn't trying to-
addressed the board here, I am a board certified educator. So you keep saying 7 non-educator board members. I am an educator.
Okay.
So, and I have a lot of experience in curriculum instruction in literary. My classroom library rivaled the content of our library and it was, granted, it was a small Christian school. So I'm not going to say that it wasn't, but I had more books. I still own those books because books have a lot of meaning to me. If we don't follow and learn and critically
I
think,
stand corrected. You are
so
subject matter expert
just
in
so we're
books.
clear on that, I thank you.
You are subject matter expert in books.
So I told Ms. Heiser, I'm not looking to ban books. I want to protect literature and children. And when we move on to the other item on this, you will learn that from me as we move forward.
I doubt it, but I will.
But that being said, Mr. Hubert, you responded to one of the emails and stated that the board does not appoint, and I quote this, the board does not appoint members to serve on a book review on a book review committee. And so I also will state that therefore you can't not allow people to be on if you don't have the authority, you don't have the authority to take it away.
I've said that I don't have the authority. I've made that very clear.
Okay.
I have said, should you? And my response to that is, we should not be on that committee. You are going to, give me a second, you are going to keep, I'll make a prediction. My prediction is, if a board member is going to be on that committee, then the school district is going to have one heck of a time trying to fill that committee, because nobody's going to want to be on that committee. Nobody is going to want to serve with a board member, because they will not feel, if their opinion is a differing opinion from the board member, how in the heck are you going to expect them to speak up about that? And as far as being a subject matter and having people on there, look, this is all new to us. But if to your point, Melissa, if by chance we're talking about subject matter and you're saying, you know, the idea is to have a subject matter on there, if it's a book, the librarian is the subject matter, I would want her or his reasoning why they approved the book. I want to know, even if it's a differing opinion from me, I would want them on that committee to say, look, these are the merits that I looked at, this is why I brought that in. And then you have other committee members that can say, well, I see where you're coming from and I'm agreeing, or, you know what, I think you need to look at it a different way. So I would agree with having a teacher and a librarian on that. But a board member who gets 2 votes, right, on the committee, absolutely. Do you believe that you guys are not going to have influence on that committee? Do you really believe that you're not going to have influence on that committee? I think that's why you're trying to be on that committee, is because you want influence.
I want to be aware.
You're going to be aware to level 3. And you're going to be aware.
What if it never comes to level 3? That's
then
what you want.
hallelujah. You got other stuff to do.
No, because there are books that get approved at level 1, at the very level 1, that could potentially. Well, Ms. Heiser's not right here for me to ask her this question. However, if you look at the list of books she gave us, do you know how many books we have had even come up to go to review since this whole thing started? 2.
But
that's good.
2.
That's great.
I know. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. You all are saying that that means that we're going to have this onslaught of books being requested to be yanked off bookshelves and like willy-nilly is the term that was used in a meeting. The point that I'm stating is we are the ultimate and be able to end all when it comes down to this. 100%. And if that does not, 100%. If it does not come to us at a level 3 grievance,
then it shouldn't.
So
yes, I'm absolutely comfortable.
How many member? I'm having to go to you because you're the one that answered for us. I'm sorry, Ms. Gladys, but how many community members outside of those the 7 that you're referring to were community members? A cross-section of community members that weighed in on the book.
There was 1 on each committee, 1 non-employee, not including the student member, because there was a student member on each committee.
So there were 7 members or 7 employees?
7 members.
7 members, 1 student,
1 non-CISD parent, although oftentimes many of the CISD employee members are also parents because we have 10,000 employees, so it's hard to...
So the book that's in question tonight, I asked to be on a book committee, but wasn't read in on that or invited to participate. So I'm just saying, how do we know that the community's desire is being represented? And how do we know we're protecting ourselves? Because if by chance, now here's a situation. Our librarians are not to blame for all the books that are on our shelves. Our librarians are not. They came in on lists of like award-winning books. They've got a lot of books that they're purchasing, and even in my classroom library, I found it hard to get through some of my books fast enough. Thank goodness I taught first grade and was able to read those fast. However, I'm just stating that they're not to blame on all of these things. There have been turnovers in librarians. How is that librarian that's now come in supposed to know that these books are, that a particular book on her shelf is inappropriate if she hasn't actually viewed that book and it's already there? And so for us as a board, there's things that get by, things that came in before we put new process in place to not allow them to make substitutions. A book that came up in question with this week that was a memoir that came up, and those are dangerous sometimes too. My point there is our community needs an equal seat at the table, and maybe it needs to be an all-call type thing if you're going to put a committee together. The point is that we do not say who can be on it other than those 2 members. It's wide interpretation. We don't give our community a chance to weigh in. And they sent us here to be their community value voice. So,
Without knowing who those other members are, how can we be sure that we're getting an impartial committee?
and how do we know we're protected as a board?
If you know them, that's going to satisfy your
No.
desire to make sure they're impartial because you know them?
No,
Well,
not
it's just
mine.
like if we know who they are within
Not
the district, I think there just needs to be some balance.
Well, I'm gonna say this, we keep talking about the citizens and everything. I think everyone on that committee was a member of a citizen, right?
Right.
So when you're saying we don't have citizens representation, those are citizens. I'm a citizen, contrary to most
But they're
people
also,
believe.
okay, but you're just now telling me I can't participate because I'm a board member, but yet you're saying a citizen that's also an employee can
I told
participate.
you why that was a bad idea. I'm saying
no one said
specifically
you can't.
that you took, as you said, to be the representative of the city at the highest level here. Now, won't you let the citizen and administration in which we've been entrusted to with our kids, let them do their job?
So we not only don't know who these other members are, but do we know how they're chosen?
Yes, Ms. Galat, well, now Ms. Heiser has a process in place.
And
And
what is that
before,
process?
we just searched until we found enough people that were willing to do it, because it's
Yeah.
a commitment, and it's a thankless task,
So they're basically like hand-selected then?
until we found 7 that could do it.
And since this is new to our district, this process, as you've mentioned, my recommendation would be we revisit our policy, maybe clarify who shall be on the committee and how they shall be chosen, and then move from there. But I think by putting this item on tonight's agenda, it's very misleading.
There's
At
nothing
least
misleading.
It is when it was what I was told.
Or not approved.
You
What-
were told, okay, so.
What, I have an email, that what I was told.
By who?
What,
Yeah.
by Dr. Knoll.
And I take direction from the board in general, so absolutely, because you said you want to be on the committee, I said, that's fine, I have to notify the other board members. When I notify the board members and they say that they don't feel like that fits the policy and they want it on an agenda to discuss it, it will go to agenda, just like you can put items on an agenda, so can anyone else. And so,
8 times.
Right.
You could have said that to me at the beginning. We'll need to put it for consideration, not to announce.
I didn't know that it would be that until I'm told by other board members that it needs to be discussed. So
So
I don't know
I
that.
will table I will be willing to table this whole consideration thing. I think we do need to make a motion, and I move that we address.
I have one more comment.
Okay,
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead.
Yeah, go ahead and
Well,
finish your.
she's making a
Yeah,
motion,
let's
okay.
let her finish her thought and then you can come back.
But I would like to make a motion that we revise our policy to be more balanced and more transparent on what we are doing with our book reconsideration.
Are you making a motion to table, or are you making a motion to?
I was making a motion, I was making a motion, I would table, I was actually saying I would table if we approve the motion to do the change to our policy.
Negotiate.
Yes, I am negotiating.
Negotiating.
Don't we have to disclose all committee members? Isn't there?
No.
No,
we don't actually.
But
We
why?
don't. That would put a giant target on their back.
Oh,
No one
absolutely.
would sign up for these committees.
Absolutely.
Come on. We've spent the majority of this meeting talking about
Well,
this.
this is a new process with the district, so if we're specifically staying on topic, we're talking about this book review, book reconsideration committee, so I think we need to give it
I mean, didn't we
more
see
consideration.
that, like, the Attorney General, waiting a response from the Attorney General as to whether or not this committee will be disclosed?
Yes. Yes.
So until we hear back from the Attorney General, can we decide to table it till the next meeting? Can we decide to let the board decide whether or not they want to, I mean, what
Before
do
you
we
answer
do?
that
Because we don't
question-
have the final say from the
Before you
Attorney
answer the
General.
question, what is it, we're having the conversation, what is there to table? Like, no one is telling you you can't be on this committee. I have told you I don't think you should be, and I've given you my reasons why. Datron has said he doesn't think you should be and giving you reasons why. I don't know what we're tabling. What is it we're tabling?
What is it you were hoping with this item on the agenda?
What were
What
you-
was the purpose of this?
I wanted this on the agenda. I wanted this on the agenda because I see a huge conflict of interest. And I needed it to be discussed for all board members to see what was going on, because I think this is an intimidation, and this is wrong for us as board members to be serving on that proper committee. And if we choose to, Why are we doing it this way? Why are we doing it like this? Typically on committees, it is by assignment from the board president. So what if someone else wanted to be on it? And we would have to have that conversation. Very similar to our finance committee.
You want to get 3 board members?
That's the point. We need to have this conversation about this. So there's no process for it. We don't just all of a sudden say, I'm going to be on the committee and then just start showing up and representing the board, because that's what you would be doing. As much as you don't want to, that's what you would be doing. You'd be representing us because you're a board member.
Yeah, it's not wrong because it doesn't say that it's right or wrong. So that's the issue.
I'm not arguing that. I'm saying should you.
And number two,
I'm not saying right or wrong, should we?
had Dr. Knoll just come to me and said, you need to take this to the board and ask the board or discuss it?
Are you telling me that he didn't do that? Are you telling me right now that he did not approach you and say, we got to tell the board? And
Oh, no,
you didn't have enough snap to think, oh my gosh, that's going to be in a board meeting?
No, he said we need to notify the public of your participation and put it on the agenda and let the board know.
So why would you get after him for that? Because he just did what you said he didn't do.
No, what I am saying is, had he said, this is going to be a problem for the board, you need to discuss this with the board.
You're telling me he didn't say that to you?
No, he told me there'd be a media and public outrage.
Okay, so you were notified, so don't be mad because you didn't
I'm
know.
not mad.
I think
Well, then why ask for, I don't understand what you're asking for. You
So-
just said, I wish you would have told me. Well, he did.
No, I didn't
Well, I wish
say
you would
I
have said
wish
been
you would
outraged.
have
Well, he
told
did.
me. You're changing the words, and that's not what I
Let's wrap
said.
this up. We considered
just
it,
doesn't-
as it stands now, direction-wise, we can take you want to take a vote or get general consensus from the board as to what direction you should take about putting board members on these committees? Is that what you want?
I don't think we can have a vote.
Well,
we can have a vote.
I think from what, and I'll go to Ms. Goliath, what I take from this is that the board has expressed their opinion as to how you feel about it. There's nothing in the policy that says yes or no, so it's an option if you want that option still. And then the potential for bringing the policy back for clarification at next month's meeting, then we can solve the questions regarding this or whatever question you may have, committee, and to your point, Ms. Dungan, however you all write the policy, that's exactly what we'll follow. So if you write the policy and you want to outline that it's going to be 9 members and it's going to be this and we're going to disclose it, it's going to be on the website, we'll do any of that. This is not a matter of us trying to exert our opinion. It's just, we're just trying to follow
I think we owe it to the community.
Oh, God, this community thing, man.
Which community?
And transparent.
It's the community you represent.
That's what we do here. So.
But I want to be clear, because I want to be clear. Like, I also think this is a very bad idea, and I won't restate the issues, but just to tell you, I live in a world of audit and risk management and controls, and this is not a proper chain of command or a proper segregation to be at multiple levels in the process. I do not feel that the policy would support having a board member on there as it is written now. I think if we wanted a board member on there now, we need to explicitly state that. And because it is not, I do not think that it is appropriate or allowed, as the policy is written, for a board member to be on the reconsideration committee. So I just want to.
And I don't think that the policy suggests that a board member can't be on the committee, so we could do this all night long.
But board members are mentioned, and their role is explicitly called out in the level 3.
All right, let's do this.
That's the only.
I'm going to put forth a motion. I'm going to motion that we refrain from having any board members a part of this committee until we further clarify via a policy change, if you will. Yeah, that'd be my motion.
What? Do we have a second?
Ms. Odemuller, I think Ms. Odemuller had made a motion previously, and I don't want to step
That's
on
all
your
right.
toes,
No,
but I
I'm
think that
good.
you have,
Thank
so
you,
I don't-
but no, I'm good with the motion.
She never completed her motion. She
Okay,
started
all right, I just
it,
want to make sure.
but
I was
did
just
not
trying to-
complete it
A
or
lot of
bring it
moving pieces, I'm just trying to make sure we're
All
all
right,
on.
so
I second that.
we have a motion and we have a second.
Yep.
Now we have discussion.
Can you restate that
So I'm
motion?
motioning that we refrain from having any board member on any of these standing committees until we clarify that the clarify board policy to specifically allow for.
Yeah, okay.
And I second that.
It's a motion and a second, so
So
before
may I
open
ask
for...
a question on that?
Yes, you
Does that
can.
mean that he's putting forth that we can make a policy change? Okay,
can
I
always
just
make a
wanted to make
policy
sure
We
that's
could
what he was
dis-
saying.
So
we
I
can
think
discuss.
Okay, that's fine.
You're not saying
That's
any
fine.
specific policy change.
Right.
You're just saying to bring it forward to
I'm
look at the
saying- To
policy.
Perfect.
To bring the policy
Until we
Yeah.
next
rid
month.
ourselves of ambiguity,
That's fine.
let's sit still.
So, my question, Miss, did you want something else? You can say something else.
Can you restate your motion?
So my motion is, until we clarify via a board policy change or amendment or an additional to the policy or whatever the situation may be via policy, let's refrain from having any board members sit on any of those committees.
Second.
So my question to Ms. Gladys is, with the way the agenda item is written, may we make that motion?
Yes, I think that's we were seeking clarification about whether the policy currently allows a board member, was it the board's intent? And I think what Mr. Williams is saying is it doesn't right now, or the board's going to interpret it that it does not, even though the discussion's been that it could have been read either way, and that we'll bring the policy back in February to discuss whether the board wants to make any adjustments to that policy. And that'd be like the first, it's a two-step process to adopt.
So that'll be in February, right?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
And then whatever changes that you all approve
It'll
in
be-
February
okay.
would
Right.
come back to March
I got it.
for...
Hold on, point of clarification, I didn't ask for any policy.
No, he said until we make it,
Yeah.
we
Right.
read it
I
as
didn't
it's
ask
not
that.
allowed.
Until we
Not that
decide
we
if
will
we're
make a
going to make
change.
one.
That's correct.
We may or
So
may not
I
make
think
one.
it's a bit
No, it-
premature to discuss it being on February's agenda.
I agree with you 100%
Yeah.
with that. That wasn't what the motion, it had nothing to do with the motion.
I
Yeah.
understand the motion. I understand the motion. I understand we have not said we're going to put it on any agenda. But the answer to the question, it can be. We can put that on a February, and we don't have to necessarily do that now. We've got an item 12 that we can discuss that.
No, brother, we got a person.
No, I'm just saying, to put it on an
Okay.
agenda item, we can discuss that in item 12 for future agenda
Mhm.
items, if that's something that we want to do.
Got it.
The motion right now is until we revise or further amend the policy, we would interpret it as such that board members are not allowed.
No, we would
No.
choose not to put a board member on the.
We're
committee.
with
We're not-
retaining.
Yes.
It's a
retaining.
gentleman's
Yeah.
agreement,
Same idea.
gentleperson's agreement.
Let's hold it.
I don't know how the proper term of that
Yeah,
is.
we're just
All right.
refraining from
Right.
In
that.
the meantime, we still don't know
Perfect.
who is on, what partiality each committee member has.
Let's
In the
just,
meantime, we
let's
still don't
just-
know that.
let's just-
I think that's a good
Okay.
question.
we-
Let's vote on this. We're going to come
Okay.
back to your
Okay.
point.
please.
All right, on this particular motion, and we have a second.
Yeah, first second.
All those in favor, show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign?
Man, we agreed
All
on
right,
something.
motion passes. Okay.
Good.
Tiffany, you had a question.
No, I just wanted to know, until we get clarification, how can we ensure that the committee members, who they are and what they represent, how can we be sure that they represent our community and our values, right, Adrian?
I would
Wait, hold
answer that
on.
to say we offer no guarantees whatsoever, and we can't assure anything. We just put our trust in administration and the
I
school.
was actually
Oh,
asking
okay, you
Glad
said
it-
actually through
I know, I just-
We didn't address that.
We will continue to comply with the policy as written, and from those categories mentioned in there, we'll continue to try to get them from all feeder zones of the district. If we can find members, then we'll use that email address we've established for people to submit their name as being willing to serve on a committee until we find someone that can in the category, that we need them.
And
if
we'll
we can
share that
find a student-
information with you all.
Yeah.
As we see, I think we have one book right now that needs a committee seated. So as that committee is seated, we'll share it with you.
Mr. President.
So let me just ask one more question. If a book does not come out of committee, a board member can bring it to the board's attention if they have a concern with it that could put us in jeopardy, is that correct?
I don't know that I
If-
understand.
Oh, if we have a book that goes through committee process, it doesn't get appealed, but a board member is aware that there's problems with the book, can they bring that to the president and to Dr. Nault for discussion on an agenda?
I think that your policy allows board members to make agenda
Okay,
items.
thank you. Thank you very much. Because that's the protection that I'm looking for.
That's her recourse.
Right. But wouldn't that be at a level 3 or just?
I think Ms. O'Donnell would want to make
Oh,
people
all right.
aware, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And then that would alleviate a lot of the concern of intimidation from a board member, which is, I'm not going to go, anyway, but that, it would eliminate that.
Okay. All right. Moving on to item 9B. Before we do that, do we need to take a very short bio break?
That would be appreciated.
Yeah.
I do.
I would like
All right.
one.
I hate to do that. I know a lot of people are here for this next item, but let's take another 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
I've got water. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah.
I do appreciate that, though, Sarah. If-
Gavel us back in. The time is 10:30.
Yay.
All right. Working on that record, but not quite the record. All right. Moving on to item 9B, which is conduct a hearing and consider the level 3 appeal of the reconsideration committee's decision related to the perks of being a wallflower by Stephen Chopsky.
Thank you. Thank you, President Hubert and Dr. Knoll. As you said tonight, the agenda item 9B is for the board to consider an appeal brought by Ms. O, who is appealing the decision of the Reconsideration Committee relating to the district's use as an instructional material of the novel The Perks of Being a Wallflower by Stephen Chbosky. Because Ms. O is the parent of a student in the district and in compliance with the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, she will be referred to as complainant or by the letter of her last name. She is represented by attorney Jonathan Houlihan with County Citizens Defending Freedom, and Mr. Rick Morris will be representing administration, and he was with the law firm of Rogers, Morris, and Grover. For the record, the board members are present, all of them, 7, and they have received exhibits 1 through 10, as have both of the parties. These documents are a part of the record of this hearing. Does anyone have any additional documents you would like to enter? No. None. Thank you so much. Neither party having any exhibits, we'll move on to the background. On May 5th of 2022, Ms. O submitted a request for reconsideration for the novel The Perks of Being a Wallflower. The novel was included as one of 6 novels sophomore English 2 students at one of the district's high schools could select to read for an end-of-the-year unit. In her request for reconsideration, Mrs. O stated that the novel glorifies drinking, smoking, and drug use, that it explains exactly how to rape a drunk girl, and would morally corrupt the minds of all who read the novel. Ms. O asked the novel be removed from the curriculum, that her child not be allowed to use the novel, and that the book be removed from the district's libraries. In accordance with local board policy EFA, the district appointed a reconsideration committee to review the novel and determine if the novel conforms to the board's criteria and objectives for the selection of instructional materials as set out in that policy. Because Ms. O asked that the novel also be removed from district libraries, the committee considered the novel under selection criteria set out in EFB local. That is the policy that addresses library books. The committee's written report details their decision, which was that The Perks of Being a Wallflower should not be removed from the district's high school libraries. The committee determined that all junior high schools with the novel in their library collection should send the novel to the high school in their feeder zone. The committee further determined that while the novel could remain a part of high school classroom collections, which are collections of books from which students can self-select reading material, the novel would not be directly taught to students. Finally, the committee granted Ms. O's request that the school not allow her son to have access to the novel. Representative Steve Toth, on behalf of Ms. O, filed an appeal of the committee's decision, alleging the novel contained obscene material as defined by Texas Penal Code Section 43.21 and harmful material as defined by Texas Penal Code Section 43.24. Mr. Rick Morris serves as the Level 2 hearing officer for the appeal. Mr. Morris determined that the novel did not contain either obscene or harmful material as those terms are defined by the Texas Penal Code and upheld the decision of the Reconsideration Committee. Mr. Houlihan, on Mrs. O's behalf, appealed to the Board of Trustees. The issue, now before the Board of Trustees, is to determine if the perks of being a wallflower should remain in the district's high school libraries as well as available for self-selected student reading in high school classrooms. The board will base its decision on the evidence contained in the exhibits and the statements made by the parties. Members of the board, would you please indicate by raising your hand if you have reviewed the record in its entirety, including reading the novel that is the subject of tonight's hearing in its entirety? The record will reflect that all board members indicated that they have read the novel in its entirety and reviewed the record in its entirety. I will now ask each of you individually whether you are able to serve as an impartial member of the board in consideration of Ms. O's appeal. Any member not able to act in such a manner may say so and ask to be excused. Ms. Chase, can you be impartial?
Yes.
Ms. Odenweller?
Yes.
Ms. Wagaman?
Yes.
Mr. Hubert?
Yes.
Ms. Nelson?
Yes.
Mr. Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. Duncan?
Yes.
Thank you, board members. The procedure tonight will be to allow Mr. Houlihan, followed by Mr. Morris, to each make a 10-minute presentation to the board. This isn't an evidentiary hearing, and there is not cross-examination of witnesses by the parties. Ms. Godfrey is the timekeeper, and all comments will be made from the podium as this hearing is being recorded. Mr. Houlihan, if there's no questions for anyone, you may proceed.
Thank you. That was an excellent summation, procedurally and fact-wise. So, well done. Board members, I appreciate your time tonight. I know it's late. This is a very passionate issue on all sides, but it's an important issue. Ms. O'Gwen has gone through the process, and it's been a long process. It started in May of last year, and here we are in January. So it's taken her that long to get a book reconsideration hearing all the way up to the board, who has the authority to make that decision. As a lawyer for CCDF, County Citizens Defending Freedom, we're a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization. We have chapters in Georgia and Florida and all over Texas, and we are very much involved in these issues. So I've dealt with school boards in Florida, all across Texas, and I've seen this issue come up over and over again. So I've got a lot of experience in it. Just to be clear, I don't represent her as an attorney, but I am her personal representative designated. The Deputy General Counsel of CCDF, and I'm the Director of Legal Operations in Texas. So why are we here? We are here because you are the legal authority. You are the final decision maker. Through the Texas Constitution, the Education Code, all of these things give you that authority on instructional materials, curriculum, all these key decisions that involve our students. And while a lot of that authority seems to be delegated down to unelected committees and sometimes done in, I don't want to say, not in a transparent manner, but it's less than transparent. In Florida, for example, they notice those hearings, public notice to the parents when there's a curriculum review or a library review. They notice it and it's open to the public, and all parents can apply to be on those boards. So that's a difference I see in Florida and in Texas. It's much more open, much more transparent, and parents are involved and the public is noticed. That's not the case here. It's taken since May of last year to get to a point where the decision makers are considering the case. So stressing that, it's not TASB, it's not state representatives, it's not slick lawyers that make this decision, it's you. The decision tonight falls on your shoulders. It's your responsibility and your duty to make, to whether or not to remove a book or reconsider it or put it in a section other than general circulation. All of these things can be considered for the case. Now, Mr. Morris, I appreciate him. He's a fine lawyer. He's a professional, and I agree with 95% of his appeal. You guys have selected a fine lawyer as your hearing officer and as your representative. Where we part is on if the material is vulgar, if it is obscene. That's the departure that we have in our opinion. That said, it's not up to me. It's not up to Mr. Morris. It's not up to the committee. It's up to the school board to decide if an instructional material or instructional resource represents the values of the committee, represents your values, and represents what is pervasively vulgar. So with that, I ask that you read Exhibit 5. You've already read it, but Exhibit 5 is Mr. Morris's report on the appeal, or Level 2 decision. Excuse me. Yeah, Exhibit 5 is a Level 2 decision drafted by Mr. Morris, where he discusses the case of Pico. It's a 1982 Supreme Court case, and that's where I want to take us. I don't want to talk about the penal code, although I think there's an argument to be made there. I want to talk about your authority on this book in the Pico case. So in that decision, it was a plurality decision where the Supreme Court said the school board has the ultimate authority to decide if material is pervasively vulgar or, not and, or has little educational value or educational suitability. So you can make either determination to make a decision on whether a book is appropriate for the curriculum or instructional material or the library material. Now that plurality decision, it's not binding. It's actually created some issues where there's not a lot of guidance on this for you. And the burden of leadership, that's where that comes in. You have to make the tough decision. You have to make a decision that represents what you believe is right, whether it's pervasively vulgar, whether it's a little educational value. You really are in the gray zone of constitutional law. This isn't book banning, and I've heard a lot here. The folks on both sides are passionate. They love their community, they love their kids. And I don't fault anyone for wanting to have an opinion on this. But I do not believe it's book banning. I do not believe it's First Amendment violation. I do not believe any of those things, and you shouldn't either. What is pervasively vulgar? Again, that's the standard you have to decide. Is it pervasively vulgar, or is it educationally suitable? I would argue that if it doesn't represent our community values, our societal norms, Montgomery County, and it doesn't reflect the dignity and respect that we hold for our children and our parents that work 2 jobs, struggle to make ends meet, don't have time to go home and flip through every book. They don't have time to help their kids with homework. So they may not necessarily catch those things in those books that have been pushed on them. So it's up to you to help keep some of the stuff out that is pervasively vulgar out of the general circulation and to protect those kids as well. If you go on exhibits, if you read my exhibit, which is I think exhibit exhibit 6, I outline in detail what I believe is pervasively vulgar. I'm not going to say that here. I know I have a First Amendment right to read from that book, but I just can't do it. It's that bad. But I point you to it on page 12, 21, 27. On page 30, there is rape of a minor, rape. Page 31, there's minors conducting sexual activity. Some of it not consensual. Page 44, page 158, there is a discussion on bestiality. On page 160, there is sexual acts with a hot dog. Page 161 is a section on men picking up young boys at the public park for sex. How did this end up in our school system? How does a grown person write a book like that for our kids is what I don't understand. How does a grown adult write a book like that depicting sexual acts by kids? That is strange to me. Call me an oddball, I think that's strange. And the last thing I'll end on is in 2012, and I did put it in my appeal, in 2012 there was a film adaptation of this book. They removed, in the film, they removed the rape scenes, they removed the majority of the minors engaged in sexual activities. It's all out. That's not in there. They also removed the part about the children being picked up by adults in the park. It's not in the movie. And initially, it still got a rated R rating. They had to appeal that decision to the MPAA to get it knocked down to a PG-13. And there was no sexual acts in it. It was for the sexual activity that was alluded to. It was for the drinking and the alcohol and the other things that Ms. O'Gwen raised in her appeal, which are important things too. But I'm concerned about the sexual activity depicted with the minors, especially the rapes. We owe a duty and a responsibility to our little girls, our little boys, to raise them with dignity and respect. And allowing that in our schools is not a way to do that. And I want to say, again, thank you for your service. I know it's a thankless job. I thank all of you. I know it's a difficult decision to make, but I recommend very strongly that you grant Ms. O'Gwen's request and remove the material. It's not book banning. It's not a First Amendment violation. If you determine it's pervasively vulgar and you're not injecting any other bias or any other opinion, just if you read those sections I put in my appeal and you find that pervasively vulgar, it's within your authority. And again, I don't think the tort lawyers are going to come running and suing you guys. I think you're fine. I think you run more risk of having to pay lawyers to deal with all the level 3 appeals. I think that's your greater legal risk in the long term and bogging up all the time. So I appreciate your time. Thank you and have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Mr. Morris?
Mr. Board President and members of the board, thank you for having me to consider this very important issue that I agree with Mr. Houlihan, obviously is of considerable importance to your community. We do see eye to eye on many issues of law, some important ones we don't see eye to eye on. But I want to make very clear to you the job of the review committee was not just to decide what they thought students should be able to see solely based on their personal preferences. There are guidelines both in law and in your policy that they were trying to answer. And most importantly, they had to make a decision that complied with law and complied with your policy. And in my review of the matter, they did both those things. So first, let me address the issue that there's some contention that this book violates the penal code. That's not true. I have been a practicing lawyer handling First Amendment cases for more than 30 years. I last year had the privilege of arguing a First Amendment case to the United States Supreme Court, and I can tell you unequivocally that this book does not violate the penal code. Keeping it in your library does not violate the penal code. The distribution of it does not violate the penal code. This book was published in 1999, more than 2 decades ago. There has never been a criminal prosecution for the distribution of this book, not in any public arena, not in any private arena. No bookstore clerk at Barnes & Nobles has been prosecuted for selling this book that is intended to be sold to minors, and millions of copies have been sold all over the world, literally translated and sold all over the world. And there has never in the history of those 20 years been a single attempted prosecution for violation of the penal code. And no prosecutor, none, would consider bringing a case like that. Why is that true? Because the definition of obscenity and harmful materials that are found in the penal code is given to us by the U.S. Supreme Court, and it's based on First Amendment principles. And so for a book to be taken out of a library typically requires that a three-part test be met. And one of those is it has to appeal to a prurient interest. It's not enough that the book discusses sexual matters or drugs or smoking. It has to appear in a titillating way, like erotica would be, or pornography. Under no fair reading of this book can it be considered pornography. The second part of the test is kind of a social mores test of what is appropriate within the community, and is it patently offensive to the community. And in that regard, Mr. Houlihan has that part of the test right. But the crucial part of the test is the third part test, and that is, does the work have any utterly redeeming social value at all? Any. And provided that the book has some redeeming social value using a national standard, a global standard, then the book is not obscene by definition and should not be removed from your libraries, and certainly nobody should be charged under the penal code for distributing it. So this book would never satisfy any court in this nation, not criminal, not civil, that it has no utterly redeeming social value. It would never meet that test. We know that it was on the New York Times bestseller list. We know it has received library awards. While many may disagree with the fact that the book received those awards, what matters is that some felt the book provided social redeeming value for them. So Ms. O says that she believes that the reading of this book would morally corrupt the minds of all who read it. I read this book. I don't think it's morally corrupted my mind. You all affirmed that you all read the book to consider this decision tonight. I seriously doubt that the 7 people sitting in front of me feel that they have been morally corrupted because they read this book. Students, of course, are different, but you had students who came here tonight who argued in support of the book, who have obviously read it themselves. I doubt that they've been morally corrupted. I've not found any individual that I believe has been morally corrupted because they read The Perks of Being a Wallflower, and I would suggest to you that at least your high school students, they are exposed in any given day to things that they see on their phone that are far more potentially corrupting than anything they read in The Perks of Being a Wallflower. And I think that needs to be put in perspective. It's not true that the committee did not consider the impacts of this book on children. They very clearly said it should not be shared with children who are less than high school age. But they also recognize that you serve all students in the community, not any one type of student. You are responsible for their education, and you're responsible for their mental health and well-being. You have students today who do drugs in this district. You have students in this district who use alcohol. You have students in this district who smoke cigarettes. You have students in this district that have sex. You have students in this district that have tragically, as you heard tonight, committed suicide and are at risk of committing suicide. The Perks of Being a Wallflower, in my estimation, did not create that reality for your high school students. But it does reflect it reflects that reality that your high school students live in. If you were to reject this book on the basis that you find it immoral or wicked, you are sending a signal to segments of your student population that demeans the reality that they live in. This book, I read every word of it, I studied it carefully, I gave it a great deal of thought, and it's clear that the protagonist in this book, Charlie, struggles with all these things. This is not a how-to book as Miss O claims. It does not explain how to commit date rape. It exhibits the reality that a date rape happened in the book, and it shows the protagonist's struggle with what he witnessed. It does not glorify drug use or alcohol use. It shows that his friends struggled with that and he worried about it. This book, if you look at it in its entirety, is a book of hope. In the 60s, one literary work that's considered perhaps the greatest literary work in the world is James Joyce's Ulysses. And it was challenged because there were segments in the book that people found immoral and offensive. The legal test given to us by the Supreme Court is you don't look to excerpts in a book, you look to the totality of the work to see if it has redeeming value. This book has redeeming value. I am a father myself. I have 4 children in a blended family. It's easier to tell people like this. I'm here with my wife, Mickey. Last year we had a freshman, sophomore, junior, and senior all in college.
Oh, wow.
We have very recently been through the high school experience. Not a one of them didn't bring to us issues, because we have frank discussions with our children about the exposure to alcohol, drugs, situations where accusations of rape were made, not against them, but against peers in their school. And tragically, all of them had experiences with classmates that committed suicide. And I don't think I would consider myself having given that book to my students that I was giving them if I gave it to my children. And I would. Had I known about it, I would have given it to them when it was in high school. Not because I was afraid that they were experiencing those same things, but because I would want them to have empathy and understanding that everybody's life is not so easy, and some of their peers may have been the victims of sexual abuse or being struggled with alcohol or drugs. I would want them to know and understand that. And I wouldn't think that when I handed them that book to expand their empathy, to expand their understanding of the world, that I was handing them a piece of pornography or pervasive vulgarity. I don't believe that that's true. I don't believe any court would say that that's true. It has been suggested tonight by some who spoke to you that the answer is we just need to get back to the 3 R's, and we shouldn't have any books remotely like this in your schools. Well, that's not what the Western foundation of education has been. You teach literature. You teach poetry. Are we going to have libraries without poetry and classic novels to solve this problem? I don't think that's a path that you want to head down. And I see I'm out of time. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Now the point in the hearing that if the board would like, they can ask either of the parties questions if they have any, and once your questions are concluded, then the board can begin its deliberations. Are there questions? If you want to direct it to Mr. Morris or Mr. Houlihan, then they can approach the podium and respond.
Mr. Houlihan, I have a question. So, do I understand? Do what?
We're just remembering the names. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Houlihan, right?
Yes,
It wasn't for you, it was for us.
Sorry about that. Okay. Just to make sure I have it, sorry, Siri. Just to make sure I have it correct, what you were saying. So your opinion is this book does not violate the penal code, but that under PICO, we would have authority to make a decision to pull it from our libraries. Is that correct?
Well, I don't want to say it doesn't violate penal code. I mostly agree with that because there's a very large exception in the penal code for educational activities that, in my opinion, should be clarified. The argument I'm making here is it is within your authority to have the book removed based on the pervasively vulgar chapters, sections, rape scenes, bestiality, other sexual conduct with minors, between minors and adults. That is the standard that you can make a decision on. And like I said, it's a gray zone in constitutional law, so I would talk to your school board attorney about this, but if you removed it based on very clearly articulating that you find this pervasively vulgar or there's little educational value, then you would face very little legal risk. In my opinion, again, talk to your school board.
But we would have to find that it was pervasively vulgar or had little social value?
Educational.
Educational suitability.
Yeah, educational suitability.
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Until the penal code is clarified or whatever the Texas
Yeah,
legislature.
it is a statutory issue. I think to bring clarity to it, look, I've done this in Florida where we've dealt with Sheriff Grady Judd in Polk County, you know, America's sheriff. So I've seen it all. I've seen 100 police reports get filed, and it's very difficult. I agree with Mr. Morris. It's very difficult to get a prosecutor to look at it from that perspective. Now, that said, and this is something I warned the board about, under federal law, under 18 U.S.C., if there's pictures of minors engaged in sex, that is child pornography by the statute.
But that is not the case.
That's not it, but I'm letting you know there
Right.
are certain vulgarities in books that can be prosecuted
Sure.
criminally. It's not just a blanket, we're never going to prosecute.
Yeah, but not.
Not
the
for this
case
book,
here.
I just wanted to be clear.
And then, just to understand what Ms. O is asking for. So, as I understand from reviewing the documents, she was asking for her son not to be forced to read the book, for it to be removed from instructional material or an assignment,
Correct.
and that it be removed from all Conroe ISD libraries.
It'd be removed as instructional material or instructional resource, yes.
Okay, and so the committee, reconsideration committee, determined that of those three things, that Ms. O's son is not forced to read the book, it would not be used as instructional material, but that it would remain in classroom libraries and libraries. There's probably a better word for that, but you know what I mean. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so what you're asking for now is that third part, that it be removed from classroom libraries and libraries.
Yes, and I think Ms. O represents a lot of citizens in this county. It's very difficult to get to this point, and especially with the policy. Forgive me, I can't recall, but some policies I've seen, if you challenge a book once, you can't challenge it again. No citizen can challenge it for a year. So I don't know if that is a restrictive thing in your policy.
We have it.
It's not in our policy, it's in our procedure.
Yeah, so this is it. I mean, you get one shot. And I think it's important. In the alternative, and I forgot to mention this a while ago, what I've seen in other school districts is you can turn it into an opt-in material. In other words, you can have the book, the teachers can have it as a resource, they can have it available in the library, but it's just not in general circulation. In other words, if a child wants to get it and their parents don't want to buy it off, I don't know, Amazon, a million other places you can get a book, then they can opt in, like going on a field trip. I consent to this material, I want my child to read this. So that is a reasonable kind of middle ground that we could take as an alternative if you don't want to have the book removed from the shelves because it's pervasively vulgar.
Okay, maybe other people have questions for Mr. Houlihan, so I wait for Mr. Moore's questions. Yeah?
Yes, because I just have one. Our policy is opt out per title right now, correct?
We don't have a policy that does the form that we created is opt out. The parents choose which titles they want to opt out, and we mark that in the child's library account.
So a parent needs to be aware of every book in the library to opt out of each title one by one on the form. Is that correct?
They would need to be aware of the books they have a concern about.
Okay, so wouldn't it just be, well, never mind, that's probably out of order. I mean, I was going to say it'd be easier as an opt-in to just give them rights to whatever, and then we wouldn't have to worry about this. Anyway, okay, go ahead.
Separate.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you want to go?
No, go ahead.
No. Stacy asked my question.
Oh. You want to just go down the road? I have a question for...
I have a question, Mr. Houlihan, too. Go ahead.
Educational suitability. So, speaking directly about the rape scene, in the book it was discussed what happened. And we know it was very, very descriptive. Very descriptive. But later on in the book they talked about how that was wrong. is that in any consideration to, even though it was vulgar, the education of it was discussed? For example, well, I mean, just thinking as a young man, you know, how does a young man know that he's ever gone too far with a young girl, especially in high school? And in that particular scene, the young woman let him go far, but then she changed her mind, or she drew the line, and the young man didn't stop.
Told him no.
And that was the conversation that they had in that particular scene. Do you feel like that is not educational? The value of that education to the reader is not enough to say it shouldn't be read at all? Am I asking that question very clearly?
Yeah, it makes sense. I think certainly different people from different perspectives will take educational value where it may, but I mean, I also just don't think it's appropriate, you know, to have, you know, having a book where they're getting these minors drunk and raping them, and I think that overshadows a lot of the lesson that's trying to be learned.
Is it the subject matter itself, or is it the fact that it was so descriptive?
It's throughout the book. I mean, if we were talking about one chapter or one passage, I would understand that.
I'm just talking specifically about that. That's
that's
what was read to us, and that's really what's on the forefront of.
Yeah, that scene was very descriptive, but it goes to the entire theme. The entire theme of the book has the minors engaged in these sexual activities. Which, look, would you want your child to be privy to a conversation where somebody was talking about that next to them? Would you think that's pervasively vulgar? Would you take them to a movie where every other scene was were minors engaged in these activities, going to parks to pick up grown men? Like, it's reason and common sense to me. You wouldn't take your 14-year-old daughter to a movie to see with those activities all through it. And I believe the taxpayers shouldn't be on the hook for these materials that are pervasively vulgar, especially in our county. And this is Montgomery County. I grew up here. I went to high school here. This is a county with respect, with hardworking people, where yes sir, no ma'am is still said. At least it is in my house and a lot of houses of my friends. And we need to teach our kids to have dignity and respect for themselves and their peers. Now, I do agree there is redeeming value in some of those chapters, but not all children are going to see it that way.
Understood.
So I think you answered my question.
No, I have just one other on that, and I'd love to come back to Mr. Morris to answer that eventually when you come up as well. And it is on topic, but it's a little bit different question. Earlier today in our board meeting, we were talking about some things, and one of the things that came up was the fact that it was requested to reveal the committee members' names, but yet we are referring to the person here as Miss O. In other words, she's not giving her name. Is there any particular reason why she does not want us to know her name?
I think it's board policy. I don't think
we're protecting for student FERPA information. She's a child in the school district, and the nature of.
So there's a reason for protection.
Yes.
Is your point? Okay.
Then that could be used the same way with the committee members.
Correct.
You already did. You already accidentally said it at the beginning.
I asked that earlier, just to be clear. So
no problem.
She's an upstanding citizen. She's a taxpayer.
I wasn't trying to lead towards any of that stuff. I was just
no reason. I think to your point though, I think when you delegate that authority that really comes from the Constitution and the Education Code, which has been delegated to you, which represents the consent of the governed, we the people, that authority you shouldn't just give to an unelected, unknown group of committee members that we don't even know how they get to selected. I mean, that is your authority, and you need to protect that authority and not allow the books to get buried and appellants get discouraged from raising it to the school board.
We have a physical responsibility to our school district, and yet every day we delegate that authority to Dr. Noll and his team. So we delegate all day. That's the role of the school district. But that's not the question I have for you. That's neither here nor there. The question I have for you is that you pointed out multiple excerpts from the book, right? And I think you answered it. You said the book did have redeeming value to some. Would you agree that if you look at the book in its totality, the totality of the book, as well as looking at the redeeming value of the book, would you say that that is in fact, in the totality of the book, has some sort of educational value and some sort of redeeming value?
Well, that's a different test. I mean, yeah, you could have redeeming value in anything, but if we're just talking about the Pico case, is it pervasively vulgar? That's it. That's what you got to answer.
You say pervasively vulgar, that's subjective as well. I read the book and it was like, just like your, what do you call them, the amendments or the exhibits? Your exhibits, you pointed out 4 or 5 exhibits of an entire book. So for us to take those 4 or 5 exhibits, which points to 4 or 5 different scenes out of an entire book, would seem to me that that's not giving the book its due credit. It seems like we're trying to point out the bad without taking into account the totality of the book.
Yeah, my goal there was to just show that the overall theme was throughout the entire book.
And this is for high school kids, right?
And I do agree. Look, I've heard the argument. Well, they can just look it up on their cell phone.
If I told you, next question I ask you, how we fund out. If I told you we have a book that's available to elementary kids that's consistent with the very arguments you make as to why this book should be pulled, how would you respond to that? I could pull excerpts out of this book and show where it shows consensual rape, non-consensual sex, incest, bestiality, drunkenness, forcing someone to get drunk.
Yeah, I mean, that goes to age appropriateness, so I get where you're going. These are high school kids, right?
Yeah.
I get that, but not all parents in the school district that pay taxes want their children exposed to that. My children, look, I've got a brand new 14-year-old, a 11-year-old, and a 3-year-old.
But you have that option.
We haven't even, they don't know what these things are.
But you have that option to opt out of the book that you deem not appropriate. I don't see any problem with the book for my kids, my high school kids to read. But back to my point, if an elementary school kid was exposed to some of those very same things, would you have a problem with the book? If I took the same test that you took to make this book specifically vulgar and riddled with vulgarities or whatnot, would you be okay with that?
I mean, I would think at any level, I think it's pervasively vulgar if you have these type of things in the public domain. I mean, this represents the public domain. Whether it's a conversation somebody's having on the bus and you're next to your 11-year-old and they're talking about raping minors, or it's in a book provided by taxpayers. I think it's in the public domain and it's not appropriate for for especially elementary kids, age children. I think it's extremely inappropriate for that level. Middle school kids and even going up to high school, I think that's why I offered the alternative, which would be an opt-in policy, where if the book is available and a parent wants their child to read it and it's not otherwise available, they can provide consent like going on a field trip. So that's an alternative. That's a reasonable alternative to this issue that I think the board can come together on. I think it's an issue you guys could actually agree on, which is what I'm trying to do, is bring you guys together, right? It's late.
Mr. Julian, should the back of the book contain an HIV hotline? Does that fall under any sort of pervasive or vulgar?
Ooh, I wasn't aware there was a HIV hotline.
There is.
Yeah. So.
I think that's good.
You?
Yeah, do.
I mean, I'm sure somewhere in your school there's a poster with the HIV hotline.
Yeah. I'm just curious.
Yeah, I'm sure that's in your nurse's office. So.
Well, but in our books though, should it be?
I mean, I don't know if that meets a standard for pervasively vulgar.
Yeah.
That's just information.
Just an addition, yeah.
That's information. That's not sexual acts described by a grown adult about children.
Mr. Are you all?
You guys got me in the hot seat.
Melissa?
I didn't argue in front of the Supreme Court.
Melissa, do you have any?
No, not Mr. Houlihan, no.
Okay.
All right. I just one follow-up question for you, Mr. Houlihan. You mentioned in your discussion that you made some comparison to would you allow your 14-year-old to see this as a movie, which I understand from your earlier comment that seeing images is different and treated differently than
that would
words.
be considered child pornography if they depicted children engaging in sex.
So that's not a fair comparison there?
I mean, they removed it from the movie because they couldn't do it because it was illegal.
Because there's a different standard there, right?
Well, I guess, reading it and seeing it are two different things, but they're both sensory kind of element. You're either hearing it, seeing it, or you're reading it.
And you mentioned your other comparison was to overhearing a conversation about the date rape scene. But
yeah, my point there was, you wouldn't want your children to hear that conversation out in the public domain.
But I think, or I understand from Mr. Morris's analysis that we should not consider just a scene on its own, but consider the whole totality of the book.
Yeah,
is that correct?
Well, he's talking about a different standard. He's talking about the penal code, and he's talking about the Miller test. That's a different test by the U.S. Supreme Court on obscenity. And I'm talking about just your authority to remove the book under your authority, under your without fear of all the lawyers running out and suing the school district and bankrupting you. I don't think that's going to happen as long as you articulate that you find the exhibits and the argument here today that the material is pervasively vulgar.
But I think to articulate those things, we have to, believe them, right? So I think that is the test here, right? Yeah.
And go on the record if you believe that.
Yeah. All right.
Yes, sir.
Now, I'll get back to that book I was referencing and some of the stuff that you just pointed out you deemed to be most absurd and vulgar. And what was the word? Pervasively vulgar. Okay.
I didn't make that word up. It was.
It was your.
I think it was Justice Brennan.
Catchword.
Justice Brennan is the one that wrote that.
Thank you.
And there's no definition that I could find in any other case law that defines that, by the way. They said it's up to the school board to define.
And there's also an abortion scene in this book as well.
Yes, I believe so. Yeah, I think it's his sister.
Charlie takes his sister.
Yeah.
Right.
And there's other things that were raised. I wanted to stay focused on the sexual acts with the minors. I think that's the most disturbing. I was a prosecutor and I prosecuted child pornography for a few years, and it was really disturbing. And to see those things, I think. Anyway, I don't want to go off on a tangent, but some of those things are related.
I have just one question for you. So you had mentioned the values and morals of the county. You have grown up here. You say yes, sir, yes, ma'am. There were many people this evening that came and spoke at the podium in stating that they were fine with the book. This has become very political versus policy. And so I have to wonder, you're stating that the community wants this taken away, but many people in the community came here this evening to say that they don't. So which community are we supposed to look at for representation?
Well, I think, from my experience, I think a lot of parents are just not plugged in. They don't realize what's out there. I think there's a lot of parents that have kind of woken up to what's happening in some of the schools, and that's why I offer the alternative. Look, if a parent comes and they say, hey, I want my kid to read that book, okay, sign this form. They can read the book all they want.
How many forms would they end up signing?
I mean, how many forms do they already sign?
I mean, for every book
I think
we'd have to sign a form.
Or they could
well,
go
there's
to,
only been 2 books challenged, so I don't think that's too big.
Or they
of
could
a
go to Amazon or Barnes & Noble and get it.
Our
libraries, which they should have.
I just asked that same question of Ms. Gladys on that. And I was like, but they were expecting parents to, and that's why I didn't continue, because it really wasn't. We're asking parents to opt out on a form for every book as well.
Yeah,
so it's both
we're
ways.
assuming there's less books you want to opt out of as opposed to me as a parent. I want my kid to have a free for all. I want my kid to read.
That's why opt-in is a great option, because opt-in allows them to say, I have no guidelines, no parameters for my children.
So do I get them to opt in on classroom assignments, et cetera?
This wasn't on they've taken it out of the classroom.
Yeah, it's been removed already from the classroom.
So
right, it's no longer part of the curriculum.
I don't think that the expectation is for parents to show up in school and say, I want my kid to be able to read this book, and this book. I'm assuming all the books in the library have been vetted for my kid's age group, right? That's the trust that I'm putting into the school district when I send my kids to school. Now, if there's a book that I deem personally that I don't want my kid to read, then I should say, hey, that book specifically, don't want my kid to read. I think that's the right protocol.
Do you know what, you know every book in the library?
Do I know every book in the library? What? Is that rhetorical?
Well, but I think to what,
I'm not gonna justify.
I think you guys can come to a reasonable middle ground here and do the right thing. It's what a lot of school districts have done. I mean, like in Katy, they banned a lot of, removed a lot of books. It's happening all over the state because, I don't want to give you the background, the whole story, but there's publishers that make their own awards to get the books from being pulled. They're part of TLA and ALA, but there's some nefarious things going on with some of this material. Not all of it, some of it. It's not all just great literature. There are some nefarious things in some of the literature that pushes the limit on appropriateness, and I think this is one of those books. And if a parent can opt into it, if a teacher really wants to assign it, or a parent that came here and spoke tonight really feels that strongly about it, fine, keep the book. Have them opt into it. Parental consent. It's foundation of our parental rights in the state of Texas to consent to this material that is pervasively vulgar.
Or you can opt.
Well, go ahead.
If they know. I mean, there are a lot of parents, they work hard. I mean, parents are just not plugged in like they should be. They try the best they can, but they just don't have the ability to do it.
Teresa.
so you're stating that because parents don't have time, it's our, as the board, our complete responsibility to monitor, pull books, put books in,
No,
because they don't have time?
I think when there's a book like this that represents a large section of the community that has identified those passages and the theme of the book is pervasively vulgar, there's a good chance there's a large section that would object to it if they had known about it. So I think with the opt-in policy to the book, then that gives them an opportunity to at least review it. If they get a form home, a teacher wants to assign it, or it's in the library and somebody recommends they read it, at least the parent has a chance to catch up and figure out if that's something they want their child to read.
But wouldn't that be something that those parents have already discussed with their children? Listen, our family doesn't read this type of book. If you come across that in the library, you just need to put that one back and look for something else, because that's part of what they practice in their home.
I would hope so.
So,
but that's just not the case. I just don't think it's the taxpayer's responsibility to provide material that goes to this extent, this thematic throughout with sexual assaults on minors and rape scenes. I think it's just a bridge too far, in my opinion. That's my personal opinion. Again, I grew up here. I have certain values. My kids would never read that. We took, what was the book? I can't remember, but there's some inappropriate things in a book I never thought there would be. We check every book. My wife subscribes to this service that tells you the parent, tells you all the material that's in it. So some parents do that. Other parents don't.
Would you agree with some inappropriate stuff in Romeo and Juliet?
I mean, I haven't read that since 9th grade. Not that I can recall.
But
at least the cliff notes of it.
Very inappropriate stuff in there, man. Very inappropriate.
I don't think it's, you can compare Romeo and Juliet to
you can.
bestiality and, raping a 13-year-old girl. I don't think those things are comparable.
Tiffany, did you want to?
I did not grow up in a home where I grew up with a single mom, so I didn't grow up in a home where my mom went through my books and told me what I could and couldn't read. So I'm with you on that. I mean, as parents, we also have the right to put parental controls on our children's phones and what they watch on TV. So I see a parallel.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we've got our kids on lockdown. Maybe that's good, maybe that's bad. I don't know, but I just want my kids to grow up as kids and wholesome. And they can be adults later.
but again, to Mrs. Nelson's just statement now, that's a parent's decision to put those parameters. That's a family's decision, whether you're a single mom or both parents are in the household. They are living those values as they see fit within their family. I'm not sure that we are the ones that are to decide what is right or wrong for somebody's family.
Well, I would say the Supreme Court said you are. The Supreme Court said you have that authority to make that decision. So I don't know what else to say to that. The Supreme Court said you are.
So you're stating that the Supreme Court is stating that I can decide for everyone's family here, along with my
If there's a
colleagues.
book that is raised that is pervasively vulgar, yes. You can decide. You can make that decision. You're not going to have other material that you find offensive in the library. This one just is already there.
But then we go back to parental choice. Parents being involved in their, in their children's education, parents being involved in what they're seeing and doing. So doesn't that kind of go against the grain of what the popular discussion is now, that parents want to be more involved, yet me and my fellow board members have just taken that right away.
No, but you have the constitutional responsibility under the Texas Constitution and from the Texas Ledge to make sure they have appropriate material and curriculum. So you have that responsibility, and you represent the people, the consent of the governed. So you already represent those parents, and you have to make the choices that you think are best for those parents that are not always able or willing to read through those materials. And there are a lot of students in Conroe that English is a second language. What do you think about their parents? You think they are going to read the book if they can't even read English? So yes, there are some gaps that have to be filled, and you guys are going to have to make those decisions.
I think their parents would be elated if they could read the book.
I think they would be, but the fact is maybe they don't read English yet, and that's just a fact.
So I do have a question. I think it's been argued that we as a board have the ultimate authority, but I think what we control more than the parents is our district. And so it could be argued that if there is material that could be put to the test and determine that it lacks social value, if we're talking about Mr. Morris's point about the Miller test, right? He's saying that,
I don't want to speak for Mr. Miller, but I believe he was talking about the
I'm just saying, if as a board, if we're looking at this, what gets us here is we really can't control the role and the involvement of the parents, but what we can do is increase our policy standards as far as how these books get selected in our district and what determines the value, how that's being determined by the people choosing these books in our district.
Yeah, I agree with that. You guys got some work to do dusting off your policies.
Because we haven't even started to address that, but this is what got us here, is we don't control the parents, but this book came into our district somehow.
And once it's in, that's when you have that test. Which is
20.
a plurality test, it's not really a test.
Wow.
One of your major objections was unconsensual sex, the rape, and to forcing a kid to get drunk, or they glorifying alcohol, is that what you mentioned?
I didn't really talk about the alcohol too much. I'm a realist. I know kids are out there doing those things.
But
I would hope they're not raping each other.
But another one of your tests, and that's my point, that's part of my point. A lot, the stuff that's in this book goes on, right? And someone is giving their account of what goes on over age groups of that same demographic that we're referring to, the high school kids, right?
I'm sure it goes on, yes. I will.
And you said you don't want to hear, you wouldn't want your kids to hear the conversation in public domain.
I wouldn't want them to Mr. Huber's point, the graphic nature and detail of the sodomization, bestiality, sexual acts with a hot dog. I wouldn't want them to hear that now.
Let me read you the excerpt from the book. Elementary kids. Our father is old, and there is no man around. There's no man around here to give us children, as it is custom all over the earth. Let's get our father drunk with wine, and then sleep with him. Let's preserve our family line through our father. So they got their father drunk with wine that night, and the younger daughter went and slept with him. Again, he was not aware of it when she lay down with him, or when she got up. So both of Lot's daughters became pregnant by their father. We just talked about rape, right? Unconsensual sex. Incest, 2. Forcing someone to get drunk, alcohol, 3. A conversation I wouldn't want my children to hear in public domain, 4. That's just one excerpt. That's Genesis 19, 30, 35.
Is that being taught in the classroom?
No, but it's access. We're talking about access.
Okay.
I thought we were talking about the classroom.
That's actually, you got access in the classroom.
Yeah, I'm sure there's many other examples in the Old Testament you can find
Some
from the
taken
Old
out of
Testament.
context.
But,
But it's it.
There it is. It's
How you
there.
interpret it is what it is.
Right, but it's not in the classroom.
But I want my children, my elementary kids to hear it.
Opt out.
We got an answer.
Is the value that this book brings,
Bam.
is the value that this book brings, is it worth the risk? I mean, that's really what we need to ask ourselves.
I mean, there's, in my opinion, like I said, consult your school board attorney, there's very little legal risk for moving. Very little. As long as you articulate it's not for some personal bias, as long as you articulate that it is because you find it pervasive or vulgar. Very few cases have been litigated on this. Again, it is a gray zone of constitutional law, but I don't think you hold a lot of risk there.
I have a procedural question real quick, Ms. Gladys. I know we're in the question area, but will we be given an opportunity to give our opinion before we vote about?
You'll be able to have your discussion once the questions are
Okay,
completed.
very good. And then last thing, I know we're beating you up over here, but that's what we're trying to do to determine. This book is not only in CISD, it's all over the state of Texas, right? Would it be nice if the state of Texas who writes this would give us better guidance and not have such the penal code is so vague that these books that you're fighting against keep showing up in schools? Why is this fight being taken to the state of Texas to help to give the school districts a little bit more guidance and guardrails?
I believe so. I think they're trying to clarify it, but I really believe, it's a personal opinion because I deal with these issues in Florida, that having parents more involved in noticing the hearings and having them open to the public will get dialogue going, and a lot of these issues won't come up to your level because they'll have the book, they'll have the curriculum and the material already decided. So that's a change, if anybody's watching out in Texas Ledgeland, that they should recommend that these committees are noticed and open to the public to participate.
Very good. Okay.
I will say that on that, it would be nice, but also Texas Education Code gives us some guardrails. They don't define as well, but they leave it to us to create what our community values and standards are and to create our guardrails of what we'll accept and won't. So, I mean, in the state of Texas and what we're seeing a lot more in Florida, the state of Texas likes us to let our communities and our school districts drive themselves with not as much boundaries. That's the way I've read it and been seeing it.
Could be.
That goes back to our Constitution of 1876. The counties and the school districts and the sub-districts have all the authority. It's not supposed to be centralized in Austin.
Okay, who do you choose?
You don't want them in Austin making all the decisions. You want to be able to make the decisions.
I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying the penal code is written
I agree with you. It needs to be
so vague.
I'm with you.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Mr. Morris agrees with you. We all agree on that.
It's so vague. So vague. Well, would you like to hear from
Could I have one question, Mr. Houlihan?
Let Ms. Morris get the hot seat.
Oh,
sorry.
Mr. Houlihan.
Teresa.
How come you haven't brought this book or any of the other books to court here in Texas or asked our Attorney General to evaluate any of this?
I just take one case at a time now. So, it came up, and I said I'd help out. I'm not getting any pay for this, by the way.
Me either.
No, I realize.
Hey, you guys are paid real well.
Me either.
But it just seems like if you're going back and forth to Florida and you're here in Texas and you're doing all of this work, it seems like you would go straight to the top, to the top source and have them
Well, we're a
review the
nonprofit,
case.
nonpartisan, and we don't lobby, so technically.
Okay.
We'd love to have you up now.
There you go, sir.
So let me say, this book's been in circulation for 23 years. So to your point, Trustee Wagaman, if there was a real legitimate basis to have it removed, given that it has been the source of some controversy, then you would think in 23 years somebody would have brought a lawsuit to force its removal.
Right.
And nobody has. And the reason why that's true is because it's not even a close call legally. So I understand you look at the penal code and you grapple with it because it seems a little bit cumbersome and it seems like it's vague. But to people who deal in constitutional law, this is not a close call. So I don't mean to be disrespectful when I say this to you, but if we were talking about your library having pictorial issues of Playboy magazine or Penthouse magazine, yes, there wouldn't be any there wouldn't be any social redeeming value to having those materials in your schools. But we're not talking about that.
Right.
And I'm not here to talk about any other books. I'm only here to talk about this one book. And I'm not here to talk about your process because that was not what was part of my charge. I'm here only telling you what the law is and your policy is when you consider this book. And when you consider this book, it's really not as complicated as Mr. Houlihan, who's a very capable lawyer, would make it sound. And I appeal to your common sense. If it was as simple as he made it sound, then two things would have already been true. One, people would have been arrested for circulating this book within 23 years. Two, there would have been a single challenge somewhere in the entirety of the nation to prevent the book from being distributed to school children. Neither of those things happen. I suggest to you, neither of them will. In the balance, I'm sorry, can I finish this point? In the balance of your legal concerns, I want to be very clear with you. Your risk of leaving it on the shelves, your legal risk as a district in leaving it on the shelves is zero. Now, anybody could pay a fee and file a lawsuit, but I'm telling you, your risk of losing that lawsuit, in my estimation, after my 30 years plus years of experience in looking at this, is zero. The PICO decision that he told you about, the best guidance we have from the Supreme Court overturned a school district board of trustees decision to pull books out of its library.
Why?
Okay?
Why are you saying it overturned it?
It overturned the board's decision.
Who did? I'm sorry.
The Supreme Court did.
No, it didn't.
Well, that's my reading of PICO. It said
It was a plurality.
Yes, but that doesn't. The plurality meant that they reached the decision that the board could not pull the books. What made it a plurality decision is they agreed. 5 justices agreed on the result. What makes it a plurality is they all didn't share the same rationale for why. So it is true that it doesn't serve as precedent that binds the U.S. Supreme Court. So if they have another case, they don't look back to PICO and said, well, we decided PICO that way, we have to decide the next case that way. That's something that we call stare decisis in the courts. But in a plurality, it doesn't mean that they don't reach a decision. It means that they don't share the rationale for it, and that's why you can't rely upon it.
So wasn't the problem that the board members didn't follow their policies and procedures?
That was a piece of evidence that indicated to the court that there were factual questions as to the board's motivations.
And
thank you. And so that gets to a very important point where I differ from Mr. Houlihan. So Mr. Houlihan told you that you as the board can make any decision you want without limitation. That's not what the plurality, the 5 judges collectively said in PICO. They said that there are limitations on a school board. Once a book is in a library, once it's there are limitations on your rationale for removal. And I quoted that language that was part of the holding in my decision to you that says just because you disagree with the content of the materials, that's not a constitutional basis to remove it. The other thing that I want to be very clear about is if you overturn the decision of the committee, you will be doing so in violation of your own policy. And I didn't get to that before, but that's very important because your policy says that a parent's ability to control access to library materials extends only to their child. The committee honored Mrs. O's request that her son not have access to the materials. But again to your question, Trustee Wagaman, we're here talking about this concept of parental rights. And I suggest to you it has been turned on its head. Because the only reason we are here is not because Miss O is being forced, her son's being forced to read this book. She's here saying that no family can have access to this book. And that is in direct violation of your own very wise policy. Because you have people of very different moral sensibilities in the community you serve. You serve every family and every student within your community. They don't all share the same moral views that you do. You, 7 of you, may not consistently share moral views. When it's an issue of pornography, we presume that we all share the moral view that students shouldn't have access to pornography. But this is not pornography. So, Board President Hubert, you raised the question, and it's a very appropriate one, about the most descriptive scene in the book, the rape scene. And the fact that later in the book, the primary character, Charlie, has a discussion with Sam. Sam reveals that she had been the victim of sexual abuse. And they share this struggle with his feelings about that what he witnessed was a rape, because he wasn't sure if it was a rape, and they conclude that it is. And so the test is different than pornography. You can have material that deals with sexual issues, but if part of the discussion in the overall work is to try to do something that is socially redeeming in it, then it is something that should not be removed under the First Amendment. And so you capitalized on what makes this book have social value and why the committee got it right. Because they did struggle with that. There is a morality tale in the book. There is a lesson about right and wrong. It's not just a raw depiction of a rape scene for somebody's prurient gratification or titillation. That's not what the book does, and we protect books that do something more, aspire to be more than something that's just pornographic. I mean, when I was young, we had something, somebody raised the issue about movies. We had penthouse letters. I'm sure you've all heard it. If you've lived long enough, you've heard that concept. It's just verbal erotica. It's expressed words. It's not a visual depiction. But it's designed solely for sexual gratification and titillation. That would obviously not be appropriate. There's not anything that's socially redeeming for students. But again, that's not what we're talking about in this book. This is very different. And I think your common sense tells you that. It wouldn't be #1 on the New York Times bestseller list. Librarian associations wouldn't have given it a couple of awards if it was so utterly without redemption that all it did was appeal to the prurient interests of society. And that's why you're not at any risk. No court's going to ever find that you're leaving that books on the shelves poses a constitutional issue. But there is some question. Minimally, I think Mr. Houlihan would have to agree that post-PICO, because it's a plurality decision, there is at least some serious question as to whether removal of that book could put the district in the target of somebody who complains it violates their First Amendment rights. Because 4 of the justices, now this is where they parted company on the question now, 4 of them said, we think that students have a constitutional right to receive it. And that was a big fracturing piece between the majority in that case and the dissenters in that case. And then literally a single judge who made the 5th vote to reach the decision to remove the materials, he said, I don't agree with the rationale of the 4. I don't believe people have a constitutional right to receive it, but I believe that the school district should lose in this case on another basis. So constitutional experts looking at this can see that one day a bookcase, like we're experiencing today, will percolate up through the court system and get there. I suggest to you it's not going to be based on this book. It will not be based on this book.
Mr. Morris, I think procedurally, we need to ask questions.
Well, I
so-
apologize, and
Yeah.
Ms. Nelson, I think, was the
Yes.
first. Trustee Nelson was going to ask the question.
Yeah, you mentioned that the book hadn't been challenged before. Is that what you said?
Not in any court that I've seen.
Okay, because I just did a quick Google search and I saw multiple school districts that have
It's
banned or
been
removed the
challenged
book.
in multiple districts, and I think there are two that I could see where the school boards did vote to remove them, maybe in Massachusetts
Yeah,
and one other state.
there were quite a few. There were definitely more than two that just in a quick search. So if you guys
I'm
are
speaking
curious.
about court challenges.
Okay, thanks for clarifying.
Okay, and as the wife of a litigator who may not have argued in front of the Supreme Court, but has argued in front of the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, I'm not litigation happy, but my personal concern isn't so much about the litigation, zero
And I
chance
didn't
of
think it
litigation, it's what's right for the children.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, I mean, I do care about the expensive litigation, I do care about that whole process, but that's not my main concern here.
Well, and I wouldn't presume that any of you don't have first and foremost in your mind a concern about children. You clearly just may have disagreement about, in this situation, what's best for children.
On that, Misty, because you bring up a great point, but I want to go back to something that you said because I need some clarity. Because you said, if for some reason, we don't know how this is going to turn out, we don't uphold the level 2, then we're going to be going against our own policy.
Yeah.
I'm not understanding why we would even have a level 3 if that's the case. Could you help me understand why we are even allowed to have a level 3 if you're saying we would be going against our policy?
Well, because the reality is, if somebody at level 2 disagrees with the committee's decision for any reason, then they have the right to appeal to you, even if they're making an argument that would be contrary to your policy. They get to make the argument.
Could you help me understand my policy where I would be going against a policy if we as a group decided to go against the recommendation?
Yeah, well, because your policy says that one parent can't basically control the determination for other parents. That the answer, if a parent objects the way your policy is structured, then that parent's objection is honored for their own child, but they cannot impose their objection on other children. So it recognizes that every family has to make that determination for itself. And look, I got to tell you, it strikes me as somewhat patronizing to believe that the decision needs to be made for every family in the district because there may be some that are too busy to study this issue. I think you're...
I wouldn't agree with that. I think it's a little bit over the line, to be honest with you. But is that the case? Is that how you understand our policy to be? I don't think it's patronizing to have people come bring these issues to us. They have every right to bring that.
I'm suggesting you're making the decision based on the assumption that parents are not in a position to make the decision for their own family.
I'm making a decision tonight based off of a book that I was asked to read and interpret and determine if I want to uphold. That's what I'm being asked to do.
I agree.
Well, I think what the policy does explicitly say is that no parent can make a decision for other people's children. You know,
But we would not be doing that as a board, collectively as a board.
if you determine that the book didn't meet your selection criteria, then no.
Okay. Does anybody have any other questions for Mr. Morris?
I do.
Please.
Okay, so I also read this book. In answer to everyone that was saying I probably had not read that book or implying I had not, I did. I read the book. I don't even know where to begin. Okay, number one, I'm 57. I could not read this book and take in the content as a 14-year-old. There's just no way. So all of us are doing our best, our very best to make a decision tonight based on what is best for our students, our constituents, their community members, but there is absolutely no way for our brains to read and process this book as a 57-year-old at the age of 14. You know, there's just not, unless you had that ability and you were making the comment that there's nothing in here that was, you know, reaches that point. So what I'd like to know is how did you read this at a 14-year-old level at your age?
Well, I could not obviously read it as a 14-year-old, and I didn't read it as a 14-year-old.
So,
Did or did not?
I did not read it as a 14-year-old.
I don't think it was around
99.
Come on, math in your head.
Oh, yeah, you wouldn't have been able to do that.
So therefore, we can't really determine that it would be morally corruptive to a child because we have to go on our best understanding and knowledge at our ages.
Well, and in that regard, in my opinion, I deferred to the subject expertise of your school folks who sat on the committee. And
Okay.
found it age appropriate for high schoolers.
And second of all, we don't want to make a decision tonight based on when you were saying there are 0 cases in the country, 0 cases, whatever, because Texas, and over all these years that the book's been in, because Texas Penal Code for this is fairly new on this part of it and what we're venturing into, so we can't really make a decision based on that there's been none before because our state law has just been updated, revised, et cetera.
It may have been updated, but the concept of obscenity law has been around in Texas law in various iterations since the 1960s, I believe. So, and these tests, these constitutional tests come from that era. They really haven't changed over decades.
They have. This last year, there's been a lot of discussion on this nationwide, but in Texas, we started taking action, as did Florida and other places. But do you have studies to back up what you're saying, that these words aren't impacting our children's minds?
No, I'm not suggesting that. I suspect that the words can be impactful to students' minds.
Negatively, not just positively?
I don't have any studies that can tell me that any particular student who reads it, what the impacts are. I can tell you that a court looking at it would look to see what the prevailing message in the material was, and generally wouldn't look to some scientific study of the impacts. They would simply look at the material and decide whether it is deserving of First Amendment protection or it's not.
So Mr. Houlihan was commented that he only had 4 or 5 exhibits in his documentation, but per my blue tabs in this book, you can see there are a number of contents. Now I'm just saying a number of things, all different levels, all different contents. I think overwhelmingly those are items. As a whole, I was asked to read and take it in its entirety, and this is the entirety in its whole. So that concerns me. By leaving this on classroom, well, first of all, is there a rating on books? Is there a rating that alerts parents to know? So parents would have to then not only find time to determine the library books that they would be concerned about their children reading, they'd also have to read through the library books. They'd also, and we are from a hardworking and good community value families, even those hardworking families that are working 2 jobs, et cetera, especially with inflation the way it is right now. That really concerns me that we are not taking that into consideration.
Well, you asked me a question and I want to respond to it. I just want to say, in fairness to the teacher, books are not marked with ratings. The classroom teacher, when she originally gave the assignment, did point parents to the direction of something called Common Sense Media. I'm not particularly familiar with it, but it's something that helps parents decide what the content of certain materials are, including books.
So I have been to those as well, and good books and things like that, and you know what is overwhelming in it? A lot of the reviews, a lot of the commentary are done by guess who? Adults, not 14-year-olds. I will tell you, this book is high interest, which is awesome, low readability level, which is great for our struggling readers right now, The content is what we're here to decide. As a reading teacher, it's hard to find those books that are high interest. So my next one is you just mentioned that when you were raising your children, that how great you guys, and we did too. We were very blessed to have frank discussions. Unfortunately, there were times I exposed my children to probably things I shouldn't have without intentionally doing so. But and now knowing more in my older years and learning more. But we have a lot of students that unfortunately their parents don't have that ability and time right now. They're doing everything they can to buy eggs, milk, sandwiches, that type of stuff. So we don't have all of our students doing that. And we're asked now, as Mr. Wagaman said, that we were asked, which side do we take? Do we take the benefit of this group of people or the benefit of this group of people? How are we to determine that? I mean,
well, I think the policy tries to do that by allowing parents to decide for their own children what their children can access and all that. So I think your policy attempts to do that with that provision.
and Charlie did do drinking, drugs, alcohol, sex, LSD, acid stuff, marijuana, excessive. And it wasn't just him observing others doing it and feeling bad about it. So I just wanted to point that out.
Ms. Odenweiler, one thing I will mention is in the legislative session, there is a bill that has been introduced for ratings on books. And so I think we should all follow that to see where that goes.
And maybe weigh in on it so we can get the help that Mr. Hubert is asking for. Because, I mean, there was a book I became aware of this week that said adult content, audience adult, and we still had it on the shelf in one of our high schools. I am concerned about the book remaining in a classroom library, because a classroom library, a personal classroom library, A, there's no record of what all books are in there. B, there's no tracking of the books that are in there. C, a parent doesn't have any knowledge or access, of what a teacher has. Granted, if he or she, a parent, deems a book that they don't want their child to be appropriate, they can then also notify the teacher. I think that in a library, there's a lot better ability to control that. In a classroom library, it's just too wide open.
I think generally, I'm not saying that I have particular concern for this book, but I see the wisdom in your concern that the district, just in terms of its providing access to any variety of books, would want to have a greater sense of control. It probably does have greater control over its libraries than it might currently in policing the materials that educators keep in their classrooms.
Melissa?
Yeah, so going back to your original presentation, you made a statement that if you look at this book as a whole, the whole book, it does have, you quoted me, some redeeming quality, some redeeming values based on the Miller test, based on a national value
correct.
standard.
That's the test.
So I guess my question, and I'm interested to know, would that outweigh, would that some redeeming value outweigh the potential harm?
Yeah, well, so it's hard for me to answer that in terms of the harm. It kind of gets back to Trustee Odenweller's question about, did I know the impacts on students? Could I point to a study that measured the impacts on students? And I can't. But what the court does when it looks at these materials is it really doesn't do that either. So that's why I can't answer your question in that direct fashion. What I can tell you is the court has given us a three-part test that has survived for decades, and that test is embodied in the penal code. That's why we have the definition that we have in the penal code. It came from a Supreme Court case, and the reason why that's true is because if Texas passed a definition of what it called obscenity that was contrary to what the Supreme Court defined to be obscenity, well, then the Texas statute would be unconstitutional itself. So that's why they're trying to make them consistent, the penal code provisions and what the Supreme Court has told us. And what the Supreme Court has given us is this three-part test, and it's the same test that's in the penal code. And so that's first, does it appeal to the prurient interest? Second is about, is it patently offensive to community standards? And the important part is it's a three-part test, and there's an and in between them. And so if it has any, and I mean any, redeeming social value, then it's not obscene. That's the third leg of the test. So it can appeal to prurient interest under the law. It can, in some respects, be patently offensive. But still, if at the end of the day it has some what's considered socially redeeming value, then it fails the Miller test and it's entitled to constitutional protection.
Is that based on it being in a school library versus?
It's really the test for materials generally, regardless of where they are. I think, you know, in PICO, and it's not absolutely 100% resolved.
Right.
Because PICO is a plurality decision. If PICO had one more judge based on the rationale, then it wouldn't be a plurality, and then I would be here before telling you, we can go drink coffee, this has been resolved, the Supreme Court told us 100% of what the answer is. So the fact that it's a plurality, I think, leaves some room for argument that you might tweak the test when you're talking about minors versus obscenity generally. So the more recent forays by our state legislature recognized that, look, you know we have the Miller obscenity test generally, but when we're talking about minors, we need to tailor that test to consider we're talking about minors. So if you look at the hazardous or the materials test that they've crafted for kids, for students, for children, it's an adaptation of the Miller test that recognizes that children are involved. But it still, at its core, has that third element where you have to see, is this just really pornography, basically, or does it have some redeeming social value?
Thank you.
All right. No other questions. We go to the next stage, which is
Discussion. So you all may now discuss, and if you don't want to discuss, we can move to decision making. So
does anybody have any other points they would like to discuss?
I motion we move directly to decision making.
Well, not yet. I know it's late. I know it's late. This is super important.
This meeting was yesterday.
I know. Yeah, this meeting was yesterday. Yeah, I get it.
It is now.
I like everybody else. I read this book as well, and this was, quite honestly, this wasn't anything that I was looking forward to because this is not my kind of reading. But to the point, I was, as a level 3, doesn't matter what I like or don't like, this was my job to look into this book. And so I considered everything, and what I found was I went from the thought process of educationally suitable and bring value. I think those are some words that you guys had used, are pervasive. So I try to think of all of the different things that happen in high school. So I wrote down finding your way, social acceptance, learning to be yourself, academic advancement, student-teacher relationship, drug, alcohol, suicide, love interest, bullying, clubs, you name it. This book covered a lot of those things. Here were some of the issues that I had. I thought the book did a good job of showing acceptance. Charlie gets into this club, the Wallflowers. I think that was great. He had a great relationship with his English teacher. But the comment that was made earlier was talking about the negative side, the drugs, the alcohol stuff. The mention was we have students in our district that are like that. There is no doubt that that is the case. That is absolutely 100% the case. We also have arrests. Not one of these kids in this book was arrested. I have a problem with that. That's not reality. We had 2 high schoolers overdose on drugs in our high school in May. Nobody overdosed in this book. Nobody did. Nobody was addicted in this book. It didn't talk about any of those things. I was deeply disappointed that this book, as great as it has said it is and talks about the things that are going on, in our district, we have all of those things, and this book didn't touch on any of those things. And all of those things, the parents never found out about it. There was a young woman that was slapped around by her boyfriend, and nobody said a word about it. I had problems with those things. The pedophilia that was talked about, you know, when Charlie goes to a park and is hit on by an elderly man, it was okay. And another piece that I really struggled with was the homosexuality. That makes no never mind to anybody, right? We're all over that stuff. But the issue I had is whenever the boys broke up. The friend's name was Brad and Charlie. Charlie went to his aide because he needed a friend at that time. And Brad made out with him. And in the book, Charlie gave the reason why is because that's what friends do. That's a horrible message. Would that be acceptable if it was a man and a woman? If it was a boy and a girl, and a boy was doing that to a girl in this book, would that be acceptable in today? Would we have an issue with a girl's just supposed to let it happen because that's what friends do? And so, as far as all of the things that were redeeming about this, which there were some great things about being accepted and stuff, I had a real issue that I would have loved for this book to have addressed those things in a manner that is in reality in real life. Those were my issues that I had with this book.
I mean, this was also written in 1999, so also.
Which is a great point. I'm glad you bring that up because we have had so many advances since 1999 with other sources for kids to have outreaches. We have more counselors today. They can YouTube stuff. There is all kinds of ways that kids can go and find resources for help now, that it doesn't necessarily have to be. And I'm not for banning books. I'm just saying I was asked to read this book, like you said, this book in particularly, and I think there's other resources than this particular book.
I'm sorry, what was the last part? There's other resources?
Yes, sir.
Resources for curriculum or resources for
Resources for
general
students.
reading?
So I read the book. I watched the movie too. I mean, I did a lot of review on this. And some of the remarks were, this book helped me out. It helped me to come out, or it helped me to talk about a rape that happened to me. And what I'm saying is we have a lot of other resources today that kids can come out with. I don't necessarily think that this is the only resource. This is a resource. But
I don't think the book is intended to be a resource.
Okay.
I think the mere fact that you're discussing all of these issues you have with the book is case in point. That says it's thought-provoking. It got you thinking, just as it should do with someone of that age group. I will say it's not a book that I read. I mean, but I'm not in a high school library setting. I will say this, as I read through the book, there were some interesting things in there that I thought I could reflect on. His relationship with his dad. I thought, well, do my son see me that way? You know, so it got me thinking. So there's some value in that book along the way, and that's just one point I just point out. I don't think it's honest. I don't think the charge is ours, right? To say this book I don't agree with. I don't like that they didn't do this. I don't like that they did do this. It's not a how-to or help book, right? It's a book for just general reading. I think what we have is a classic case of situational ethics, right? We say in one sentence we want parents to have the choice, right? We don't want us making decisions for the parents, but in this case we want to make the decision for everyone. So you don't need to read this book, right?
Yes.
So who are the folks on this board to take a book that's top of the readers list and tell me my kid shouldn't have access to it, right? Even though I don't want to read it, when my kids decide they want to read the book, I want them to have access to the book.
So I've struggled with that exact. I have struggled with that exact same point. But my issue is I was asked to read this book.
Me too.
I was, and as far as it was one other thing that I know you brought up, and this is just you brought up the Bible, and there are other books. The Bible talks about all of those things that are in this book. but it shares the consequences of those actions as well.
No,
And so
no,
that, they do, and
Well, there's also a kid's Bible, too.
it's not about the Bible. I'm just saying there's other books out there that talk about this stuff, but they share the consequences of the actions. And I didn't see the consequences of these
So it seems
actions.
that you're holding books to the standard that they must show a consequence based on real life situations.
I'm saying this
So what
book.
happens to fictitious, nonfiction books? And,
I'm
you
just
know,
saying.
I'm sorry, fiction books. When we got folks flying around on dragons.
Yeah, I
We
get
got
that.
green eggs and ham. Are we encouraging kids to eat green eggs?
No, I haven't not been asked to review those books. I'm just saying I've been asked to review this book. I'm sharing with you what I saw. I'm not challenging your opinion. I'm just sharing with you my opinion. That's what I saw.
Fair enough. My opinion is to some degree in line with yours relative to the book that I wouldn't read, right? But if my kids felt an interest to read this book, and by the way, we've just given this book a whole lot more popularity, so believe me, more people will read the book. So if there's a book or any other book in the library that my kids want to read, I want my kids to have access to.
That's true.
Right? If it's not blatantly vulgar, blatantly obscene, or pervasively.
This is subjective, though, is it not?
It is subjective.
It is subjective.
But it's subjective based on the parent.
Right.
It should be subjective based on me and your beliefs.
I get it.
You have a different faith than me, right? But we can agree on. It's like one of the justices said. I can't describe you what pornography is, but
you know when
I
you
know
see it.
when I see it.
You know when you see it. No,
So relative to this book, I agree. I think that we all will agree that this isn't pornography, right? The issue is, should you be subjecting your beliefs on what I want my kids to have access to?
But I'm not reading it that way. What I'm reading is this book. Is this book appropriate? And it's already been. I'd like to know more about this opt-in deal, but it's been pulled from the school, not the school library, from the classroom library.
No.
It's already been pulled
Curriculum.
from the curriculum.
Curriculum.
So the next part is, do we want to pull this from the book? I mean, from the library.
It's classroom, library,
School classroom or high school.
or high school libraries.
Is what we're being charged with if we're going to overturn the committee's decision, who followed our policy and the law. Are we going to
And that's why I asked. That's why I asked it as well as before you get onto that. And that's why I asked earlier about, what decisions, what options do we have in this particular scenario? I mean, to uphold or to not uphold. If that's the scenario.
Or to make a different decision. Yeah.
That's exactly it. You can
Right.
uphold the decision, overrule the decision, or fashion one of your own. Which one Mr. Houlihan suggested, one that you guys come up with.
I think we all support parental choice and the choice to decide with your student the appropriate material that they should consume. Question is, on the opt-out, does that apply to classroom libraries?
It applies to the library, because
Yeah.
parents can look in the catalog and see what books are there.
All right.
And then you were asking about the opt-in, opt-out. Right now, our policy is that a parent must opt out on each
I
individual
got that
title.
part. But
So
the
for
opt-in
them
would
to
only
opt
be
in,
for particular books or for every book
we
in
can
the
make that
library?
decision ourselves as to how we want that to be, right?
If you change your policy to say that
Yes,
parents don't have the
but
right to
tonight,
choose
we
for
can
their
make
own.
this one be
Correct.
opt-in.
So, and I have lived in this community since 1998. I feel like I know my community as well. And this is a very controversial book for my community. It just is.
It
But
is
I
in mine
think-
too.
I think
I
mean,
we're
we
all in the
saw
same
it cuts
community.
both ways. So I do not think there is a clear cut.
I just want you to know, I
consensus.
respect everybody's decision on this. I
Right.
think this has been a healthy conversation. I'm just sharing with you
think
what
that
my thoughts are.
If we're going to set a precedent here that if we don't think the community is comfortable with the book, we're going to pull it. We're going to be pulling a whole lot of books. Because
Come to us one by one.
The folks in my circle are a little bit different from folks in yours.
Understood. That's why I respect your opinion. I do.
But that
appreciate
doesn't mean
your
they're any less
affirmation.
moral. That doesn't mean
That's
they're
right.
any
Not that
less
you care.
moral.
I
That doesn't
appreciate all
mean
that
that
great
they are not
affirmation.
good families or.
But my point to that is, I don't think that should be the standard. I don't think we should say just because this group of people are uncomfortable with the book, we should pull it. You know, because we'll essentially get to back where I was, I cautioned this board a long time ago. It's a slippery slope when we go to challenging books.
I get you.
We're going to be challenging a lot of books, you know. Somebody might decide to challenge the Quran. Take it to level 3. You all got to read that. You all got to read it, you know.
I hear you, and that's why I'm
sure
saying.
you go about, what's all the giggles about? That's the reality of this situation.
I think you're.
Somebody's going to challenge a whole lot of books. A whole lot of books with characters that don't look like me.
So,
right?
Deja, I hear what you're
One
saying.
characters, on the contrary, will challenge a lot of books that they kids can't relate to that has characters that look like.
Right. I'm just sharing with you that as far as the community, that is not the main reason. I'm sharing with you my personal reasons, but also my community is for the reason. So that's what I'm. It's not. I'm not letting the community dictate my opinion. I'm sharing with you that that is another reason. An effect on me.
So, you believe this book is pervasively vulgar because it does not have the consequences?
No.
Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's why I'm struggling with it, because the other things, if I write them all down, as I thought that the description of the rape scene was descriptive, but I think it was written to get your attention. I think that's how it was written on purpose. And I would have had a problem with it had it not followed up with what it was. But the problem was I had to read the whole book. So for the whole thing, I wrote down the other issues that I had with there was no overdose, with obsessive drug use. Every party there was drugs, but nobody got addicted. And there was a moment where Charlie gets drunk and he can't drive home, so they fill him full of coffee and send him on his way, and he gets home just fine. I don't want youth to think that you can do that. And I know it's not a how-to, but I'm saying there was no consequences. And even on the suicide, they didn't go into the suicide. The suicide was for a young man.
But
by
they
the calculate.
did.
They didn't.
It was a constant theme throughout the book.
The suicide?
Yes,
of
and
Michael?
how Charlie struggled with.
He struggled with it, but it didn't talk about why Michael committed suicide.
Why do you need that?
I think the reader needs to know that those are the issues, and if you don't go get it addressed, it could lead to that.
Everybody's constantly focused on this value situation. Again, your values aren't in line with everyone.
Not
right?
our values.
I'm saying our values, whomever values. This is the point I'm trying to make. So I'll get back to my point.
Yeah.
And I would just say this: if we take this approach, the approach is I'm going to read the book, and if it doesn't meet the criteria that I deem it should meet because it's not written the way I want it to be written or end in the way I want, and to give people consequences, there are a ton of books out there, right? That's on our libraries that speak to a whole gambit of things, right? That we wouldn't have any issues with, because it's going to give you an action. Kids have drunkenness or whatever, but it's not going to say the kids got arrested or the kids did this or the kids did that. Some kid cheated on the test, but he didn't get caught. So we're taking our kids and assuming that a 14-year-old, 15-year-old, 16-year-old, 17-year-old can't decipher right from wrong. Right? We're saying our kids are that golden, right? At that age group, that age supposed to be age-appropriate book, doesn't understand that if he drives 70 miles an hour, there's a probability that he's going to get in a car accident, right? Or that if he drinks or have unprotected sex, that he's going to get pregnant, right? We're saying our kids aren't prepared for that. All right.
We're not necessarily saying that. And no, hold on. What I was going to say is what you're saying is our kids are exposed to a lot, and they do know a lot of right from wrong and so forth, but their frontal lobes are not fully developed.
I don't want everybody here to be neurologists, right? Especially when it comes to my kids, right? Everybody's subject matter expert about the neurals and all this other good stuff because I know somebody or my husband is this. I don't tell y'all I can give you speech. My wife's been teaching her 20 years. That doesn't make me by default a speech therapist, right? My point to the matter is, I don't want you thinking or making decisions that are book of age appropriate, that because you see some things in that book, you don't think my kid can handle. For you to make that decision for me. Don't take that away from me. We can't constantly say we're going to give parents the right. We're going to give parents the right. But you guys are sitting here telling me, and I have One just graduated, one in the 10th grade, one in the, I don't know, 13-year-old in the 8th grade. And I guarantee all of them are prepared to read that book. And if they have questions about it, they know right from wrong, right? So why are y'all thinking it's appropriate, or anybody for that matter, thinking it's appropriate for an educator, a librarian, a professional, subject matter expert to say, this book is appropriate for your kid, right? But the board's going to say, no, it doesn't meet the values that I deem worthwhile. And that goes for all the parents. Is that fair to me?
Yeah, I hear you. I think it's a valid argument. That's why I think it makes it
So we're
difficult.
going to quit, we need to, we got to quit being, one thing that bothers me most is hypocrisy. We can't get up here and say, I'm speaking for the community. I'm giving the parents their right. I'm giving the parents their choice. But when it comes to this, again, situational ethics, I think a lot of politics is involved in this too, this whole book phenomenon. We don't have the right, the parents don't have the right, I am a parent, don't have the right to make this decision for my kids. The board should do that.
I think it's fair to say that with this book, right now, this is our decision because it's been brought to us. I agree with you, there are things we can do as a board to keep these kind of books from coming to us, and those are the things we can focus on another day, another time. But for right now, this is the book that we were asked to read. We've read it, we have our opinions.
So why not just eliminate it from classroom libraries and still allow it to be accessible in libraries? And then parents can utilize the opt-out choice if they choose to do that. I mean, I struggle with fitting within the parameters that Mr. Houlihan brought, that it's pervasively vulgar and it is not educationally suitable. Yeah, I struggle with that. I don't think the facts are there to justify that argument. And so I think that we all sit here and say the parents and students and in conjunction with teachers, like, they should make the decisions about what is appropriate material for their child, and not all children are the same. And so let's make sure they have that choice, but not eliminate the choice from other parents. And I think this is also what you're saying, Tatron.
Yeah, I'm basically saying she's encroaching. She's gotten what she needs for her kid. Leave mine alone. That's all I'm saying. Is that simple?
Yeah.
But you're not leaving ours alone. If the book is available.
Hey, leave mine alone. Let my kid have access to what's in the library.
Yeah, but your child is not being told to put this in your backpack and take it home anymore. That has been removed. It's no longer a choice for curriculum. It's now on the library shelf. So technically, your child would have to go against your home values and go pick that book up and take it to the library and check it out. But that's not...
This is an opt-in, opt-out question, I think, is really what this comes down to.
Well, right now we have an opt-out.
Later date,
we can make the decision tonight on this as an opt-in.
Yeah.
You just stated that we are forcing your child to do something which, as this has been written from the committee, it is no longer curriculum. It is it can be in the school classroom collection, or it can be in the school library, of which your child would have a choice to go and get it or not.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but again, it's something that we can decide tonight, whether we want to opt in. I mean, we just need to come to a decision. We've got still a lot of things we need to discuss here, so I think it's
So,
probably...
are we ready for a motion? I'll make a motion.
Yeah,
so, I'll make a motion that we amend the committee's decision and remove the book from classroom libraries, but keep it in high school libraries with where parents have the option to opt out.
Hold on a second.
There was a motion and a second. By the way, who's conducting this part? You or me?
Well, that's fine. We have a motion and a second, and the motion is to remove the book from classroom collections, to allow it to remain in the library.
Yes,
and if
high school
libraries, and if parents don't want their child to access it, to fill out the opt-out form with this book included on it.
Yes.
Right. But technically, we're upholding the committee's decision to remove it from curriculum, and with the caveat that we remove it from the classroom
Yeah.
and keep it in the library.
Yes,
Yeah.
it certainly can be phrased
Yeah.
that way.
That's the first.
So you're
Yeah.
upholding.
So,
the
there we go.
Okay.
Let's try this again. Okay. So, uphold the committee's decision to remove it from instructional material. Uphold the committee's decision to not force Miss O's son to read it. Amend the committee's decision to allow it in classroom libraries. Like,
No, you're taking out. You're taking
remove it.
Remove
Remove it to remove. Yeah, okay.
Good job.
Amend to remove it from classroom libraries. Allow it to be in high school libraries where parents can.
And uphold the decision for it to remain in the classroom libraries. With
Yes.
Parents having
Yeah.
the option to fill out the opt-out form.
Yes. Wow, that's a
It's a motion.
mouthful.
And that has been
Okay.
seconded?
Well,
I'll
Deidre-
second
You second that again?
I mean,
Okay.
again, I don't like us removing anything, but in the interest of compromise, I'll second it.
Well, nothing else on
Okay, any other discussion about this? I mean, is that?
I could go along with
please-
that, but I would much rather it be an opt-in policy.
Could you
W-
please
is it-
explain a little bit more
Yes,
to me?
and it's the same policy we have with SHAC. Our SHAC has an opt-in policy. Who's in charge of all of our student health and advisory? That's their role. They have sex ed, those types of contents, mature kind of contents. A parent has to opt in. In other words, they have to say, I want my child to partake in that type of stuff, versus the opt-out.
So is it a matter of, on an opt-in, is it a matter of the book is on the shelf? Or an opt-out, and the book is available on the shelf and
Yes.
is flagged when it's checked out?
Yes.
And an opt-in it's not available on a shelf, you have to specifically request it? That's what I'm trying to...
It's, go ahead.
I mean, I would imagine to manage at the library, and if you have to opt in, the parents give permission to check out the book, they would have to keep it behind the counter and make sure that Linda's parent gave permission for them to have that book or check with them before they allowed her. Opting out, then we flag it when we receive the form from the parent with the titles that they don't want their child to have access to. It's flagged in our system, and so if Linda brought the book up and her mother had said no, we wouldn't let her check that book out. Yes, ma'am.
But at this point,
Okay.
we're changing policy versus, with that conversation, we're changing policy, which is a longer
Opt-out.
process.
If
Only
you
on
choose
opt-in.
opt-in, that is a change, because your
talking
policy,
about
Yeah,
says
on
no
all
parent
books.
gets to decide,
Yeah.
right?
Opt-out.
If we were to do it on all books, but
So
not
that
just this book.
This is an opt-out situation.
Well,
So
Yeah.
for this discussion, we shouldn't add the opt-in, opt-out into this because that's not what we've been asked to consider, uphold, or take away.
Well, she made a motion.
Yeah, you all can make any decision you want on this. Now,
Yeah.
to your point, future broader conversations are policy-based that would apply to everything.
Yeah.
It's your discretion to make any decision that you wish to make tonight. That is, that's your decision about this particular book.
Again,
As you want to make an umbrella to all books, that's a future conversation.
Yeah, we're not
Right.
doing that.
All right.
I'm not in
That's what it
favor of
sounds
the
like.
opt-in. I think this puts a burden on parents who want free and
Uncensored?
un-
I'm not in
But
favor of
you're
moving
putting
it.
a
accessible literature for their students.
But you're putting that same burden on the reverse of a parent that wants to be protective or concerned or even have oversight.
Well, no, I think we're allowing them to exercise their choice, right? If they find the material objectionable, okay, like, sure, this is totally your right as a parent, and you can block that access. But I think that's the appropriate way to take that, not to create a burden to a child getting a book that their parent has no problem with. You know, I think we should do everything to encourage
Reading.
kids to read.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think creating just another barrier there just gets in the way of that. That's
I'm done.
so I'm not personally in favor of the opt-in for this specific. I'm always willing to listen to more about it, but yeah, I stick with my opt-out.
so the board wants to vote on the motion that's on the floor? We remember what it is, everyone knows.
Sorry, that's okay.
Is it
That's
optional?
okay.
So-
agree with the
So I second the motion. So my understanding is that she's voting to agree with all of the remedies that have been given to Mrs. O. The exception she's making is taking it off a classroom shelf,
Yes.
leaving it in the library, which I don't agree with. Leaving it in the library and allowing parents who don't want their kids access to it to opt out.
Yes.
If the motion fails, what happens?
Then we'll try another motion.
Wait for another motion.
No.
Do it again. All
Just,
night.
we'll
And then
keep
the
going
board-
till
yeah.
we get one,
Can we get one? Yeah.
Okay.
till the decision is made.
Can you have the same motion again?
Yeah,
Whatever,
Where
have
we
whatever
at?
motion somebody makes.
Okay.
You just want to spend time with me.
So
Okay.
we want to vote?
All right.
Yeah, I guess we'll vote. So all in favor of the motion, show by the uplifted hand. All those against, show by the uplifted hand.
Wait.
Three, 4. 3, 4 the vote.
So,
Four,
okay, three,
all four, if you're for that motion.
So if you're, yeah, we'll do
So,
that again.
Williams.
Those in favor of the motion.
Yes.
Please show by the uplifted hand.
One, Williams, Waggaman, Chase.
And those that are against the motion, please show by the uplifted hand. And any oppositions.
So the motion fails.
Motion fails. So we need another motion.
All right, let's hear it.
So, I'm a motion that we uphold the committee's, or
Decision.
the decision as of the committee. Go on.
Is there a second from
And
Mr.
go
Rogers?
All right, I make a motion.
Oh,
Oh, wait, I'm
no.
sorry, I didn't realize that was
We
the
need
real
a-
decision. Sorry, I
No,
thought
no.
he was making a
There's
joke.
a
I
If it
apologize.
doesn't get
I don't
seconded,
feel
then
right.
you can do it. But we have a motion. Do we have a second on that?
Say it again, please.
Just uphold the.
Uphold the decision of the
Decision
committee.
as
of the
written.
committee. All right, so the motion fails. There's no second.
I don't think that'll pass.
Okay.
I thought he said we go home, that's why. I didn't hear him,
That's
and
okay.
so I was like, what?
No.
That's why I made a joke of it. I apologize, Mr. Williams, I didn't mean it.
What
Um,
motion? Did you want to make a motion?
I would. I'd like to keep with the first policy, but make it an opt-in.
The first decision.
The first, not, the first is, Ms.
So
Chase is.
remove from classroom libraries.
Yes.
Leave in the library, but make it an opt-in.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
For that book.
For that book
singular book.
only.
Yes.
Okay. Do we have a second? I second the motion. Can I second the motion as board president? I second the motion. So open up for conversation. How would we manage that?
It'll go behind the counter, and people that want it will have to ask.
Yeah, and
How
it would
will they
just- it
have
would
that?
be-
How will they know it's available? Like how
It
how
would
will they
still-
know?
Catalog.
It would
It's
show
in
up in the catalog, and then,
They can't
and
buy
I
it on
would,
the
not to
shelf.
speak, what we would have some type of flag, and would probably just require parent permission anytime it was to be checked out. So if a kid said, I want to check it out, I would assume the librarian would say, if they haven't already had communication with the parent that's given them full access, they would say, okay, well, we're going to need to call your mom and make sure, or your dad, make sure this is okay for you
Okay.
to check out prior to them checking it out.
Okay.
Now, our motion isn't to place this behind a counter. Our motion is that your parent is opting you into the ability to check out this book. So technically, it can be on the shelf. The child brings it to the front.
And it's fine.
Is there paperwork to justify you or allow you to do it? But we're not looking to burden our
Yeah, I think
librarian.
fair enough. But part of that would have to be conversation with librarians about procedurally what
That's what I'm
works
trying
with
to
them.
figure out.
And I can't speak for them.
I think whatever they deem is manageable based on the way their library operates.
Right.
Well, I just want to make sure that
Yeah.
we're not adding on extra things within a motion.
Agreed, no.
I think the
Behind the counter,
I-
sorry.
yeah, I
I
do,
just
but-
know we've
yeah.
done that for another book another time.
So the motion would allow the librarians to execute that how they need to. But at the end of the day, if the book comes up, somebody has to say, you hold on a second, we gotta,
A parent would authorize the checkout, yes.
for that particular book. And we're only talking about this particular book.
Yes, sir.
Any other discussion?
But why
Go ahead.
Why put the burden on the parent allowing their child to access this material?
I
I
don't
don't
think
get
I'm
that.
putting a burden on the parent.
They have to go into a system and opt in. When
How
really,
hard is that?
well, how hard is it for people to opt out?
It's,
It's the same level of difficulty, but the issue becomes, you're saying every parent that wants access to this book, it's gonna be a whole lot more forms that need to go out to get parents to say, I want that book, or opt in, because I'm gonna have to fill out a form to say, whatever y'all decide to ban, I want my kid to have access to it.
I'm in favor of that.
Otherwise, I'm gonna have to do one form at a time, but it's less,
But that's why we're saying in the future,
the
Mr. Williams.
expectation is that how many of these books, relative to how many people who want access to these books, relative to how many of these books are out there that we will be restricting access to. It's very
I
limited.
can't answer that question. I don't know. I can't answer that question. I'm only focused on this particular book that has been brought to me to make a decision.
Again.
And I was, look, I'm telling you, I was forced to put my personal,
And that's
you
the
know,
problem.
So-
I agree. I know that, but I didn't ask for this problem. This problem came to me. So I can't just forget what I've been raised to believe. I can't do that on this particular book. That's all I'm saying. I respect everybody's decision.
No one's asking you to, though. No one's
All I'm
asking
saying
you. You can
is-
totally opt out your kid. Yeah?
Yes, that's true.
So why should
Because
it be
I
more
can't-
difficult for parents who want to allow their children access to books that are
Don't say
critically
books.
acclaimed?
Don't say books.
A book
This-
that is
not a
critically
book.
acclaimed.
This book.
That's one of
This
many.
book that
This
is
book.
critically acclaimed. Why?
Same reason as this, you know, this may be a really bad example, but this was coming to my mind. I know you're saying it was written in '99, it's been around forever, and I think that's a valid argument. But some would say that Roe v. Wade being overturned was a good move. Should that have happened or not? It was in law for 60 years, right? So it doesn't mean that it's good or bad. It's just the timing of it is what
I
it
was
is.
mentioning nothing about that. I was
I know.
saying this book
Mhm.
has literary value.
Right.
Yeah. So why would you put the burden on the parent to allow their child access to something that has literary value?
Yeah, and I spilled that out. I spelled that out for you with. I would have liked for this book, I'm talking about this book, did not have any consequences for the decisions that these
And
youth
so-
were making. As a freshman, this kid was a freshman in high school. That means he's 14, 15 years old.
It is
And he got away with all of it. And quite honestly, at the end of the whole book, the guy gets checked into a mental hospital for a couple of months.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, that's
I get it. Like
that's
I
what I'm being asked to do is on this particular book. So that's my opinion.
And
That's all.
Peter, I get it, and you've been very clear that you needed something else from this book,
I did.
right? For you to feel that it would be appropriate for your child.
Right.
So you would have recourse, right, to opt out of allowing your child to do it, to read it. But there have been numerous organizations that do not have that opinion and say this book has literary value, it has high readability, high interest, low, yeah. Why put a barrier? Why put an additional barrier for a parent who finds value in their kids getting access to this type of material to foster additional conversations they may have or to understand the world that is happening around them?
It's a solid question, so I can answer it this way. By putting it an opt-in, to making it an opt-in, I'm forcing a parent to be involved in that decision. With an opt-out, if I don't fill out the opt-out, then that librarian doesn't know that the parent has been involved in that decision on that book. So that's my rationale is as an opt-in, I am not saying the kid cannot have the book. What I'm saying is I want to force the parents to be involved to make sure they know. And if a parent says, yeah, this is no problem, then I have no problem with that. My point is I want to make sure that the parents are involved, and by an opt-in, the way I understand it, it's forcing a parent to be involved in the decision on this particular book. That's my rationale.
This is what I would argue if you want to.
Well, I was just going to say, the assumption with with the way that it's set up now is you are opting into everything in the library. Whereas the opt-out, you have to purposefully state, I don't want my child to read this book or that book. And I know we're talking about this specific book. So, again, it's automatic, it's assumed by the librarian that you're automatically opted into everything. Now, go the other way now, and we have stated in discussion that parents are busy, and so now we're going to force them to stop whatever they're doing to go and opt into something that they may or may not even know is available. But I can guarantee you, if somebody doesn't want their child to read that book, they will go and fill out that form because they don't want their child to have
I
that
disagree
book.
with that because there are so many parents that I've spoken with that they had no idea on this book, or they didn't, and they're busy doing these other things, and by opt-in, okay, so you stated literary content and literary value and discussion, providing an opportunity for discussion. One of the parents I checked with, strong Christian family, shocked me. This is one of their family's favorite books, and the movie, and how many times they conversed and talked about it. But on the wide access on it, how many of those kids won't have that opportunity to have that conversation with their parents or to discuss the content? And by at least making the parent get a trigger in their very, very busy days, hey, my kid wants to check out a book, I might need to look into it.
To your point, very busy days. I have very busy days. Last thing I want to do is have my kid tell me I need to go and give him permission to get access to a book. I'm very busy.
We'll come back to that.
Hold up, I got another point to make here, if you don't mind. One of your arguments, Skeeter, Mr. Huber, was...
Call me Skeeter, we're good.
Well, I'm in formal status.
Fair enough.
Put some respect on your name with that. Was that there was no consequences of a lot of things that were said and done in the book. That was one of your arguments.
Yes, sir.
And another argument was made where the book was written at an earlier time, where it was, well, that was part of the justification, I guess, right? The Adventures of Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn. What consequences did they have for using the N-word back then?
Yeah.
You think they would have the same consequences today?
First of all, Wallflower is not a
Hold up,
classic
Chief. I'm talking to Mr. Huber. Talking to you.
Yeah, ask me that question again.
I asked the
That's a
question.
good question. Ask me again, though.
So the question was...
Yeah, would those people have the same consequences
Well,
today?
they had no consequences of him using that terminology.
Correct.
Just like they had no consequences of whatever they did in the 1999, some of the actions in the book.
Yes, sir. I get it. I get it.
I'm sorry. Right?
I hear you. I hear you. And yeah, so in today's world, there would be different consequences for those. Is that your point?
That was one of your points, was that it didn't address consequences. I'm saying
Right,
a lot of literary works were written at a time when the consequences weren't as severe or well
But once again,
prosecuted as they were.
I get it.
Either by legally or by society.
But what I have seconded, the motion that I have seconded, is not, I'm not telling parents they cannot. By the opt-in, I'm forcing a parent to be involved with this book.
So
that's it.
You do it either way. So
Yes,
here's
sir.
what I would ask. Would you be okay with us pulling all those books and doing the same thing? All those books with some sense of
All the
explicit
books
that were written in a pads.
Yeah, you're gonna embarrass me because I'm gonna tell you I don't know all those books.
I'm speaking specifically of
You're talking Tom Sawyer, Huck Finn, and stuff like that.
Yeah, just one book. So the parents can't read that unless they go and say, it's okay for my kid to read that. All the parents in the district, no one would have access to that book. Just like no one would have access to this book. Unless their parent went up there and said, I want my kid to have access to this book. Do you think that's reasonable? You think that's a rational thing to do? That's a rational burden to put on my kid? Because everybody's making an argument, every parent says, I'm big.
Please.
I trust my kid to be involved in the school district. Right? I trust what you're going to expose them to. Right? So for you guys to say, hey, I got some that I don't want your kids to see. Well, who gave you the right to make that decision? Why? I thought I signed up for all the books.
Yeah,
You guys
but-
are saying, no, you got to sign into something.
Yes, sir. And what I'm saying in the motion is I'm not pulling the book from the school. I'm not pulling,
Yeah, but
I'm not.
you're making me have to do
Yes, sir,
something.
I
Putting a
am. I
barrier.
am. And I think it would be appropriate for a book like this for a parent to be involved in the decision to check it out. That's what my understanding of the motion is, and the opt-in option is.
Yeah, but you're
I'm
telling
forcing
me I
the
need to
parent.
be involved in something that the school district has already deemed okay.
No, that's true,
Right.
and I
Okay.
think.
I mean, you're oh,
No.
sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Today.
No,
I didn't mean to
Well,
talk over you.
I mean, you're basically then making the assumption that, you know, our librarians and our school district isn't making appropriate materials available for the children. So either you believe that or you don't.
That's not what I'm trying to say.
Well, that's what
But
you're
that's what
doing by
you're doing.
saying a parent has to opt in. You're saying,
No, look, I would say this, that look, you guys know how much I support our teachers and our librarians, and
Not
I'm not
today.
I'm not trying to circumvent, right? I know that they do their best to make books available, and we have 70,000 students. We have 70,000 students, and I don't know how many high schoolers we have, but my point is this. I'm not trying to limit the book from everybody. I'm just saying I like the option of making parents be involved in a book that I was forced to read, or I deemed that there were areas that I felt like should have been addressed differently, and I'm just asking that parents be involved in that decision for a student to read that book. I'm not telling a kid he can't read it. I'm saying, go ask mom and dad first. Or whoever it is.
You know what? Kid goes in the library and they got all these books. You say, look, go ask mom. Because let's extrapolate that to multiple books that you find appropriate or not.
But I'm
Talking
not,
about this
I'm just talking about this
No,
one.
no, you guys can't isolate it to a book. It's a bigger picture. Because we were
Yeah.
here, before you guys got on the board, I didn't have a book I had to read since I've been on this board 10 years. Now y'all gonna say all of a sudden, oh, it's just this book. You can't narrow your focus to this. Just like the attorney here can't narrow his focus, Mr. Huggham, to one particular excerpt from the book. When I did that to the Bible, everybody was like, well, you know, that's okay, that's fine, it wasn't mentioned that way. It's the same thing.
Yeah, I
And
hear you.
it's riddled with that kind of stuff. But I bet you'd be very pressed, anyone on this board, because of your self-righteousness, one, or because your constituents, two, to say the Bible's not appropriate for kindergarten age or elementary age kids.
Well,
But it's not.
But I'm not saying that, Mr.
Read a
Williams.
kid's version of the Bible.
Mr. Williams, I'm not trying to
So
do
you-
that. I know, I hear what you're saying. I think this is a great conversation, but I don't feel like that's what I'm doing.
Hey, man, vote your conscience, let's move on.
That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing.
All right.
Is any other conversation about it?
Vote on the motion on the floor.
All right, all those
can you
in favor?
repeat the motion, please?
Repeat the motion.
The motion is to uphold the decision of the committee except for the part that will remove it from classroom collections at high schools, and it remains in the library but can only be accessed with parent permission.
Where in the library?
That we're going to leave to the librarians to determine.
Yeah, I think the librarians, be up to librarians to, I don't want to have that much control, but anyway, that's the motion we have.
And that's opt-in?
Opt-in. All those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? So it's 4-3, so the motion carries.
No.
No.
No. It's 3-4.
No.
It did not carry.
It didn't carry.
I'm sorry, did I misread that?
Yeah.
You
So
wanna
it was.
manage somebody's portfolio.
All right. So the motion fails.
Yeah.
So it was a 3-4, so 3-4 and 4 against in that scenario.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
All right, I would like to make a motion to uphold the committee decision to remove the board from the curriculum with the change to remove from the classroom collections, but it may remain in the high school library, and proceed to amend our opt-out policy at a later time.
Second.
Second, yeah.
Why not? Let's just keep voting.
So a motion and a second. Repeat that one more time, please.
The motion is to uphold the committee decision to remove the book from curriculum with the change to remove from classroom collections, but it may remain in the high school library, and proceed to amend our opt-in, opt-out policy at a later time,
So it would stay as it is right now.
which is opt-out, yes. But if we can bring that as quickly as possible,
What would
We
that
can-
look like?
well, we'll have to decide what that's going to look like. But it's 1 o'clock, and we're
get it.
debating on an opt-in, opt-out, which is a policy that we're going to have to sit down and really look at, and I'm sure there's going to be something else in this policy as well. So if we're all in agreement that it's out of curriculum, we're upholding the committee's decision, everybody seems to be in agreement with removing it from the classroom collections and letting it stay in the library. We're fighting over opt-in, opt-out.
My only question is if it's on a library shelf, and we're not distinguishing where that book resides, a child has access to it with or without parental.
Well, that is between that child and their parents' rules.
But it only.
That is not the librarian's responsibility to chase down every child and go, did your mom say you could have that?
My only issue with us not being more specific about where the book will be, if it's going to be left on the library shelf, and we're not specifying where it's kept. I think someone mentioned putting it behind the shelf.
That wasn't part of
Motion.
that wasn't part of the committee's decision. So if we're upholding the decision, they did not state in their decision that it had to be placed anywhere, behind a barricade, in a principal's office.
That's my only concern,
Those
is that
are-
a child still has access to this book.
And I believe that if we go to policy and look at that within the next month, the next 2 months,
What
whenever we
happens to
do
the
it,
book
then
while we do
that's a decision that we would make with the opt-in, opt-out, and where the book would be held.
So while we make that policy look,
Yeah.
where would we put the book?
The book's
Well,
open.
On the shelf.
It's on the shelf,
shelf.
just like it is now.
That's what the,
And any parent with a concern can fill the opt-out form till the board decides whether they're going to change from opt-out to
So
opt-in.
basically, the only thing we're doing different is we're getting it out of the classroom library at
Right,
this
and
point.
assuring
Yes,
the
out of the
public that you'll be
classroom
looking at
collection.
opt-in, opt-out going forward.
And this book can never be revisited again, correct?
No, 3 years.
It's still up for grabs.
For 3 years?
So we have a motion and a
So we have a
second.
motion, but you understand that the book is gonna be on the shelf.
Yes.
My only concern is that we're not controlling where the book resides. So we're saying it can be on the shelf in the library, but that doesn't mean the child needs parental consent to access it. They could go in there, shove it in their backpack. I'm just being,
I understand, but this.
We don't
op-
control
but-
any
but-
books
but
like
that's-
that.
So this option, the options on the board now is more liberal than the one we just had.
I wouldn't say.
Oh, well, you can't say that.
Come on, it's just a word.
What
I'm
was
not
that
talking
term?
about, you know, I'm
He
saying,
didn't mean it politically.
I didn't mean
think-
it politically. What I meant was,
I think it's
the book is in an
Similar.
opt-out,
Yeah.
right? It's similar, but it's different. My point is this. If it's an opt-out, that means if a parent has not filled out an opt-out, parent's busy, they're not into watching this kind of stuff, then a kid can check that out. If it was an opt-in, even if a parent hadn't filled anything
Just
out,
this book, right now.
they can't get it.
talking about
Now, if they're
I
gonna steal
think-
the book, they're gonna steal the book. Whether it's out on the, wherever it's that part, to me, didn't matter. But now, the option on the,
no.
now the board is basically voting on, everything's the same. Now we're gonna leave it as an opt-out, and then the board
always
needs to
been an
come back and reconsider. I agree.
Yeah.
And now the board has to go through an entire board policy
We're
about
going
opt-in,
through that
opt-out.
anyway. We're gonna go through that anyway. Opt-in, opt-out, on a shelf, in the principal's office.
10 years of being on the board.
Yeah. I think, Skeeter, that Ms. Wagaman's motion differs in that we don't have anything with this opt-in yet. And so I think we should have a discussion as a board, like what that actually looks
We
like.
do.
I agree.
And
We do have it.
And
Shaq.
so it should not be made at this point in time until we have a discussion to understand what are the unintended consequences of having that? What are the positives of having that? How would we apply it? How would we set up a framework about when it's appropriate to do those things? And so what Ms. Wagman says is, let's still have that discussion, but let's not frame it only with this book, right? Let's have this discussion at a later date. As it is now, it would be on the shelf with still parents having the option to opt out and not allow access for their children. And then we have a more thorough discussion about what opt-in means and how it fits into our district.
We do
What
have
do you
an
think?
opt-in, opt-out in the district right now on items for parents, so it's not new.
And it may be a very easy,
Yeah.
it may be a very easy
Going forward, I think we
discussion.
can
Yeah.
make it very easy, but right now on this
Right,
book.
So, just to be clear, Mr. Huber, you have a motion, I don't know, did it have a second?
Yes, it
Ms.
did.
Wagman,
Okay,
yeah.
so, if you want to vote on that, and we need to keep going, or what,
Can you
where we
repeat
are?
I will repeat it one
Just
more
the
time.
last part, because we
Time
all
to
agree with the first
Put
part,
a bow on this
right?
one here. We need to.
The motion is to uphold the committee decision to remove the book from curriculum with the change to remove from the classroom collections, but it may remain in the high school library, and proceed to amend our opt-in, opt-out policy at a later date.
Did it get a second?
It got a second.
Second.
All right.
Yeah, just reminding everyone.
All right.
All right, all those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. All those opposed show by the same. So 3, 4. Okay, so that motion carries then, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that motion
So-
carries.
We want to thank the parties. The hearing is concluded. We'll send a decision to Ms. O of the board's decision, and the hearing is over, and we'll turn the meeting back over to the president for the next item on the
All right,
board's agenda.
very good. Thank you for your
Maybe we'd
time.
like to take a
Appreciate
quick,
you. You need another break?
We need to clear it anyway, right?
yes, we're gonna end up having to clear the room anyway, so.
You want to do that now?
Yeah, if you want to go, yeah, let's just do that.
Back in session, time is 1 a.m. We're moving on to item 9C, which is conduct a hearing and consider the expulsion appeal of student E.H. Dr. Knoll.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the board's consideration of the appeal of an expulsion order pursuant to board policy FOD, student discipline expulsion pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.082 and 551.082.1. The appeal hearing will be closed to the public as it involves the discipline of a public school student, and personally identifiable information about a student will be revealed by the board's deliberation. The time is now 1:02. All those in the audience not directly involved in this matter are now excused. 1:32 a.m. The Conroe Independent School District Board of Trustees is reconvened in open session. No action was taken in closed session. It is now time for the board to render its decision. The board can vote to deny the appeal and uphold the expulsion from the district, uphold the expulsion but modify the term of the expulsion, overturn the expulsion, allowing the student to return to Conroe ISD, or take no action which upholds the decision of the hearing officer. I would just like to remind the board here before we move forward, we are back in open session, so we would please not share the student's name or parent's name in the process of making any motion or vote, please.
Okay.
Can you repeat those three options again?
Yes,
I'm sorry.
absolutely.
Just to
So you
clarify.
can vote to deny the appeal and uphold the expulsion from the district. You can uphold the expulsion but modify the term of the expulsion. You could overturn the expulsion, allowing the student to return to Conroe ISD, or you could choose to take no action, which would then uphold the decision of the hearing officer. So at this time, is there a motion regarding this matter?
Motion to take no action and uphold the decision
The decision of the hearing officer?
of the hearing officer.
I
Yeah.
second if the motion is to uphold the decision of the decision.
Hearing officer.
The hearing officer.
Yeah.
So we have a motion, we have a second.
That's the motion.
Yes.
Yeah, so the motion was to take no action which upholds the decision of the hearing officer.
Yes.
That is the motion. It has a second. Any questions? Please. Yes.
When you take no action, you take no action.
No,
The
no.
word
Right.
just
Right.
does
Oh.
not.
We need to
Okay.
say appeal.
Okay.
You're
So
voting
it's
to
not
appeal.
it's not an affirmative
It's
action.
not an affirmative action.
Okay.
All right.
So then
We want it.
let's take
All
4
right.
off the table then.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Motion
You can
is-
vote to deny the appeal. You can uphold the expulsion or modify the term, or you can overturn the expulsion.
All right. I make a motion to deny the appeal.
May you do it this way where you, I know it sounds silly, but make a motion to amend your motion so we can vote on that amendment, because the motion has been called
Okay.
Okay.
as a second.
Fair enough.
So
Can I make a motion to amend
Just
my
move
motion?
motion to withdraw.
Or you can say
Just
motion
withdraw
to
the
withdraw.
motion.
Can I withdraw this motion? Please,
So
please.
our original motion has been withdrawn,
I'll
so the
second my second.
table
I'll
is
withdraw
now,
my second.
Okay.
okay. So now
All right.
the floor is open.
I would make,
There you go.
I would make a motion to deny the appeal.
Okay, so we have a motion to deny the appeal and uphold the expulsion from the district. Looking for a second. Is there a
Second.
I'll
There is a second?
Second.
So we have a second from Ms. Odenweller. Any questions, conversation? This time I would ask for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your right hand. Okay, that is a unanimous 7-0 decision. The Board of Trustees has voted 7-0 to deny the appeal and uphold the expulsion. This concludes our hearing. Ms. Rice, the district will send you a letter confirming the board's determination, and I will now turn this meeting back over to Mr. Hubert.
All right, very good. Thank you. Do we have executive session tonight?
We actually do, sir.
Oh.
It will be fast, but yes, sir.
All right, that's all right. Okay, the board will go into closed session pursuant to section 551.071, 551.074, 551.076, 551.089 of the Texas Open Meeting Act. Any action, vote, or decision on the board with regard to any matter discussed in closed session will be made when a board returns to open session. The time is 1:35 a.m.
We address the book reconsideration committee problems with the policy.
Okay?
So library policy, okay?
Yes, yeah, I had that one written down as well. All right, any other? Yes, ma'am.
I would like to add the RFID smart tag contracts.
For the buses?
Yeah,
For the
That
smart
one?
tag.
Okay.
yeah. To review it?
For the,
Yeah,
okay.
The vendor or the policy?
the contract.
The contract? All right. Anything else? All right, hearing none, moving on to item 13.
Motion adjourned.
Motion to adjourn.
Praise Jesus.